Chapter 151 Delivery 152. But if the 5 people want to merge, they have to wait for Tang Yin to come out of the killing city. It has been almost 2 years since I went in, and I don't know if I can come out in another year. Judging from the messages, it is still a long time before I can open the road to hell with 100 consecutive victories. Get closer to the Wuhan city, go and send a copy to inland first. Walked a distance away, there was no one around, camouflaged as a blue-silver flying eagle, and flew towards the Wuhan city. Although the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone can also fly, its speed is a little slower. Fly, fly, fly. Avoiding attention, Zhou Suifeng landed near Wuhan city. Leave a message in the space and ask Tianrui to come out. Looking around, he picked out a small forest. Wait for a while. The scenery in the woods is nice, and there is a clear pool not far away. Zhou Suifeng meditated by the water and created a few straw puppets, trying to further explore the instinct of the martial soul. A few minutes later, he felt someone approaching. So fast. No. This breath is quite strange, and it makes people feel very dangerous. The fresh and quiet field of blue-silver grass is quite repulsive to the other party. He turned his head suddenly. The pupil shrank. How could it be her? Bibi Dong appeared here inexplicably. Wearing a simple red dress, her long hair was casually tied up and scattered on her chest and back. Her expression was a little sad, and she restrained herself when she saw Zhou Suifeng. A cold and indifferent, no strangers allowed. Why is there someone here? Bibi Dong felt inexplicably upset today. She hurriedly finished her daily life as the Pope, changed into casual clothes, and subconsciously walked to the place where she and Yu Xiaogang agreed to elope but broke the appointment and finally broke up. The two sides looked at each other in silence. Zhou Suifeng was secretly alert and felt that the situation might be a little bad. Their eyes met. She recalled Yu Xiaogang and everything that happened in the secret room. She inexplicably felt a sense of shame that the most despicable secret in her heart was discovered. Moreover, Zhou Suifeng's eyes made her feel very unhappy. Pity? Fear? Madman? Neurosis? Such a weird look made her angry. This look. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! However, in Zhou Suifeng's eyes, there was no other emotion except fear. Everything was just Bibi Dong's self-madness and the evil thoughts of Rakshasa under emotional injury. The soul ring flickered, and a circle of deep purple poisonous fog spread rapidly and silently. It spread to the surroundings in just a breath. Soul skills? You can use soul skills without showing your martial soul? How can she drive the soul ring without summoning your martial soul? Zhou Suifeng was shocked, but he didn't want to get entangled with her, so he planned to retreat immediately. Just after flying a short distance, another Bibi Dong appeared, and a deep purple soul power vortex appeared under her feet. Countless spider legs flew out of the vortex and attacked Zhou Suifeng. Zhou threw out the blue-silver grass to fight the enemy, without using any soul skills, and kept his own information. Simply split and weave into a shield for defense. At the same time, speed up and plan to leave here. The grass shield lasted less time than Zhou Suifeng calculated. The strength was still there, but the abundant life breath in it was quickly swallowed by the spider legs, and the defense ability quickly decreased, becoming limp. Zhou Suifeng could only land. In an instant, he was surrounded by poisonous fog. It reacted with the soul power released by Zhou Suifeng, making a hissing sound. In a short while, he had a very clear understanding of the ability of this poisonous fog. It continuously weakens the buff, suppresses the target's mental activities, slowly erodes vitality, and paralyzes nerves to reduce the enemy's reaction ability. If he continues to entangle, he doesn't know what will happen. If Bibi Dong goes crazy, it will be difficult to end today. Decisively use the big move. Blue-silver domain, lotus steps. The fresh nature instantly dispersed the strange poisonous fog. 2 Bibi Dongs surrounded Zhou Suifeng one after the other. The one in front looked surprised, as if he didn't expect his poisonous fog to be dispersed so easily. Just now, she released a spider web in the poisonous fog, which almost fell on this person. As long as it hit, she could catch him and interrogate him. Domain. Bibi Dong has 3 domains, 2 martial soul domains and the killing god domain, and is very familiar with the domain ability. This kind of aura should be some kind of top-level or even super-quality plant-based martial spirit. Having just absorbed the energy of Zhou Suifeng's grass shield, Bibi Dong regained some clarity and began to think rationally. With Zhou Suifeng's current ability, no one would believe that it was blue silver grass unless he said it himself. 3 green lotuses were divided into 3 directions, protecting Zhou Suifeng in them. Bibi Dong was puzzled. It looked like a domain within a domain. 6th soul skill, life weaving. Dozens of blue-green sword knights emerged in the domain, divided into 2 groups, attacking the 2 Bibi Dongs from front and back. Bibi Dong in front raised her hand and threw out a purple-black spider web, while the clone Bibi Dong behind her projected dense green spider silk in the void in front of her. Only after the fight did they realize that its strength was far greater than the grass shield just now. The spider web and spider silk were easily shattered by the knights and came towards their bodies. With a heavy heart, Bibi Dong did not dare to be careless. The main body released the Death Spider Emperor domain. This plant martial soul domain based on vitality was restrained by the Death Spider Emperor. At the same time, the clone was controlled to use soul skills, and dense little spiders crawled out from under his feet, rushing into the domain one after another. 3 lotuses rotated at a constant speed. As soon as the little spiders rushed into the domain, they disappeared and purified silently. The Death Spider Emperor domain was just a stalemate with Zhou Suifeng, and neither could do anything to the other. A mere soul saint, my domain can't suppress it. Suddenly, Zhou Suifeng made a new move. Raised his sword. New green lotuses began to bloom continuously in the empty space of the domain, and then the Death Spider Emperor domain began to gradually fade away. Bibi Dong. What's the matter with this person? What's her background? Seeing her distracted, Zhou Suifeng seized the opportunity. The ground rioted, and more sword knights rushed out, and they were larger and faster. And he himself, sitting on the blue-silver flying swallow, instantly flew away. The speed of a flying swallow is faster than that of an eagle. The huge sharp spider spears tore the blue knights apart one by one. These were randomly combined, and without the primary products controlled by Zhou Suifeng, so their strength was average. A 6-winged light wing appeared behind Bibi Dong, and she was about to chase him, but suddenly she thought of something. The light wing disappeared, and the man retreated into the shadow of the woods. The next moment, a streak of fire flashed across the sky, and a figure hovered above the 2 people fighting. It was Lan. Looking at the messy traces below strangely. How did these 2 people bump into each other? Thinking for a moment, he did not chase in the direction where Zhou Suifeng disappeared. He turned back to the city. Bibi Dong watched Lan disappear with a gloomy face. At night, Lan appeared in an inn. Met Zhou Suifeng. How did you 2 fight? So. Lan was puzzled and then didn't bother to pay attention. You left a message in your space saying there's something good. What's that good? 153 Chapter 152 Kindness. 153. When Lan first came into contact with the gold of living beings, his reaction was exactly the same as Zhou Suifeng's. It felt like all the cells in his body were cheering and jumping for joy. He really wanted to take a bite. He shamelessly asked Jian Rongxia for a piece. Are you sure she won't act like an insane person like in the original novel? Zhou Suifeng was very serious, and Lan nodded solemnly. I am very sure and certain. In the original book, she was like that because she had been lurking for many years, and her spirit was affected by the filth of the royal family, which caused some abnormalities. Her attitude towards Tang San was also because she was deeply impressed by that setback, which led to some specious feelings. But now she experience, although I can't say that I have fully experienced all kinds of life, but at least there are 20 or 30. In battle, I have defeated her at least hundreds of times. In general, after my transformation, she has become a genuine top goddess. Whatever you want. Zhou Suifeng took out the portion that he had prepared long ago. Anyway, whoever has a problem with his people will be responsible. This is something that the 5 people did not mention explicitly but had already reached a consensus. Then, the 2 discussed the use of martial soul instinct to find soul beasts. When it was almost dawn, Zhou Suifeng left. I still have to deliver goods to Ning Yulan and Tianrui. I will pass through Nottingham on the way, and I will try to draw some blood from Yu Xiaogang. Should we also draw some blood from Flanders and Lu Erlong? It's safer to make 2, one for Luo Sanbao alone, and one for the 3 of them. It would be nice if we could draw blood once when they use the fusion technique. By the way, what about Tang Hao? According to the time development, he has already left a letter to Tang San. Where did he go? Have you found that Ayan in the cave has changed his skin and his soul bone is gone? I forgot to ask in Lan if there is any news about the destruction of the branch hall. Walking in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Zhou Suifeng made a simple disguise, restrained his soul power, and looked like an ordinary person. Yu Xiaogong's blood was easily drawn out. Found his residence, put a blue-silver flower in it, and hypnotized him. Draw some blood from him directly, and then draw some blood from Luo Sanbao. I thought that Luo Sanbao couldn't draw blood, but I just tried it, but it really came out. Its existence state is really strange. After getting the things, they planned to retreat immediately. What a coincidence, they met Tang San at the door. He just glanced at him inconspicuously, but Tang San was alert instantly. Zhou, it seems that without Xiao Wu, there is no other destiny pendant around him. Wait, without Xiao Wu as the trigger of blood rage, wouldn't he be in a calm and rational state at all times, which is not another kind of strengthening? Tang, this person's aura is so weird. Why does it remind me of the elders? Each of them pretended to be nothing and walked away. After losing sight of the figure, Tang San suddenly turned around and ran to the side of the gate, looking at the direction where Zhou Suifeng left, his eyes showing the way to death. In the end, he still had some concerns and did not chase him. At the herbal tea stall at the corner, Zhou Suifeng had his back to the direction of Nodding College. Should I take this opportunity to hypnotize Tang San? Xiantian Bailu and hidden weapons still have certain research value. He has used Xiantian Gong for tens of thousands of years, and there may be some unknown tricks in it. Oh, and there is gunpowder. There is a hidden weapon called Thunder Fire Needle that uses gunpowder in its formula. After drinking 2 cups of herbal tea, he gave up the idea. This matter is not very safe. It is better to let Xinian handle it. Although the blue-silver pollen has the effect of hypnosis and hallucination, it is not as hidden and invisible as Xinian's ability. As the original son of destiny, he should have some luck. If we can draw it and use it, maybe it will be much easier for us to find soul beasts. After secretly investigating for several days, Tang Hao really seems to be gone? But Zhou Suifeng was still cautious and did not appear in front of Tang San again. He used blue-silver grass to weave some mosquitoes and successfully obtained Tang San's blood. At that time, he would use this blood to make some guide beacons to see if it could help guide to find a suitable soul beast. They left Nodding City normally, took off, and delivered the things to Tianrui. Naturally, that guy also asked for a portion for Shui Binger. After thinking for a long time, Shui Binger finally accepted the enhanced Xian Shui pill, which means she agreed to the relationship with Tianrui. Since she accepted the Xian Shui pill, she naturally had to have the life gold. Although Tianrui might have considered it, Zhou Suifeng still reminded her. It might not be appropriate to give it to her directly. It would be safer to forge it and disguise it. She is different from Jian Rongxiu. Even if Jian Rongxiu put it on her forehead, no one would dare to snatch it, but Shui Binger, if someone noticed this treasure, she might lose everything. I know, I'll prepare it right away. Should we start the soul ring covering now? Should we use the sky blue bull python as the first soul ring of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, or continue to look for the thunder hell vine? After a moment of hesitation, Tianrui shook his head. I don't feel that my cultivation speed is declining. Let's wait and see and continue to look for the thunder hell vine. Okay. Once you get the heart of the sea god, you don't have to worry about anything. You can look for it all over the continent. Tang San is no longer a big deal. Tang Hao is still a bit troublesome, but as long as Tang Yin gets the Haoshan order and returns to the Haoshan sect, he is nothing. Break up with Tianrui and return to Tiandu City. Tianrui, ha ha ha, with this thing, I can study electric current propulsion with more confidence. On the way, I found a blacksmith shop, mixed some of the gold of living beings with other materials, and forged it with the Haoshan hammer martial spirit, intending to give it to the 3 sisters. It made 3 earrings. He didn't care about Ning Yulan and Duguyan, and let Ning Yulan make whatever style he wanted. What the hell? You can actually get this thing? Ning Yulan's eyes sparkled. This thing is of the same level as the fairy grass, and it doesn't have the limitations of the fairy grass. It's a panacea. Zhou Suifeng regretted. It's a pity that we don't have a way to develop our spiritual power. Remember that Huo Yuhao, with the help of Electrolux, used the gold of living beings to open up a vast sea of consciousness, an endless spiritual world. How difficult is this? Ning Yulan had a different opinion. We can use the visualization method. All things that are done are like dreams, bubbles, dew, and lightning. We should view them in this way. There are many protagonists in the heavens and the worlds who use the visualization method. We can give it a try. This is a method. Zhou Suifeng nodded. Then where can we go? Now. Ning Yulan frowned and thought for a moment, not appropriate, unless it is built in a small country or a remote place, otherwise it will have no effect, and it may attract the attention of Jiandaoliu. Okay, let's wait a little longer. 154 Chapter 153 Pass. 154. After delivering the things, he returned to Xue Luoquan's mansion. He handed over the information to the puppet and returned to his original position. It's strange, is Xue Qinghe so difficult to deal with? He is not dead yet. According to the information from the puppet, Zhao Gao arranged several ambushes during this period, but none of them succeeded. Every time Xue Qinghe suddenly changed his itinerary inexplicably, and missed the ambush by mistake. Zhao Gao is really a guy, he only knows how to ambush assassins. Is poisoning okay? Is seduction okay? Is Mr. Gao here? Speak of the devil, Zhao Gao is here. Zhou Suifeng transformed and went to meet him. What's up, Commander Zhao? The two sat cross-legged in the pavilion, facing each other. The action against the second prince is not going well. Mr. Gao is good at making medicine. How about making some poison? Good fellow, pretending to be ignorant when he knows the truth. Zhou Suifeng didn't believe that this guy didn't know where the poison in Xue Luoquan came from. Choose this kind of place. Is there someone in the corner? Planning to push me out as a scapegoat to attract Xue Yi's anger? Good idea. This is easy. Commander Zhao, rest assured, medicine and poison are inseparable. Come back to me in 3 days, and I will definitely satisfy you. In a flash, Zhou Suifeng had many new ideas in his mind. It would be nice to get away according to his plan, and then sneak into the palace and wait for an opportunity to get the location of the Hanhaikyunkan cover from Xue Yet. Is it too early to let Xue Qinghe die now? He pondered. It seems that Ning Fengzi has not yet cultivated enough confidence to control the power of the empire. Perhaps, he can be allowed to ascend the throne first and worship Ning Fengzi as the national teacher? The easiest way is to follow Xue Ke's route. Unfortunately, there is no suitable candidate. While stabilizing Xue Ke, we must also lure those nobles. If the process of controlling the empire is too chaotic, it will be detrimental to the creation of faith. Should I let Ning Yulan go back and persuade them? Or should I go in person? Wait. If you think about it from another angle. As long as you make those nobles feel that the Seven Treasures glazed sect can bring them greater benefits, isn't it enough? They may still rush to support Ning Fengzi to take the throne. If you think so, wouldn't it be appropriate to remove Xue Luoquan and keep Xue Qinghe? This real Xue Qinghe is already very close to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Following the new assumption, he deduced it. In the end, he still felt that this move was inappropriate. If Xue Qinghe becomes the new emperor, it will be an obstacle. His relationship with Kai Bao will affect Kai Bao's reputation if he takes the throne. It is best if the new emperor can make the empire a mess and make people angry. In this case, it will be legitimate and more acceptable for him to seize the throne. Got it. After Xue Luoquan ascended the throne, he guided him to attack Kai Bao. Kai Bao was forced to fight back to seize the throne. Well, it makes sense. He. A few days later, Zhao Gao took some poison from Zhou Suifeng. I didn't expect Zhao Gao to be so cruel and poisonous. Xue Qinghe and Xue Beng were both poisoned one after another. Xue Xing was very shocked. Xue Beng was well hidden in his house, but he was poisoned without any sound. He hurried to the palace to report, but bumped into the person who came to report Xue Qinghe's poisoning. His pupil shrank, and Xue Xing stood still. The prince is going to be wiped out. Originally, Xue Zhanghai died inexplicably while hunting soul beasts. He suspected that Xue Luoquan was behind it, but after Xue Luoquan was poisoned, Xue Qinghe was late to come back. He suspected Xue Qinghe and hurriedly called Xue Beng back. But at this moment, he was a little confused. Xue Qinghe and Xue Luoquan, who is the mastermind behind this? Poisoning oneself, such a dangerous thing, can be done, no matter which one, it is not trivial. Such a cruel and intolerant person, once he becomes the emperor, the ministers will probably suffer. But if it is the people he supports, I am afraid they will not think so. No poison, no hero. When Xue Ye knew it, he hurriedly sent people to invite Yero and Ning Fengzi again, but Shui Beng was already cold. The body was stiff. Shui King he was still struggling. This poison is strong, the fourth prince's cultivation is not enough, and his body is usually weak. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. Shui Ye seemed to have aged 10 years. Even with the cane, his body was very shaky and he could not stand steadily. Thank you, both of you, I am fine. Master Ning, do you have any news about His Majesty Douluo? He was very nervous. Although Shui King he was suspended, he could die at any time. Shui Luoquan was still lying in bed. He had been lying there for such a long time and was so deeply poisoned that even if he could be detoxified, he didn't know how healthy his body would be. Can he stand up? Can he have a child? He was anxious and only hoped that Douluo would appear as soon as possible. At this moment, Douluo was his savior. Ning Fengzi shook his head. He really didn't know. Douluo's whereabouts were erratic and he had no way of knowing. Your Majesty, please rest assured. With Ms. Ye here, the two princes will be fine for a while. I'll go to the academy to see if Xiao Yan can contact His Majesty Douluo. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. I'll go and get someone for you right away. Of course there is no problem contacting Douluo. But Ning Yulan pressed Douluo Yan's action first. He was thinking that he might be able to directly lock the location of the Hanhaikyun can cover through Douluo. Or even ask for it directly. But if he asks for it directly, isn't it too purposeful? No matter how strong it is, try it. It's not a loss if it fails. It depends on whether Shui Ye is willing to use it to save his two sons. A few days later. The midsummer afternoon makes people drowsy. Zhou Suifeng got a bunch of strange materials and prepared the liquid medicine. He was idle anyway, so he tried to research some nutrient solution to accelerate the growth of crops. Maybe he could get the position of the god of agriculture. He. Zhao Gao appeared quietly. Mr. Gao, Shui Luoquan is ambitious but incompetent. If we conspire with him, the end will be worrying. If we wait for him to wake up and wait for the result of us too, it may not be good. I have seen many examples in these years with him. I thought he would threaten directly, but it turned out that he first appealed to his emotions and moved him with reason. I just don't know which family is behind this guy. At this stage, the most likely person who will stir up trouble is Bibi Dong, but it is not ruled out that it is some hidden sect or family that has never appeared. Isn't what Commander Zhao said a bit too much? Although His Highness is slightly inferior to the other two, isn't our existence to help him make up for it? His Highness has saved my life. If I leave him now, wouldn't it be ungrateful? The character role-playing has to continue. First, let's find out the background of this guy. Mr. Gao is loyal and righteous, but a good bird chooses a tree to live in. The situation is always changing like flowing water. It's too late to regret if you don't see the opportunity early. If you really appreciate the kindness of the old master, we can help you sell the coffin and the bad thumb. 155 Chapter 154 The shadow of the spirit hall is everywhere. 155. From what Commander Zhao said, has he found a new home? Or, you were not His Highness's man from the beginning? Zhao Gao did not answer. Zhou Suifeng did not hold back and asked instead. I just have some ability to make medicine, and my martial soul is ordinary. I wonder why you are so fond of it. Mr. Gao, you are joking. The level of medicine and poison making you have is beyond the reach of ordinary people. As for martial soul, I don't think that someone who can cultivate blue-silver grass to this level will be ordinary. Zhou Suifeng sat up straight after a slight pause. Blue-silver grass. Zhao Gao smiled as if he had no idea. Others may not be able to see it, but unfortunately, my martial soul has a special sensitivity to plant martial souls, and I have also come into contact with some soul masters who have awakened blue-silver grass. Although Mr. Gao's martial soul is very different from ordinary blue-silver grass, after comprehensive comparison, it should be blue-silver grass without a doubt. It doesn't matter whether the truth of the spirit is exposed or not. Zhou Suifeng just doesn't want to attract too much attention. It's rare to see a blue-silver grass that has cultivated to a high-level spirit master. Just tell me, who does Commander Zhao belong to? Spirit Hall. Some surprises, but not many. Just a little curious, when did Bibi Dong arrange this person? Are there more people from the Spirit Hall under the command of others? Mr. Gao, if Shui Luoquan can help you, the Spirit Hall can also help you. If we can't help you, we can still help you. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is just an ant trying to shake a tree in front of the spirit hall, and the current pope is a man of great talent and ambition. If Mr. Gao can get the favor of the pope, helping to take revenge is just a piece of cake. It's not impossible to join the spirit hall, but there is already an Enlan in it, and he is in a high position, so he is redundant. Now that Zhao Gao's identity has been figured out, Zhou Suifeng is too lazy to deal with it anymore. What if I don't want to join the spirit hall? What does Commander Zhao want? Could it be that he wants to tell His Majesty that the poison that the two princes were poisoned by was all from my hands? Mr. Gao really doesn't want to join the spirit hall. Zhao Gao was puzzled. The current pope is beautiful and powerful. Isn't this attractive? He said it was not false. As long as Zhou Suifeng could be valued by the pope, helping to take revenge would be a piece of cake. The only thing he didn't say was that he wanted to raise his status under the pope through Zhou Suifeng. Loyalty and loyalty? Stop it. The spirit hall doesn't have what I want. That's really a pity. I've been getting along very well with Mr. Gao during this period. I hope we can have the opportunity to work together in the future. Since Mr. Gao doesn't want to, please forgive me for everything that happens next. It's okay. Commander Zhao, please do as you please. Zhao Gao sighed. The spirit possessed him and smashed the teacup. He drank loudly. The one who poisoned the two princes is here, quickly capture him. Spears and sharp arrows pierced through the doors and windows, and several soul power shocks directly smashed the small pharmacy. The army formation outside the house was revealed, the Royal Knights. Zhao Gao simply fought a move, pretending to be defeated, but in fact he was not an opponent, and turned over to join the encirclement. A knight rode out of the encirclement with a spear in his hand. Gao Ren. Surrender, wait for us to investigate, and we can still keep you. The blue-silver flower buds dispersed, and Zhou Suifeng walked out. Turned his head and looked around. There are not enough people. Countless grass leaves rushed into the sky. After more than 10 minutes, half of the prince's mansion was reduced to ruins. Zhou Suifeng was beaten into pieces by the knights' spears and soul skills, and was covered with pieces on the left and right. The knights left a team to clean up the scene, and the others retreated. Go back and report to Shui Yat. Zhao Gao felt a little weird. Just accepting his fate so easily. If it were him, he would have to shout something like Zhao Gao is an undercover agent of the spirit hall before dying, causing some trouble to the other party. What a pity, the specific information has not been reported to the Pope in time. He originally planned to wait for Zhou Suifeng to accept the olive branch, then compile it into a book and upload it to the Spirit City. Now it is not necessary. When Zhou Suifeng was beaten to death, Douluo was treating the two princes. As a titled Douluo, even the emperor has to be respectful. Although there are enough troops to surround and kill titled Douluo, which titled Douluo would be stupid enough to stay there and fight against the army. And that said, I have never really seen an army surround and kill a titled Douluo. Even with Shui Ye by his side, Douluo did not lower his posture. This poison is a bit tricky. It's not acting, Douluo really feels something is wrong. It was obviously a highly toxic substance, but he felt a kind of vitality that was opposite to the poison. It was really puzzling. So far, he had never seen such an unreasonable thing in his practice of poison. Extract some for research. Then he started to do business. I can cure this poison, but it is very costly and may damage the root. Shui Ye naturally understood and said hurriedly. Your Majesty, please tell me. As long as the Empire can do it, I will never refuse. With a dry cough, Douluo's tone was a little erratic. I need the vast sea universe cover, please borrow. No problem. As long as your Majesty can save them, the universe cover will be presented immediately. It is said to be a national treasure, but in fact it is just that. Shui Ye's concern for this thing is not as important as the 5 people imagined. It is just a soul guide, at most the skills are a bit powerful. Hand-high body shield, invisibility, breath elimination, defense. Immobilization shield, locks on to a target with less than 3 times the spiritual power, suppresses it, controls its movement, and takes advantage. Raging waves, inputs all the soul power of the user to form a raging sea wave, group attack. Qian Kun Po Mo, single attack. Although it is a bit painful, it is worth it as long as it can get 2 sons back. Shui Ye secretly decided that he had to have more children in the future. It was too unsafe to have 2 children in a short time with only 4 children. With more children, there might be a cultivation genius like the third child. I need. Douluo said a string of names of medicinal herbs and poisonous plants, and when Shuye was ready, he took the two people away directly. He first prepared to detoxify himself, but he almost killed one of them. The antidote made by using the toxins extracted from the two people's bodies to experiment can obviously detoxify, but when the two people took it, it stimulated the toxins in their bodies to become more active. Is this poison? Why does it feel more like something alive? Douluo studied for a long time and developed a strong interest. It is rare to see a living poison. But he couldn't continue to treat it. Take it to Ning Yulan secretly and let him arrange the people to detoxify themselves. Stinky boy, you have a capable person under your command. This kind of poison is the first time I have seen it. Call the person out. I want to communicate with him. If you have a chance in the future, you must help Grandpa arrange it. Ning Yulan handed Douluo 2 seeds. The blue-silver grass seeds condensed by Zhou Suifeng. Death is naturally impossible. The puppets made by life-weaving were smashed into pieces in the mansion. I had already drilled into the ground when the house was broken. Put this on their chests, and the poison will be removed. 156 Chapter 155 Distrust. 156. Hide it so well. Douluo was dissatisfied. I've already boarded your pirate ship, Yan will soon marry you, and you still don't trust me. Douluo was a little angry. I've already done this and that, and a mere subordinate can't tell me? Are you afraid that I will betray you? What you said makes sense, we are a little too cautious. But please forgive me, it's necessary to be cautious when doing this kind of thing. A figure walked out of the shadows. Douluo narrowed his eyes and frowned. It's Mang Jun. Zhou Suifeng cupped his hands and said modestly. It's such a humble thing that I'm so honored by you, I'm terrified. Douluo snorted coldly, panic, I see your big teeth are almost on your forehead, and you are still panic? He became more and more curious about the relationship between the two. From the we in this guy's mouth, the relationship between the two was not a relationship of superiors and subordinates, but equal status. But he was too lazy to ask again. He wanted to exchange drug-making experience, but he was already long-winded. If he asked about the relationship between the two, he would probably refuse. He threw the vast sea universe cover to Ning Yulan and left directly with 2 seeds. The old man is angry. It's okay, just let Douluo coax it in a few days. The two of them studied the vast sea universe cover together for a while, and carefully did not use mental power to touch it. If I remember correctly, Tang San used mental power to detect it, and then this thing went directly into his head? Ning Yulan recalled for a moment. Is that so? Why do I remember that there seemed to be drops of blood? Who cares, we don't need it now anyway. After playing with it for a while, he let Zhou Suifeng take it away. Since he already had it, he didn't have to bother sneaking into the palace. Next, he had to find a soul beast that could cover the golden feathered phoenix. It was safer for him to take it. Is there any news from the Xingluo Empire? The Zhu sisters had been hanging around in the Tiandu Royal Academy for so long, but the Xingluo Empire didn't receive any news? They looked down on the Tiandu Empire so much, and they didn't plant anyone? Seeing Ning Yulan shaking his head, Zhou Suifeng felt very strange. Could it be that there are people on the Xingluo side that we don't know about who are helping to cover up the information? I'll just go over and take a look. Zhou Suifeng replied. Next, he planned to go directly to the deepest part of the Sunset Forest, then turn to the core area of the Death Canyon, and go to the Xingluo Empire in the third wave to search for the Thunder Hellvine and check on the situation of the Dai family. Finally, he went to the exit of the Killing City to wait for Tang Yin to come out. After detoxification, Douluo threw the people back to the palace, and then found a place to study the strange toxins extracted from the two. After Shui Luoquan woke up, he cried bitterly and hugged Shui Yat. His words were full of happy childhood life. He also had a deep brotherly love for Shui Qinghe. It looks like a happy family. Alas, if the third brother was still alive. Shui Yi's words made the warm atmosphere stagnate. Father, the dead are gone. Although the third brother is gone, you still have me and the second and fourth brothers. I believe the spirit of the third brother is in heaven, and I don't want to see you worrying about him all day. The fourth brother is gone. What? Shui Luoquan was shocked. What's going on? What happened? Father, how could the fourth brother be gone? He was sincere and didn't show any pretense. Xue Qinghe looked at him and felt a little strange. The eldest brother had a normal relationship with the three of them, so was he really so sad? It's possible that the eldest brother was a cold-hearted person. Father, have you found out who poisoned us? Speaking of this, Xue Ye glanced at Xue Luoquan. Xue Luoquan's heart skipped a beat. Exposed? Go back and screen all the people in your house. Xue Ye scolded harshly, and seemed to want to give Xue Luoquan a few slaps in the face. Don't take anyone into your house. Xue Luoquan? After a while, Xue Ye explained the results of the investigation to the two. The retainers in Xue Luoquan's mansion had a grudge against the Kaibao Liulai sect, but because they could not deal with Kaibao, they took revenge on the second prince who was related to Kaibao. As for Xue Luoquan being poisoned first, it was to test the effect of the toxin on him. This is all. What's the connection? Xue Qinghe looked puzzled, but the person was already dead. There was no way to verify it further, so he could only believe this statement. Xue Luoquan knew who Xue Ye was talking about, but he felt a little sorry. The aphrodisiac was very effective. I wonder if the prescription was left. Other than that, there was no extra emotion. Okay, there's nothing important recently. You can go back and rest for a while. The two of them were back to being lively and active, and Xue Ye was no longer worried. His words had regained a hint of his previous attitude. Xue Luoquan said goodbye and left the hall, feeling indignant. Old man. He almost wanted to give up the next action because of the deep father-son love just now, but he didn't expect it to last only a few minutes. He walked out of the palace quickly and had to go back to ask Zhao Gao what to do. Why did Xue Beng die first instead of Xue Qinghe? Father, I'm leaving too. With a lot of doubts in his heart, Xue Qinghe slowly left the palace. The two recovered, Xue Ye was relieved, and also picked up the previous idea, to have a few more children. In case of emergency. Come here. Send. Back to the mansion, Zhao Gao was called over and questioned. What did you do? What's the point of killing Xue Beng first? Xue Qinghe is the biggest worry. Don't worry, Your Highness, the second prince will not live for more than a month. That's fine. Xue Luoquan believed it, and when he thought about it again, he still felt a little regretful. Why did you push Mr. Gao out? Your Highness. Zhao Gao had a plan in mind, with a sad face. You can only gain something if you lose something. If you don't come up with a reasonable reason, you can't convince your majesty. Forget it, let him die. Do you have backups of the medicines he researched? It happened suddenly, your majesty needed it urgently, and I had no time to prepare. Xue Luoquan sighed. The effect of the aphrodisiac was really good, and the elixir that improved talent had not been researched. Zhao Gao didn't know the existence of the Xian Shui pill. Only Xue Luoquan and the confidant who went on the expedition with him at that time knew about it. After Xue Qinghe died, the man was arranged by Xue Luoquan to join the army. More than half a month later, Xue Qinghe was ambushed and killed on the way to the Royal Academy. The person who took action was suspected to be a kind of tiger spirit. Under the guidance of someone with a heart, he contacted the Xingluo Empire. Everyone was in an uproar. Some people felt that they needed to protest to the Xingluo Empire and send an envoy to hold them accountable. But there was no evidence. The peace faction maintained the case and nothing happened. Xue Ye was extremely sad, but he could only be furious and sad. At the funeral, there were many mourners. Ning Fengzi sighed silently. Xue Qinghe was a mediocre person, not as good as the best but better than the worst. The relationship between the two sides was pretty good. Yin. It was really speechless that an illustration could not be reviewed more than 10 times. 157 Chapter 156 Are you happy? 157. Seeing Xue Qinghe's body, Xue Luoquan was very happy. But half a month later, he was no longer happy. Not only did he not wait for the news of the establishment of the prince, but there was also news that the concubine was pregnant in the palace. Damn old guy! He would rather bet on a new kid than give me the position of prince. At such an old age, he is not afraid of dying on a woman. The study was smashed to pieces, and he was furious. Your Highness, please don't be angry. I think this is a good thing. Glancing at him, Xue Luoquan looked ferocious, panting, and glaring at Zhao Gao. Waiting for his explanation, if it's not good. Your Highness said it himself, His Majesty is old, and there is a high possibility that it is really like that. Zhao Gao was disdainful in his heart, but he was still respectful on the surface. As long as we add a little fuel to the fire, what else can His Majesty do? You want your highness to kill the king? Xue Luoquan's face was cold and felt very strange, as if he was talking about this matter from the perspective of an observer. It was not dissatisfaction or fear, but something else. Suspecting that Zhao Gao had ulterior motives. No, no, no. Your highness, how can this be called regicide? We just presented some things he needed at the request of His Majesty. When those little princes are born, they will not be your opponents. Ha ha ha. Makes sense. What Shuye needs now is a woman who is easy to give birth to, and medicine. Xue Luoquan handed this matter to others. He had some doubts about Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao knew it, but he didn't care. As long as Xue Luoquan took the throne, his work would be done. Xue Luoquan thought that after he became the emperor, the handle in the hands of the spirit hall would be useless, but on the contrary, it would be more useful at that time. The excitement in the city had nothing to do with Zhou Suifeng. He explored intelligence in the Sunset Forest, excluded the places he had passed before, sat on the blue-silver flying eagle, circled over the forest for several days, and directly locked onto the core area and landed. As usual, the breath of blue-silver grass covered itself. As soon as he landed, he sensed the breath of a powerful soul beast. He groped his way closer. He saw its true appearance. This appearance looks like some kind of lizard-like sub-dragon soul beast. A slight test. It seems to be a soul beast with wind attribute power. Keep it in mind for now. By passing it, continue to go deeper. After running a long way, he entered the territory of the next soul beast. High-level soul beasts have a strong sense of territory and occupy a large area. Walking around, I didn't realize that there were more than 1 month have passed. The soul beasts that Zhou Suifeng saw opened his eyes. More than half of them were powerful sub-dragon soul beasts, mainly with water and fire attributes. In addition, there were 2 spiders, the Ice Mist Spider King, which could release extremely corrosive water poison and spider thorns. Another nether phantom spider had the ability to be invisible and camouflaged. It was non-toxic, but had super strong attack and defense that ordinary power-type soul beasts did not have. A tiger soul beast with black fur that could release a dark blue flame. Write it down. Continue to go inside. Finally saw a bird, and it happened to be a fire attribute, not bad. It's just that it's hard to tell what race it is from the appearance. What the hell? What kind of soul beast is this? A lion with a single horn, bright yellow hair all over, seems to be glowing in the sun? I don't know it. Write it down, leave a message in the space, and let Lan check the information of the spirit hall. Is this the phoenix tree? Entered the area that may be the center. A sycamore tree that blocked out the sun and sky was found. It seemed to be the blue-silver king in the blue-silver forest. It emitted obvious energy fluctuations, but there was no trace of soul beasts. It made people feel strange. He habitually sent out blue-silver filaments and drilled into the sycamore tree to investigate. But the blue-silver filaments that entered the tree went out of control. They even spread directly to the martial spirit. Without panic, Zhou Suifeng took the opportunity to carefully analyze this power. It feels like it's been purified. The sunlight of the morning light. No. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly released the domain. He cut off the connection with the blue-silver filaments and retreated. The next moment, a golden flame like gold appeared out of thin air and evaporated the blue-silver filaments. Looking up, he saw an orange-red round pupil that was bigger than a human head. There is a soul beast on this tree? The sycamore tree, could it be a phoenix? Judging from the pupils, the size is definitely not small. If there is no deformity, it should be a few points larger than the Titan giant ape. Looking into its eyes, Zhou Suifeng had an extremely contradictory feeling. The vibrant growth of all things, the absolute fire that destroys all things. What kind of soul beast is this? With the vast sea and heaven cover, it is safe enough, so let's give it a try. Spreading his palm, several thick blue-silver grasses were woven into a blue-green spear. After a slight aim, Zhou Suifeng threw it with all his strength. It poked on the leaves of the phoenix tree, but it could not move forward. After persisting for a few seconds, it slowly dried up and shattered. It seemed a little surprised, and turned its head to look at the blue-silver grass that was gradually turning into ashes. Suddenly it cried to the sky and spread its wings to fly into the air. What is this? At first glance, it seemed to be a red kite, but most of its body was orange-red and golden feathers, and the end of the feathers was a fiery red color. The tail feathers were slender and elegant, and there were several long red eyebrow feathers on its eyebrows. Looking at this body, it must be related to the phoenix. Found it, the first choice to cover the golden feathered phoenix. This feeling of light and holiness, the twin of hope and destruction, is absolutely amazing. Even if it is given to an angel, it is not bad. Just don't know how old it is. Switch to the golden feathered Luan bird martial soul. Zhou Suifeng tried to sense it more carefully. Very good, can feel the throbbing deep in the blood, about the desire for evolution. Hello, can you talk? Try to communicate. If it can talk, then 90% is a 100,000-year soul beast. Look up. However, it not only did not answer, but flapped its wings. Within the field of vision, the sky and the earth changed color. The flames condensed into countless materialized feathers, shooting at Zhou Suifeng. Cancel the golden feathered Luan bird and quickly switch back to the blue silver grass martial soul. Domain unfolds, step by step, lotus. All methods are invulnerable. The fire feather fell, and was dispelled 2 meters away from Zhou Suifeng, and restored to pure soul power. With one hand, Zhou Suifeng pinched the seal, and the lotus around him accelerated the rotation. Countless blue-silver grasses quickly intertwined behind him. After a moment, a statue of the Green Emperor rose from the ground. Holding a long sword, he was at the same height as the unknown soul beast flying in the air. It was so fast that he drew his sword and killed it. The soul beast was not afraid. It flapped its wings and floated in the air, its pupils lit up with divine light, and its whole body was shining. It cried again, and Zhou Suifeng felt dizzy for a moment. With my current negative resistance level, I can still feel dizzy? Is it an indiscriminate forced judgment? The dizziness did not last long, and the control of the statue was not affected at all. The green long sword fell. The soul beast opened its mouth, and a pillar of fire shot out of the void in front of it, fighting desperately with the long sword. I silently calculated the intensity of the flame in the air, and I had a bottom line in my heart. I planned to retreat and go back to ask Ning Yulan to come over to cover the martial soul for the golden feathered Luan bird. It would be better for him to come, as there was not much space on Zhou Suifeng. However, I have to try again. After half an hour, Zhou Suifeng had a rough idea of the ability of this guy, and he quickly retreated. He sneaked back quietly to make sure that it had not moved, and then really left the forest. Blue-haired Poseidon. 158 Chapter 157. 158. West. Ning Yulan was leading the team in training. Received the signal from the little grass man. The team training ends here today, and we have free time in the afternoon. Called Duguyan, whispered a few words, and quickly went to meet Zhou Suifeng. After listening to Zhou Suifeng's description, he calculated it and went directly. With the current abilities of the two, even if it is really a 100,000-year soul beast, it is not a problem. After he absorbs the soul beast, it will cover Enlan and Tianrui. The only ones left to be covered are the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. For the former, since Tianrui has 0 soul rings now, he can absorb it himself. As for the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, none of the 4 has broken through to the 9th level yet, so it will take some time to cover it. Enter the Sunset Forest and go straight to the place where the soul beast is. Use the vast sea universe cover to become invisible, eliminate the breath and quietly approach. The 2 of them each accumulate strength, prepare for a sneak attack, and take it down. Zhou Suifeng directly opens the martial soul true body, domain plus the 6th soul skill, and uses the highest intensity blue-silver grass. This guy's flame intensity is very high, and it also comes with purification ability, and he can't break free for a while. Ning Yulan took the opportunity to use the concentrated 5-color divine light to penetrate its brain. Perfect. The action went very smoothly. There was a huge blood hole on the soul beast's head, more than 1 meter in diameter, and its head was drooping. There was no breath of life. However, there was no soul ring. Isn't this guy a soul beast? The 2 were shocked. Could it be a similar primeval alien species, a 10-headed scorching sun snake? The blue-silver filaments carefully searched. There is no inner elixir here either. It can't be that this guy doesn't even have 10 years of cultivation. The 2 drilled around in the tree. The color of the soul beast's feathers was mixed with the leaves of the sycamore tree. If you don't look carefully, it's even difficult to distinguish. carefully check, trying to find the abnormality of this soul beast. But it didn't find that the wound on its head ignited flames and regenerated at a high speed. The moment the wound was completely healed, the whole body ignited golden flames at the same time. The two were caught off guard and were entangled in flames. They jumped out of the tree in a hurry. They were almost burned to death. After leaving the range of the phoenix tree, Zhou Suifeng treated them and recovered their injuries. Their clothes were a little damaged, so they first wove 2 sets of blue-silver grass, which were beautiful and had excellent defensive functions. Nirvana rebirth. The two looked up. It flew high, soaring in the air with flames and dust falling, beautiful. If the flames were turned black, the wings would be bathed in the black flames of doomsday, like the wings of death. I am the end of all things, I am the catastrophe. But this flying kite, which looks very related to the phoenix, does not have any appearance of destruction, but has a feeling of vitality and the germination of all things. The blue-silver grass that was originally wrapped around it was the highest strength blue-silver grass that Zhou Suifeng could currently make. Suddenly lost contact. It was assimilated bit by bit into the flames surrounding it. After circling twice in the air, it suddenly made a high-pitched and empty cry, which was sharp but not harsh, but made people feel relaxed and refreshed, and their souls were cleansed. This guy has divinity. Zhou Suifeng made a sharp judgment. Divinity. Ning Yulin was surprised. How can a mere soul beast have divinity? Could it have fallen from the god realm? If it really came from the god realm, shouldn't it hang us up and beat us? If it really came from the god realm, even the weakest priest would not necessarily be its opponent. Don't forget, there is more than one god realm in this world. Moreover, in this world, are there not enough creatures from different time and space? Tang San, dark demon evil god tiger, 10-headed fiery sun snake, and us. If I guess correctly, this guy should be considered a divine beast according to the rules of Douluo. I just don't know if it is local. If WTF. Before Zhou Suifeng finished his speculation, a surprising scene appeared in the sky. Hundreds of birds pay homage to the phoenix, and thousands of birds gather. Countless birds flew in from all directions. Circling around it, the inner circle was soul beasts, and the outer circle was ordinary birds. During the circling, they were constantly infected by the flames on its body, and one by one they turned into small golden firebirds. Soul Beast King? No, King of Birds? Is there really such a thing? Ning Yulin felt that he had learned something new. Then he realized that with so many birds, there would be a big trouble. What do you say? Continue, or strategically retreat? What are you afraid of? Go after it. Zhou Suifeng was not afraid at all. With a clap of his hands, the ground shook, and countless blue-silver grasses rose from the ground, entwined left and right, and also woven into a huge green divine bird. Ning Yulin activated all the soul rings and attached them all. The divine bird that was given life could automatically fight with only 2 people, simply maintaining the energy supply. Carrying the 2 people, he rushed into the sky. Although it may be a divine beast, it is not very strong now. We have plenty of opportunities. Sitting cross-legged on its back, Zhou Suifeng took out the vast sea universe cover again to recover his soul power. The 2 of them input their soul power together. First came a vast sea tide. It was like the collapse of Mount Buzhu, and endless water poured down. The birds that flew in because of its call immediately cleared a space. They were caught in the waves and fell to the ground. They cleared the combat space and took the opportunity to go straight to the center. Because of the backup hidden energy, the soul power of the 2 recovered quickly. When the divine bird under their feet approached the opponent, they directly used a vast sea immobilization cover. It was obvious that its mental power was not more than 3 times that of the 2 people. It was bound by the sea blue illusory energy and was blocked in place and could not move. It was killing him while he was sick. Zhou Suifeng raised his hand, and the blue-silver grass in his palm gathered into a long sword like gold and iron, and slashed at its slender neck. Beheaded. After the immobilization shield was removed, it lost its life force again and fell straight to the ground. But there was still no soul ring rising. A few minutes later, it was reborn again. The battle resumed. After 2 days and 1 night of continuous fierce fighting, the 2 killed it 18 times in total. After each rebirth, it would be more difficult to deal with. Finally, the soul ring appeared. It should be a soul ring, but the process of its appearance was extremely strange. This 18th time, after fighting for a whole night, the 2 used the martial soul fusion technique and burst out the electric current to push it, blasting its head, piercing its heart, breaking its wings, and then killing it. Then its whole body ignited flames again, more intense than every time before. But this time it did not regenerate, but the flames on its whole body quickly gathered to a certain center point, and its body gradually disappeared in the process of burning. Finally, all the flames condensed into a strange golden red soul ring. Ning Yulan switched to the golden feathered Luan bird martial soul and tried to pull it. There was movement. It proved that this was a soul ring, but the process of its appearance made people very suspicious. Never mind, the worst that can happen is that I will die once. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he planned to absorb it directly. Wait a minute. Zhou Suifeng suddenly had a wonderful idea. He hurriedly said, try to pull it all the way to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The energy there is relatively abundant. If this soul ring allows the martial soul to evolve, the abundant energy can save some time and can also block the movement. 159 Chapter 158 99,999 years. 159. It's a good idea, but I don't know if it will work. Most soul masters absorb the soul ring on the spot after killing the soul beast and pull the soul ring to other places. I don't know if anyone has done it. It doesn't hurt to try it. Zhou Suifeng used blue-silver grass to weave a cow to carry 2 people. Ning Yulan released soul power on the cow's back like fishing to lure the soul ring. The soul ring really floated over valley. Ning Yulan absorbed the soul ring normally, and Zhou Suifeng turned back to check the growth of various medicinal herbs. Before he could make any move, Ning Yulan suddenly burst into flames. The flames were steaming, and he could not be seen at all. Only an unidentified flying bird that looked down on everything could be vaguely seen between the jumping flames. But it seemed that there was no danger to his life. Zhou Suifeng looked for a while, then turned to look for medicinal herbs. A few minutes passed. Why does it feel a little heavy? The air inexplicably became a little heavy, and Zhou Suifeng stood up. It seemed that some kind of pressure that could not be directly seen began to appear around him. Gulp gurgle gurgle. A strange sound. Zhou Suifeng turned his head. In the distance, the spring water of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was bubbling, and the sound was so loud that it could be heard here. What's going on? Zhou looked puzzled, but a palpitation suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that something extraordinary was about to come out. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng was secretly alert. In addition to the fairy grass in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the most amazing thing should be the dragon soul below. Are the two coming out? Why are they coming out suddenly? Looking back at Ning Yulan who was still emitting fire, what is the connection between the two? The bubbles rolling in the spring became bigger and bigger, and the flames on Ning Yulan behind him became more and more intense. Half an hour later, the flames in the spring subsided at the same time. Ning Yulan opened his eyes, his expression was a little excited, and he just said a word. The spring exploded, and 2 red and blue dragon shadows rushed out. The figure was a little illusory, but in an instant it occupied the entire field of vision of Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulan, and the huge figure filled the valley. The sky changed color, and in the sunset forest, all the soul beasts lay on the ground and trembled. The two swallowed their saliva and dared not move at all. The indescribable super-strong pressure seemed to grab the brains of the 2 people and rub them, and pinch their hearts loosely and tightly. The 2 dragons didn't care about Zhou Suifeng at all, and stared at Ning Yulan, with vigilant eyes, but a little confused. Really came out? Shouldn't they be in a daze at this time? Phoenix. They didn't speak, but let the 2 hear their meaning clearly. Ning Yulan hurriedly explained, describing the ability of the soul beast from beginning to end, and the process of absorbing the soul ring. Ning Yulan felt an indescribable sight sweeping through his body inside and out. The 2 dragons didn't say anything, as if they didn't find what they cared about, and their figures faded and disappeared. Zhou Suifeng's heart moved, and he spoke loudly. Wait a moment, 2 dragon kings. They ignored it. Zhou Suifeng was helpless, but he still said his words quickly. I have a friend whose martial soul has the appearance of a true dragon. If the 2 dragon kings can live in him and help him improve his martial soul, he can also revive the 2 of you when he becomes a god. The valley was empty, and Zhou Suifeng's voice echoed. The 2 dragons did not respond. Just when he felt disappointed, the voice of the Water Dragon King or the Fire Dragon King appeared in Zhou Suifeng's ears. The appearance of a true dragon. Zhou Suifeng summoned the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Another similar voice, but it sounded very hot, was disdainful. Too weak. Is this also called the appearance of a true dragon? It seems that the one in front was the Water Dragon King. Compared to the two Dragon Kings, he is naturally weak. But we have already grasped the key to becoming a god. Zhou Suifeng bowed to the void in front of him. As long as you are willing to help, maybe we can shorten some time. If we become gods, we can help you revive. If we fail, it won't be a big loss for you. The voice of the Water Dragon King reappeared. Bring him here to see. It's done, this is already 50% successful. The two left the forest. On the way, Ning Yulan summoned his martial soul, and the golden feathered phoenix had changed greatly. The original form was somewhat like a combination of the blue phoenix and the golden rock, and it was closer to the golden rock, but now the slender body and the misty golden red feathers looked no different from the phoenix in the five people's cognition. It's incredible, just a change in a soul ring. The ability can be said to be very strong. The sacred fire. The ultimate control of the flame element can change the temperature, shape, and even it is a characteristic. Attack, defense, and even healing can be done. The flame itself has sacred, bright, and solar attributes. It has a super judgment effect on evil forces and can also dispel negative states. It's a pity that it is not 100,000 years old, but only 99,999 years old. I don't know why such a powerful soul beast has not broken through the 100,000 year limit. In addition, the intensity of the martial soul flame has been greatly improved. The two people feel that even if it is not the ultimate fire, it should be not far away. If one or two soul rings with similar attributes are added, it should be possible. When I absorbed it, some memory images appeared in my mind. Golden blood rain fell from the sky. The residual soul was not shaken strongly. The two killed it 18 times in a row. Its physical recovery was good, but its mental exhaustion did not seem to recover very well. Zhou Suifeng was confused and didn't understand. But the improvement of the martial soul is a good thing. Then he said strangely. Isn't it said that the dragon and the phoenix are auspicious, and they belong to the ranks of top beasts, but why did I feel that the two of them seemed to be very hostile before? Who knows this? Zhou Suifeng spread his hands. Perhaps the dragons and phoenixes in this universe are in a hostile relationship. Leave a message in the space and contact Lan and Tian Rui. Agree on the time to cover the martial soul, and let Tian Rui hurry up and have a good discussion with the two dragon kings. As long as they can convince them, there will be a smooth road ahead, not only to improve the martial soul. There is also Dragon Valley. Although the five people have not read the content of the third part before, they heard that Dragon Valley is the cemetery of the Dragon Clan. Not only are there high-level soul bones everywhere, but there is also a super artifact. With the help of the two Dragon Kings, it should not be difficult to find Dragon Valley. Everyone has a fixed time to check the movement in the space Jing. The message was soon discovered by others. The five people gathered in the space after a long absence. Ning Yulan first gave Tian Rui the golden-winged phoenix with a soul ring attached. No, it should be renamed golden-winged red phoenix. Tian Rui closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then nodded to the four people. The new golden-winged red phoenix completely absorbed the advantages of both, and the original abilities were all intact. After evolving into a phoenix body, the original abilities were even more prominent. He gave the new martial soul to Lan and Ning Yulan. After finishing, he asked Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin. Do you two want it? This new golden feathered scarlet phoenix martial soul. Should we take it or not? If we take it, we can directly improve the soul power level of the two people. A soul ring that is very close to 100,000 years old can directly improve the soul power of the two people by at least 3 levels at their current levels. Tang Yin can directly obtain the 8th soul ring when he comes out, and Zhou Suifeng can become a soul Douluo in less than half a year. If we don't take it, leave 2 vacancies, and we can cover this martial soul in the later stage. But I'm afraid there will be no new soul ring that is more suitable for the golden feathered scarlet phoenix martial soul than this one. If we want to cover it again, we can only find advantages in terms of age. I'm afraid we can't find a better bloodline. After careful consideration, the two shook their heads. Let's wait for now. It's not too late to talk about it when we go to the Sea God Island. Then Tian Rui took the lead in exiting the space. He hurried here to discuss important matters with the Water and Fire Dragon King. Zhou Suifeng looked at Tang Yin. When can you come out? The Killing Messenger. 160 Chapter 159 Killing. 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 160. Tang Yin has not spoken, looking a little dull and gloomy. It seems like he is going to go crazy at any time. After spending so long in the killing city, although he often uses the breath of blue silver grass to relieve his mental stress, and although he knows that there is something fishy about the yellow spring dew and does not drink it, the long-lasting killing, watching so many people's flesh and blood splattered and turned into mud under the hammer, is very exciting and inexplicably addictive. The surrounding atmosphere also makes people sink unconsciously, and the self-suggestion that always reminds me not to fall into it is a kind of repressive mental pressure. When turbidity becomes the norm, being awake is a sin. There are no rules here, as long as you are stronger than others, you can dominate everything. When I first entered the killing city, I had a dream at night several times, and I dreamed of turning Tang Yuehua into a plaything and imprisoning her for play. There is still a month, and I can wait for the last game. But I guess the King of Slaughter is not willing to let me go. Maybe he will really be artistic for once. Should we go over there? God Rui probed. If we leave one person outside, it will be no problem for the four of us to fight him with our combined skills. Ning Yulin had some doubts. But if we want to leave the Slaughter City normally, we may have to go to the Hell Road. But what if we can't enter the Hell Road without 100 consecutive wins? The relationship between Shura God and Sea God is so good that they can share a successor. If I bring the vast sea universe cover in, let him sense it, it should be convenient. Zhou Suifeng's words are very feasible. Tang Yin nodded. I'll try it first, and we'll talk about it if it doesn't work. In order to ensure completeness, he had already brought the Snow Swan Kiss. If he couldn't get out in the end, there would be no choice but to destroy the entire Slaughter City. Of course, the 5 people would never destroy like Tang Fozu. It's still possible to build a few prisons, or directly deal with all the evil soul masters inside. Although it is not clear whether there is the Holy Spirit Church in this era, the evil soul masters who raged later definitely include some of those in the Slaughter City. Those who can escape from the destruction of the City of Slaughter are definitely strong. The weak can only be dominated by desire and self-destruct during the evaporation of the yellow spring dew. I'm leaving first. Maybe we'll have enough people someday. Tang Yin stood up with the help of the table and disappeared in an instant. The remaining 4 chatted for a few meaningless words and went their separate ways. Martial Soul City. Lan couldn't help but grin. In addition to the soul core, what he wanted most was the weaponized soul skill. The new soul ring covered by Ning Yulin can easily condense flames into a weapon, combined with his original first soul skill. Energy condensation ring hanging on the back, doesn't it look like a divine ring? Does it feel super divine? Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Qianrongxiu suddenly appeared, wearing a goose yellow gauze skirt that fell to her calves, and her hair was not combed and simply scattered. A belt decorated with tiny gems was tied around her slender waist. Her smooth white calves were faintly visible. She was not wearing high heels, but a pair of flat shoes. Even so, she was slightly taller than Lan. If she wore high heels, she would be half a head taller. Lan didn't care, and even liked the height difference. Every time she hugged him, she could enjoy the unique steamed buns with a sacred and bright aura by lowering her head. She didn't know why she cared about such things inexplicably. Nothing, I thought of something happy. Why did you come here at this time? Is the training with the senior over? Grandpa's rank is too high. It's easy to go astray if you keep practicing with him. I plan to go to Fengjian sect. After entering the room, she lay down next to Lan without any unfamiliarity, not caring about her image at all. What's your secret? Tell me so that I can be happy. In order to facilitate the training, Lan spread a soft couch on the ground. Looking down at her, he smiled evilly. I'm imagining our wedding. Following Lan's words, she subconsciously imagined herself in a wedding dress. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything, strangely silent. There wasn't much shyness on her face, it looked more like, it doesn't matter? Lan narrowed his eyes. However, Qianrongxiu didn't have any extra thoughts, she just suddenly thought about her relationship with Lan, or memories. Imagining that scene, she didn't have any special feelings. It seemed that she just wanted to change into different clothes. The atmosphere between the two of them now was almost the same, except that they didn't spend the night in the same room. Without real experience, Qianrongxiu couldn't empathize with it just by imagining it. Ah! While distracted, she heard a deliberately long sigh next to her. Qianrongxiu's pupils refocused. What's wrong? Are you tired after all? Well, since the young lady is tired of playing with me, then I'll take my leave. This retreat will last a lifetime, funny. Qianrongxiu sat up. What are you doing? What do you mean by tired and bored? Okay, this guy is stupid. Qianrongxiu, who has never experienced palace fighting, naturally can't get the point of these bitchy words. Now, if there is any problem in front of her, her first reaction is definitely to raise the holy sword and chop it down. I am tired and feel that my life will be boring in the future. Nothing, aren't we going to Fengjian sect? Let's go. Just on the way, add a new soul ring. Ya, what's wrong with your soul ring? Seeing the changes in Enlan's soul ring, Qianrongxiu was extremely shocked. Enlan waved to her, and the two of them rubbed their ears. This is so, do you understand? He made up a lot of nonsense and roughly attributed it to Shen Cao. Qianrongxiu was skeptical, but secretly happy in her heart. If it was true, then she wouldn't have to worry about one becoming a god while the other was trapped in the mortal world. 2 flowers bloomed. Tianrui rushed to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and Zhou Suifeng went with him. But Zhou Suifeng howled at the spring for a long time, his throat was about to smoke, and the 2 dragon kings didn't react at all. Is it because the distance is too far and they can't hear it? Tianrui thought wildly and put forward a possible idea. Zhou Suifeng felt that this was possible. He had felt the phoenix's breath before, but according to their current state, it was unlikely that they would appear so completely. Then there is no other way. Let's go down on our own initiative. Digging a hole. Blue-silver true body, blue-silver domain, 6th soul skill, life weaving. Pangolin. It is estimated that the 2 dragon kings are located directly below the spring. He estimated the terrain of the valley in his mind, chose a good place, and easily opened a hole in the ground. The 2 followed behind and descended lightly. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. After sinking to about 15,000 meters, the pangolin transformed by the blue-silver grass was a little unable to dig. Zhou Suifeng stopped, strengthened its claws, and then continued. 161 Chapter 160 Dragon King. 161. After breaking through 30,000 meters, Zhou Suifeng felt that the momentum of the blue-silver pangolin was weakened and penetrated into a cavity. Zhou Suifeng carefully observed while lying at the entrance of the cave. It was airtight here, but taking a breath made people feel like being in nature. There was a space several times larger than the valley above. 2 mountain-like figures, one red and one blue, sleeping neck to neck. Below him was a lake much larger than the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. It was not as clear-cut as above, but a purple-red color, and only at the edge could you see some different red and blue colors. It did not flow like a spring, and it looked a bit sticky at first glance, like mercury or lead. Zhou Suifeng tentatively picked up a rock at hand and threw it down. But it was evaporated directly above the lake. Dense purple-red large leaf grass grew around the lake, some of which looked like 4-leaf clover, but the leaves were also in the shape of dragon scales. Tianrui had his martial spirit possessed at some point, his eyes were eager, and his eyes were wide open like a hyperthyroidism. Those should be the blood of the Dragon King that has not evaporated yet. The surrounding area should be the dragon blood grass. When I was still in Blue Lightning, I saw one plant. It was treasured beyond recognition. If the people of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex found this, they would probably go crazy. Dragon blood grass that absorbs the blood of the Dragon King only needs 1 leaf, and there is no need to worry about the so-called martial soul degradation problem. It can even evolve directly. There are no less than 10,000 of them here. Go down. Floating down to the ground. Tianrui paused and looked at the ground thoughtfully. This place should have been covered by dragon blood before. At this moment, he was not in the extremely eager and almost crazy state just now. However, his body crackled from time to time. He was using electric current to push himself to stay awake. Zhou Suifeng rarely used the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul or had never used it. Although his body conveyed some desire, it was not strong. After calling a few times, there was still no response from the 2 Dragon Kings. Could they be dead? I remember their condition was not very good. Tianrui looked worried. It was hard for people to think of the 2 in a good way. It's unlikely, right? It should be unnecessary, so the excess energy was blocked to wait for the effect. After trying several possible methods, there was no response, so the last method could only be used. Let Tianrui use the golden feather red phoenix martial spirit to see if he could stimulate them like Ning Yulan did 2 days ago. The good news is that it succeeded, and the two dragon kings woke up successfully. The bad news is that they seemed to be a little grumpy when they woke up. The pressure they exuded when they woke up directly knocked the two people on the rock, and they couldn't be buckled down. You two, this is what I said before Zhou Suifeng finished speaking. The blue dragon soul directly told him to shut up. Shut up, let us see for ourselves. The one who speaks irritably is the water dragon king? Tianrui was surrounded by two dragon souls and lifted up directly. It penetrated into his body and then passed out of his body. Human, we agree to what you said. What? So easy to agree? Shouldn't you have to spend a lot of time and energy to explain the pros and cons before agreeing with doubt? It's too fake to be so happy? Two dragon kings, please forgive us for being nosy, but you two agreed so readily that it makes people a little suspicious. May I ask? Humans are trouble. The water dragon king didn't seem to be very patient. The fire dragon king comforted her and explained very gently. This human has the ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. If everything goes well, he may reach the level of our Father God in time. Father God? Are you talking about the dragon god? Our Father God was once the most powerful god in the world, the founder of all gods, the master of all beasts. A series of respectful words came out of the mouth of the water dragon king. The two keenly extracted some key information. The dragon god possesses the power of chaos, creation and destruction. In a sense, the 9 dragon kings were all created by the dragon god, equivalent to his offspring, and are the dragon race that the dragon god has endowed with excellent abilities in their blood. In the mouth of the fire dragon king, Tianrui will be able to reach the level of the dragon god in time, which means that the dragon god also has the ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to practice. As long as Tianrui lives longer and comprehends some power of creation or destruction, it is not impossible for him to become a new dragon god. The two just nodded. They have never seen the dragon god, but they just listened to the description and did not have much sense of reality. It sounds simple, but it is probably not that simple to achieve. Who knows how long the dragon god lived and how long he practiced to reach that level. Even if he successfully became a god, they may not live that long. Now that it's been said, there's nothing to doubt. If they really have some hidden purpose, there won't be much problem before they become gods. Zhou Suifeng invited the two to enter Tianrui's body, and Tianrui rolled his eyes. But they had a new question. Looking at Tianrui intently. Human, why do you have phoenix blood in your body? Very good, after getting the appraisal of the 2 dragon kings, it seems that the soul beast is very close to the phoenix even if it is not a real phoenix. However, what happened to the phoenix? If we enter his body, the phoenix blood in his body may go berserk. The fire dragon king continued to explain patiently. Go berserk? Why is that? The two looked at each other, and Tianrui cupped his hands. Please let the dragon king show you. It was not smooth sailing for the father god to become the strongest god. At the beginning, there was an existence that was always as famous as him, and that was the phoenix god. The phoenix god? The throne that Galangkaji inherited later was the phoenix god, so it's not that. No, it shouldn't be that one. The two continued to listen. The power held by the phoenix god is extremely similar to that of the father god. In order to be the strongest, a battle broke out. The newly established god realm was beaten to the brink of destruction. In the end, the father god won a narrow victory and seized the origin of the phoenix god, becoming the god among gods during the fusion process. The phoenix god resisted a little, and some of the original blood passed through the god realm and scattered everywhere. The one you saw a few days ago should be the second phoenix that continued after the creatures in this world merged with the origin of the phoenix god. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. There is no justice or evil in this matter. Moreover, in their eyes, the law of the jungle is the basic law of survival. The phoenix god was defeated, and the result can only be born. The god realm today should not be the god realm where the 2 dragon kings were originally, but the human god realm. There is also a phoenix god in the god realm. Is it related to the phoenix god at that time? I have never seen it, so I have no way to judge. When the 2 of us died, how many people were there in the human god realm? How can we know if there is any connection? After hearing some magnificent stories that they had never heard of before, the 2 of them greatly satisfied their curiosity. Tianrui stretched his muscles. 2 dragon kings, please come. I have a special physique and there shouldn't be too many problems. The soul beast has been breeding here for many years and has already become localized. The probability of rioting should not be high. Even if it fails, it will only be my death, and there will be no loss for the two of you. 162 Chapter 161 My turn, use fusion magic card. 162. A small human has such courage, so they no longer worry. But there is still one thing to do. There are still our reverse scales on it, go and pick them off. Let the two of them pick the reverse scales from the remains. Each of them took one scale and flew over. Following their instructions, they found two fresh scales larger than their faces and took great pains to peel them off. Zhou Suifeng took a glance and saw two wounds on the dragon's body, one on the back and one on the abdomen. They were almost cut in half. The flesh at the wound was grayish-white, dead flesh without any energy. Zhou Suifeng nodded secretly. With their abilities, self-recovery should not be a problem. It turned out that the energy in their bodies had been lost. They returned to the dragon soul with the reverse scales. The dragon body behind them quickly fell into powder and fell into the purple-red lake. Zhou Suifeng's heart was throbbing. It was a pity. Even if the flesh had no energy, the dragon bone was a good thing, but it was gone. Wait! Why is there no soul bone? With their former status, they actually have no soul bone. This loss is huge. If they had their soul bones, I'm afraid they could have let 2 of the 5 people bear the pressure of multiple martial soul rings. But there was none. You too, why don't you have it? It was a bit offensive to ask this, but I couldn't care less. If they didn't have it, it would be an irreparable loss. What is a soul bone? When they died, the soul beasts of Douluo Star might still be in the primitive stage, and it was hard to say whether soul bones had appeared. Zhou Suifeng took out a soul bone that he had kept when he was a soul hunting team. The 2 dragons glanced at it. Just this kind of thing? Easy to deal with. The Fire Dragon King's soul shrank in size and returned to the sky above the Dragon Blood Lake. There was no movement. The lake seemed to be boiled, and a piece of crystal substance flew out. She turned back and asked what position she wanted. Tian Rui thought for a moment and thought of the most suitable position. Ask the Fire Dragon King to condense into the external soul bone of the back wings. This is indeed a good idea, Zhou Suifeng's eyes lit up. The external soul bone can evolve with the user, and the bonus it brings is also very comprehensive. The Water Dragon King performed the same action later, but Tian Rui asked for the same part again, and turned to look at Zhou Suifeng. The soul bone of the water element may conflict with my own ability, so I'll give it to you to absorb. Zhou Suifeng did not refuse. Unless the 5 people were absolutely inseparable, they would not be separated. What's more, Tian Rui was right. His main abilities were thunder and fire, and adding water attributes might have negative effects. But since this is the case, the Water Dragon King might have to live in Zhou Suifeng's body. Zhou Suifeng thought about it for a moment, and it was no problem. The final highlight. Before the fusion, human, you still need to do one thing. The Water Dragon King restrained his previous irritable attitude. Hold the reverse scale and repeat my words. In general, it means holding the reverse scale and swearing not to betray or breach the contract. What made Zhou Suifeng a little surprised was that there was no treaty that prohibited them from being enemies with the Dragon Clan or harming the Dragon Clan. If you two break your oath later, the last energy in the reverse scale will destroy you. As a god who was once on par with the God King, even if he is now in decline, he still has this ability. Naturally, the 2 of them did not refuse. Put the reverse scale on their chests and absorb and fuse them. After the reverse scales fuse, the 2 Dragon Kings take the last step and turn into dragons and fly into their bodies. The realms of the 2 people rise rapidly, and the purple-red blood mist in the lake completely surrounds them, turning into abundant energy that is quickly absorbed by them. Zhou Suifeng directly reaches level 80, and Tian Rui, the level of improvement cannot be calculated directly, but if the spirit ring is added directly, it will not be lower than the 8th spirit ring. In addition, the improvement of his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit is earth-shaking, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a world of difference from before. Each dragon scale seems to be a work of art, shining with a crystal blue-purple luster, but because of the fire attribute of the Fire Dragon King, it faintly exudes a bright red-hot breath. What's more, the dragonization has directly reached 100%, like a small real dragon. The golden feather red phoenix martial spirit did not have a blood riot as they said, and it should also be strengthened because of the ability of the Fire Dragon King. However, Tian Rui's next focus of cultivation is the spirit rings of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the golden feather red phoenix. After An Lan finished replenishing, he shared it with him directly. Maybe he would be the first one among the 5 to break through the title Douluo. When the time comes, he will directly kill back to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and bury what should be buried. Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass has also changed a bit. Now, any blade of grass thrown out is in the shape of a dragon, which is a bit troubling. This is too conspicuous, and it has no calm and secretive effect before. The strength is naturally improved again, and the ability to control the water element can be easily achieved even without using the martial soul body. Fortunately, it is still blue-silver grass in essence. More dragon energy was directed by Zhou Suifeng to his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex that he had not practiced. The appearance is roughly the same as Tianrui's martial soul, but the scales are far from it. Zhou Suifeng's dragon scales are bright blue, with water thunder attributes, while Tianrui's dragon scales are blue-purple-red gradient, with fire thunder attributes. In fact, all of the 2 martial souls have more or less dragon characteristics due to the addition of dragon souls, but just like the use of fairy grass, the degree of mutation varies, and the main effect is still reflected in the martial souls that they are mainly practicing or can guide. They mainly live in their reverse scales. Although they have established a certain degree of connection with the sea of consciousness of the 2, they are not yet at the level of opening their hearts to each other. Both parties are very satisfied with this result. The purpose was successfully achieved, and the 2 were in a good mood. Zhou Suifeng asked the names of the 2 Dragon Kings. Water Dragon King, I am Shui Kainyo. Fire Dragon King, this seat is Huo Suanju. Good name. The 2 collected some dragon blood grass, and dug some soil from the local area to make a bottle and filled it with some divine blood. Even if these 2 things are not dragon martial spirits, they will have a great improvement effect. Maybe the 3 sisters of Mao Mao can evolve into dragon cats? Or Shui Binger can evolve into a dragon phoenix. Duguyan can definitely evolve into a sub-dragon. If he is lucky, it is not impossible to become a real dragon. After passing by with a full load, the 2 flew out along the dug cave again. The distance of several hundred meters was closed to prevent something from finding clues and falling down. Walked into the forest. Zhou Suifeng asked. What do you say now? Go directly to find the sky blue bull python and make it the first soul ring of your dragon martial spirit. Xiao Wu is not here, I am afraid we have to fight again. With his eyes flickering, Tianrui frowned. Zhou Suifeng understood. If the breath of the 2 dragon kings was leaked during the battle, it would definitely alarm the golden-eyed black dragon king Ditian. If the silver dragon king was not sleeping so soundly, it might also appear. 163 Chapter 162 He he he. 163. We can only wait for Tang Yin's action and talk about it after he comes out of the killing city. Zhou Suifeng had to add his 8th soul ring first. The target has already been thought of. When exploring the forest before, those high-level soul beasts have all been calculated. The 8th soul skill that was newly obtained has a good effect. It is a powerful control skill. Blue-silver life domain. The blue-silver grass condenses vitality, absorbs natural elements, and suppresses the target with super strength, which is as slow as time and space stagnation, and as fast as 100 years in an instant. It can change through the runaway of vitality target's perception. Once hit, the target within the range cannot use any displacement ability to evade. Unless the target's mental strength is more than 3 times that of Zhou Suifeng, the judgment effect cannot be exempted. With this trick, Zhou Suifeng can treat anyone as a fixed target. It can also be used on himself and teammates, a powerful ability. When Zhou Suifeng successfully digests the gold of living beings, this ability may be further improved. Obtained from the rejuvenating spirit deer of more than 90,000 years. After Tianrui helped, he returned directly to Shuo Academy. Zhou Suifeng took the things to Tiandu Royal Academy. Ning Yulin had also added new soul rings, adding a soul ring to the golden feathered scarlet phoenix to allow him to break through level 60. He then added a new soul ring to the 9 treasures glazed tower, and after absorbing it, he reached level 64 directly. He gave him some dragon blood grass and divine blood lake water, and didn't care how he used it. He asked for leave for the 3 sisters, took them out of the academy, and found an absolutely secluded place with no one around for them to use. The divine blood lake water is full of energy and rich in nutrients, but it is also more powerful than the spring water in the Mandarin duck pot, and needs to be purified and diluted a little bit before it can be used. Otherwise, the 3 sisters' bodies will mutate 100% if they take dragon blood grass internally and use divine blood externally. There is even a greater possibility that they will be corroded directly into bones, or even bones will not be left. A new pool was dug, filled with fresh and pure spring water, and about a few bottle caps of divine blood were put in. Falling in, it was clearly divided. Zhou Suifeng showed the soul bone attached to the water dragon's wings that he had just obtained, and drove the water element and dragon power to mix the two fully. It turned into a purple-red swimming pool. Zhou Suifeng grabbed some herbs and squeezed them with blue-silver grass and threw them into the pool. At the same time, he dripped some of his own blood to absorb the dragon blood factor in the pool water and reduce it to a level that the three sisters could digest. It was busy for 2 or 3 days. During this period, the three sisters had nothing to do, so they could only watch or practice. Zhu Zuyun is about to break through to the Soul King, Zhu Zuyu has just broken through to level 30, and Zhu Zuking is level 29. The new soul ring was arranged by Ning Yuan, and the age and ability are good. It slightly exceeded Zhou Suifeng's expectations. He was very satisfied. It seems that the three of them did not relax and were very self-disciplined. After the work was done, he called them over. What is this? Seeing Zhou Suifeng's attitude, Zhu Zuyun guessed that it was something that improved the talents of her three sisters. She felt fortunate, but also curious about what it was. The hypnosis that night gave her more confidence, and she was no longer timid. Ask kindly. Good stuff. Hurry up, don't waste time, go in. Handed out the dragon blood grass and let her hold it in her mouth. With a coquettish look, Zhu Zuyun slowly took off her clothes and slowly sank into the pool. Zhou Suifeng turned his head to look at the remaining 2 and 3 cats. Stare. Zhu Zuyu was startled and quickly jumped in. Zhu Zuking shrank a little. So far, Zhou Suifeng rarely gave her a cold face, and her 2 sisters have always protected her. She is not cold and stubborn at all, just a gifted little girl. Brother Feng, the eldest sister and the second sister seem to be in pain. It's okay, the pain will make you feel better after a while. Don't be so nagging, you go in too. The white jade floated up and down in the pool. Zhou Suifeng watched carefully by the pool like an old monk in meditation, guarding against possible accidents. Soaking and soaking, fortunately it was not ordinary white water, and there were no symptoms of dehydration. 1 hour a day, for several days, until their bodies were saturated and could no longer absorb. Check their conditions carefully one by one. In terms of martial spirit, there is no obvious change for the time being. Just talking about physical fitness, the surface feeling is several times that of before, the muscles are tougher, the strength is stronger, and the stronger explosive power brings faster instantaneous speed. Take the youngest Zhu Zuking for example, she can bear the 10,000-year spirit ring, but the spirit is worrying, so it is better to be conservative. After a check, Zhu Zuyun was panting, and Zhou Suifeng nodded, you can eat it after a while. On the way back to the city, Zhu Zuyun tentatively held Zhou Suifeng's arm. Zhou Suifeng turned his head and glanced at her. She couldn't understand the meaning in his eyes. She felt a little nervous. It was not right to relax, and it was not good to continue holding. Let's go around the city first, and then go back to the academy later. Zhu Zuyun breathed a sigh of relief and continued to hold his hand, leaning against him. Zhou Suifeng flicked his fingers, and the blue-silver grass was woven into a carriage. There was no noise like ordinary carriages, and it drove quietly to Tiandu City. Leaning against the door, Zhou Suifeng looked at Zhu Zuyu intentionally or unintentionally. Unlike Zhu Zuyun who let down his guard and tried to protect his sister, and Zhu Zuking's closeness, he felt that this second child was full of fear of him. Zhou Suifeng recalled everything since he brought them to his side. It seemed that he had not done anything excessive to this little girl. Why was she so afraid of him? Is it her nature? This won't do. Although he also likes the type of girl who is like a little bird, this kind of look that reveals fear unconsciously every time he looks at you is very disappointing. He hooked his finger at Zhu Zuyun, and Zhu Zuyun lowered her head. Zhou Suifeng leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. After returning, let Ning Yuan arrange more battles for your second sister. This kind of cowering look is not pleasing to people. If it doesn't work, take her to the fighting arena. Zhu Zuyun had discovered this problem a long time ago, but she couldn't think of any good way. She sighed and nodded, indicating that she knew. If she doesn't explode in silence, she will die in silence. If this method can't change her mentality, then she can only consider giving up on her or throwing her to the killing city. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zuyun suddenly reacted. From what Zhou Suifeng meant, he was going on a long journey again. Zhou Suifeng waved his hand, and she understood and didn't continue talking. After entering the city, she went to the restaurant to have a meal first, and then to the largest clothing store in the city. According to the figures of the three sisters, various silks were customized, and some of them were personally selected for Zhu Ziyun. Zhu Ziyun had prepared herself mentally, but seeing these, her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, and she was inexplicably afraid. After sending the three back to the academy and giving them a few instructions, Zhou Suifeng left in a hurry. 164 Chapter 163 Road to Hell. 164. He had to prepare to meet Tang Yin, and by the way, investigate whether there were any clues about the Thunder Hell Vine in the Xingluo Empire. After Zhou Suifeng left, Zhu Ziyun carefully sorted out the clothes she had bought. Put aside the ones that couldn't be worn out, picked out some of the rest, and fiddled with them in front of the mirror for a while. Then she turned around and reminded her two sisters carefully. Men are very careful in some aspects. When you leave the room, you have to pay attention to everything you should pay attention to. The three of us. The killing field of hell. Let's congratulate Wang Dachui for his 100th consecutive victory. The audience felt proud. They witnessed the man standing on the stage, hammering one person at a time, accumulating 100 consecutive victories. A few people, both men and women, looked at the strong body and couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva. The king of killing that Tang Yin had been waiting for years finally showed up. He was over 2 meters tall, wearing dark red unknown armor, with blood-colored magic patterns on his face and bright red pupils. There were 2 strange horns on his head. Let's cheer for the new god of killing again. He held it high, and then he talked nonsense. He said that Tang Yin was given the title of god of killing as an exception, and became a guest of the city of killing, enjoying the right to enter and exit the city of killing freely. In his words, he was saying that he would not open the road to hell. Tang Yin didn't care. Whether it was open or not, he would know later. King of Slaughter, I want to ask for something. Seeing that Tang Yin did not refuse, the King of Slaughter felt relieved. Tell me what you want. The human you are staying with has a token on him. Please give it to me. Boarding? The King of Slaughter's pupil shrank, and he instantly grabbed the wine glass with high concentration of Huang Chuandu in his hand and burst it. This guy saw my true form? The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Only the unaware audience outside the venue were still enthusiastically cheering the name of the god of slaughter. Perhaps it had been parasitic for too long, it had blurred its identity, and really regarded itself as the king of slaughter who dominated killing, instead of the blood-red 9-headed bat it used to be. It also learned the human's stupidity. Token? How come I don't know what token you are talking about? Without giving Tang Yin any time to speak, he raised his hand to arouse the more surging emotions of the surrounding audience, and shouted. Our new god of killing requires the opening of the Hell Road. Let's witness this long-lost historical moment together. Hell Road! Hell Road! Everyone shouted. Through the Hell Road, you can leave the killing city, but no one has ever seen the opening of the Hell Road. It has become a legend in the killing city. They didn't expect to see it today, and they were very excited. Then, one by one, they were blown into a pool of blood and flowed down the gap under the steps and disappeared. No spectators survived. Putting down his hand, the king of killing, Tang Yin, with a gloomy face, disappeared in the broken killing field, turned around and flew up to the high platform and disappeared. Tang Yin felt that the air was contaminated by the blood and became sticky, and a strong attraction came from his feet. After a little thought, he did not resist. The bat probably planned to kill him on the Hell Road, which was exactly what he wanted. After the strong feeling of weightlessness ended, Tang Yin felt down to earth, his vision was restored, and he observed the surroundings. He glanced at the intersection not far away, did not move, and waited for the dead bat to find him. Tang Yin was not afraid at all. When he was talking to the King of Slaughter, he never let go of the hammer handle. In other words, he did not quit the fighting state. This battle is still accumulating strength. Although he cannot use soul skills, 200,000 year soul bones and 66,000 thunder rhinoceros left arm bones can fight the King of Slaughter for a few rounds. It's just that the scene where the King of Slaughter controlled the audience outside the venue to turn into human bombs is a bit worrying. I don't know whether it depends on the ability of Shura Blood Sword or the ability of the blood-red 9-headed bat itself. Tang Yin tends to be the latter. If he can't use soul skills, the immunity control of the third soul skill is useless. Standing on the ground to accumulate strength like this can also partially resist control, but it is hard to say how much effect the soul skills can have. After waiting for half an hour, Tang Yin was a little anxious because of the environment of the Hell Road. Can't enter the Hell Road or don't plan to come. Do you think this mere road can kill me? Forget it, I won't wait any longer. Hurry out, and when you get the God of Killing domain and can use soul skills in the City of Slaughter, come back and rob openly. Pick up the sledgehammer and walk towards the intersection. Just after walking for less than a few minutes, I saw the dark gold three-headed bat and a group of small bats. I raised my eyebrows. Is this guy's nest so far forward? Of course not, he was driven here by the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter was also in the middle of the Hell Road. He waited in the bat nest for a long time, but didn't see this kid coming. Simply look for it along the road. According to the performance of the King Hammer killing field, it should not be a problem to pass the first half. There is no reason not to come out for so long now. Could it be that there is a trump card to deal with it? He knows the human being I parasitized, could he be a descendant of my bloodline? That guy almost completed the divine test. If he hadn't been so relaxed when he was about to succeed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to parasitize him. If he is really his descendant, his abilities must be extraordinary, and should be more than what he showed in the killing field. I have to be careful. He drove the dark gold three-headed bat to scout the way. Even if it died, it wouldn't feel bad. With it, the Bat King, it could be promoted casually, fed more flesh and blood of the people above, and drink some yellow spring dew. If it was the King of Killing, it would be a bit troublesome, but it was just this little dark gold three-headed bat. Sizzle pala. A little lightning flashed in Tang Yin's hand, and he suddenly raised the hammer handle and threw it at it. The soul ring of the soul skill after the cover was blocked and could not be used, but 4 soul rings were added before death. After resurrection, it became the ability of the martial soul itself. At this moment, it was the original 4th soul skill, the electric flying hammer. Increase the attack speed by 40%. The hammer is thrown out as a flying hammer attack. It has a locking effect. There will be a certain degree of vibration when attacking, which limits the target's movement. The three-headed bat has not yet approached. Just when it was about to drive a group of younger brothers to launch a tentative attack, it saw a giant hammer flying from below, wrapped in a black and blue cyclone, tearing up the sound waves. Pa! 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 The first sound was to smash the small bat blocking the way. 2, 3, 4, it was to blow up the 3 heads of the three-headed bat. The power of this soul skill itself is not very strong, but with the current weight of Tang Yin's Haoshan hammer, and the power accumulated for so long, it must not be easily blocked. If you knock off 1 or 2 heads, this guy will regenerate, but before the other heads regenerate, blow up the remaining intact head, and this bat will be easily solved. There is no soul ring, and no inner elixir. Tang Yin was a little disgusted that he had grown so big for nothing. He recalled the sledgehammer and continued to move forward. When the dark gold three-headed bat fell, the little bats had already scattered and fled. 165 Chapter 164 Battle 165 Arrived at the first corner pavilion. Tang Yin stopped for a moment, picked up the 2 white bones in the pavilion, and turned around to look around the pavilion. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind that this hell road might have been above the ground at the beginning. I always feel that this killing city is incompatible with the inheritance of Shura God. Killing represents Shura? This is too one-sided. I heard that Shura has a killing god under his command. Could it be that he has occupied the killing god's dojo? He raised his foot and continued to move forward. Suddenly stopped. Not far away, a black shadow quickly enlarged. The black and red armor and the head that did not look like a normal human were the king of killing. The hammer in Tang Yin's hand flashed with a dim light, and he released the treasure hammer forged before entering the slaughter city. In addition to its weight, this treasure hammer might be stronger than the martial soul with the soul ring sealed. It merged with the martial soul. When they got closer, their eyes met. After confirming the eyes, it wants my life. Then fight. Tang Yin was rational. Although the blood-red 9-headed bat could not exert Tang Chen's original strength, the Shura blood sword and its own abilities should not be underestimated. He did not transform into a tiger warrior to attack the King of Slaughter flying in the air. He quickly retreated and wanted to return to the intersection of the Hell Road. If he started a war here, the foothold was too small and he could not play. The King of Slaughter did not understand Tang Yin's purpose and thought he wanted to return to the original way and return to the Slaughter City. following behind with disdain, pressing step by step, expecting his desperate expression when he found that he could not go up. Standing on a larger foothold, Tang Yin had enough confidence and turned around to hit a flying hammer directly. The King of Slaughter didn't even defend against such a simple attack. Tilting his head, he tried to dodge it. Raising his eyebrows, Tang Yin raised the corner of his mouth and deliberately controlled the hammer to fly over from the angle of his tilted head. Human, you! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The hammer flew back. The King of Slaughter felt a cool breeze behind his head. He defended himself hastily. He released a layer of blood-colored energy to resist the flying hammer that flashed with lightning. Unexpectedly, the flying hammer triggered the ability to ignore defense. The original second soul skill, the attack increased by 20%, and there was a 20% chance of ignoring defense. If the soul ring was not blocked, it would directly ignore 20% of the defense. The blood-colored energy had no effect, and the flying hammer flew directly to his head. Tang Yin didn't care about Tang Chen's body at all, and went for his life. He had nothing to do with Tang Chen. At most, he was from the Haoshan sect and had the same surname as Tang. In a hurry, the King of Slaughter raised the Shura blood sword. Snap! The hammer and the sword hit its forehead. At least the Shura blood sword had some defense and didn't blow its head directly. But it was also dizzy from the heavy blow and spun up and down in the air. But it was originally a flying creature and soon regained its balance. Another hammer flew out silently from the shadows and hit its back hard. It fell directly to the ground. Konoha's secret technique, Shadow Windmill. Funny. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Tang Yin jumped up subconsciously, raised his hand to summon two hammers, one on the left and one on the right, and shrunk them to the size of hand hammers. He hit his chest and head randomly. He also activated the skill of his left arm bone, a set of Thunder Rhinoceros arm armor, to increase his strength. Teleport. Before the King of Killing could get up, he was stepped on by Tang Yin and fell to the ground again. On. Pa 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 pa. The storm was so fierce that it even swung out a phantom. The two hammers fell alternately, almost beating the man into pieces of paper. Fortunately, the King of Killing fought hard and was not killed directly. The basic ability of forging a treasure hammer is soul power amplification. 1 point of soul power can exert 3 points of effect, making the soul power more condensed and pure during the output process, thereby achieving the effect of improving attack, strength, and defense. During the forging process, Tang Yin thought about the use of attack. Its other ability is the ultimate effect of physical attack, crushing, and ignoring defense in another sense. In addition, the treasure hammer that has experienced the thunder tribulation is also endowed with a strong thunder element. During the forging process, Tang Yin also added the black stone of Acacia Heartbroken Red, which was stimulated by the thunder tribulation and could release a strong defense shield. It can also achieve spiritual resonance with Tang Yin and attack the target's spiritual power through the effect of crushing. The Clear Sky Hammer spirit itself weighs more than 10,000 jin. From the time it was charged in the killing field to now, the added weight of the increase is almost 20,000 jin. With the 4 spirit skills before his death, with Tang Yin's current spirit power level, the attack he launched is enough to destroy mountains and peaks. If you underestimate the enemy, you will die. So the 5 people have always been cautious, maybe? Rarely do they underestimate the enemy. The chest and head were completely deflated by the hammer. Tang Yin was about to get up when he thought he was dead. He searched up and down, looking for the Clear Sky Order. To no avail. So he took off all the things on his body that seemed to be storage spirit guides and tested them one by one. Suddenly he looked to the side, and the Shura blood sword that had fallen to the side and was picked up was gone. He hugged his hands, tightened the things in his hands and rolled forward. The next moment, the blood sword chopped off the position where Tang Yin was just now. Tang Yin felt a burning sensation on his back and looked back. The King of Slaughter was resurrected, with tattered pieces of armor hanging on his body, and his inhuman features became more obvious. His ears were more pointed, his lips also protruded with 4 fangs, and many dark red short tufts of hair grew on his body. The knuckles were distinct, and the strong palms became half hand and half claw. This guy is a blood-red 9-headed bat. Can't we find its other 8 heads to kill it? Since it is parasitic on Tang Chen, shouldn't it be calculated according to the vital parts of the human body? Good. Very good. With red eyes, the King of Slaughter stared at Tang Yin. A blood-red halo spread from his body. Feast of blood. Tang Yin felt that the blood flow in his body was a little fast, as if it was about to break out of his body. It seems that the power of the earth after the soul ring was blocked is not very effective in immune control. Thinking quickly, Tang Yin's body was filled with lightning. Electric current pushes 10,000 volts. Crackling. It offset its blood control and split the blood sword's blade at the same time. Teleport. No movement. Tang Yin's pupil shrank. It was Tang Chen's killing domain. His unique upgraded version of the killing god domain. Not only soul skills are invalid, but even soul bone skills are invalid. It's going to be bad. The next moment, the blood-colored sword shadow appeared in Tang Yin's pupils again. Dang! One hand held the hammer to block the sword, and the other hand wrapped the thing in his hand with soul power, shook his hand and threw it, and it shot into the distant rock. The second round begins. After dozens of minutes, Tang Yin was in danger. Tang Yin took out the snow-colored swan kiss. If you don't stop, I will blow up the entire killing city. When the sword stopped, the blood in the eyes of the killing king faded slightly. Whether it is true or not, it has no room for gambling. 166 Chapter 165, Tang Chen gets the Haoshan order. 166. This thing can increase the toxicity of the yellow spring dew by thousands and thousands of times, causing the entire killing city to sink, and there will be no one awake anymore. If you don't believe it, try it. I don't know how the killing city was destroyed in the original book. The snow swan kiss can increase the poison of ordinary toxins by tens of millions of times. I think it should be like this. It can't be that the magma of this hell road erupts and then engulfs the entire killing city, right? The king of killing didn't say anything. Go straight to it. Killing will, mental attack. Use murderous aura to impact the target's spirit and suppress the target's thinking activities. If the level gap is too large, the spirit may be directly annihilated and become a living dead. It is an upgraded version of Tang Hao's murderous illusion. It has been used several times with significant results. But this time it didn't work as it should. Tang Yin took out this thing, but he didn't really want to use it here, it would be a waste. He used the last trump card. Art mode, no, Douluo version of immortal mode. Using the time gained, he silently recited the formula and led the energy of heaven and earth into his body. But the energy in this space seemed to have some problems. Tang Yin instantly lost his mind. When he woke up again, the battle was over. He couldn't remember anything, but vaguely remembered that in order not to be self-destructed by the frenzied energy, he infused the energy introduced into his body into the treasure hammer, and then his mind was groggy and he felt something was wrong. As for the king of slaughter, he was lying not far away, and his life or death was unknown. Tang Yin went forward to check it out. He was still breathing, and all the inhuman features of the man had completely disappeared, and he looked like he might have turned back into Tang Chen. Squatting beside him, Tang Yin was thinking about whether to just kill him. It seemed that this guy was not far from death. But suddenly he changed his mind and thought that waking him up might help him learn how to use the ring blasting and the great Zumuru hammer. Zhou Suifeng was outside, and with his healing ability, he should be able to wake Tang Chen up. After recovering his soul power, he used teleportation to dig out the things in the mountain wall again, and finally found the storage soul guide used by Tang Chen. A simple style ring. Haoshan order, got it. He could legitimately return to Haoshan sect to fight for the position of sect master. As for the other things inside, Tang Yin had no interest. Some clothes from who knows when, some gold coins from 100 years ago, nothing else. He was very poor, or maybe he left everything in Haoshan sect before coming to the slaughter city. This guy should have another set of soul bones, right? It's impossible that he left the 3 inherited soul bones of Haoshan sect, and the dignified land invincible has no one? It's tiring to think too much. Carrying Tang Chen, who was about to breathe, Tang Yin went deep into the hell road. Meet the 10-headed fiery sun snake, smashed its head and abscesses on its body with a few hammers, and dug out the inner elixir. After a few teleports, he entered the exit of the hell road. Ah! Long lost fresh air. Refreshing. Leaving the person aside casually, Tang Yin took a deep breath and felt that his body was purified. You look a little colder than before. Following the induction, Zhou Suifeng looked at him for a moment and said something. Tang Yin stretched his muscles. Anyone who stays in such a dark place for such a long time will become a dead face. You should treat this guy quickly and see if we can learn the explosive ring and the great Zumuru hammer. What did you say? Zhou Suifeng was surprised and went to check it out. It can be cured and can be restored to most of the time. Summon the martial soul for treatment. But it can only be treated to the extent that it can slightly restore some mobility. What if it is cured directly and he takes the God test? Furthermore, returning to Haoshan sect and learning about Tang Hao, wouldn't the five people's plan be in vain? Tang Hao is his grandson. He input vitality in a small amount and asked Tang Yin about the general process of the battle. After listening to him, he frowned. Didn't you see the body of the blood-red nine-headed bat? In the end, you don't even know how the battle ended? Could it be that it parasitized Tang Yin again? Isn't there a case like this? Like the deep-sea demon Whale King, if the sea god hadn't intervened in the end, he could even have taken over the Buddha's body and ascended to the god realm. The parasitic ability of this blood-red nine-headed bat may be even better. Tang Yin was also shocked by Zhou Suifeng's words, but he didn't feel anything strange now. When the treatment is over, we will use the martial soul fusion technique to investigate. The fusion technique that makes the body disappear and completely merge should be able to detect it. If it is really parasitic, I am afraid that the five people will have to gather together once and use the five-person fusion to eliminate it, otherwise, there is no other suitable method. Zhou Suifeng continued to treat, and Tang Yin studied the Shura blood sword. After Tang San got this thing, he became the Shura god without much test. Can he do it too? Anyway, he also has the killing god domain. Or, Tang Chen has to willingly give it up. I don't know. After a while, Tang Chen woke up. With the vicissitudes of life and a haggard face, he is an old brother who has experienced a lot of hardships. How should I put it? He has the charm of a middle-aged man, but he should be more than 100 years old, right? Who are you? Hello, old sect master. I am Tang Yin. I am the third, no, fourth generation disciple of Haoshan sect after you left. You are from the sect. Tang Chen clenched his fist after trying hard to get up. He felt very powerful, but he was leaking all the time. How is the sect now? This is so, this is so, this is so, this is so. In a concise way, he explained the situation of Haoshan sect from the time he left until now. He did not hide anything from Tang Hao. Anyway, he could not do anything in his current situation. Tang Chen's reaction was beyond their expectations. He did not think that it was wrong for Tang Hao to associate with the transformed soul beast, nor did he think there was anything wrong with the behavior of the spirit hall. In his opinion, the only problem with this matter was that the weak were wrong. If Tang Hao was strong enough, there wouldn't be a series of subsequent problems. If the spirit hall was strong enough, he wouldn't blame them for destroying the Haoshan sect. At most, he would go to find Jian Daoliu and destroy the spirit hall as well. Old sect master, I want to learn the ring blast and the great Zamura hammer. Is that possible? Tang Chen didn't have any idea that his direct bloodline could learn but his collateral bloodline couldn't. The only problem was talent. Summon your spirit to show me. After showing his spirit, he automatically obtained the God of Killing domain, unlocked his spirit ring, and showed his spirit ring. 5 black and 2 red. With such ability, this is fucking impossible. But with Tang Chen's current condition, if he demonstrated it directly, he might ascend directly after the demonstration, unless Zhou Suifeng gave him a thorough treatment. But again, if he was cured for most of it and ran away, the two might not be able to keep him. It can only be done by oral instruction. Guide on the spot. To avoid suspicion, Zhou Suifeng had already gone elsewhere. 167 Chapter 166 Extraordinary Talent, Strong and Powerful. 167. A week later. I didn't expect that you have already successfully entered the sect in just a few days. You are even more talented than Xiao Hao back then. Perhaps it was because of his declining physical condition that Tang Chen was a little sentimental, completely lacking the domineering attitude he should have, and sighing like a nagging mother. Thank you for the praise, old sect master. Do you support me in striving for the position of sect master? Tang Chen snorted coldly with his hands behind his back. If you can't be the sect master, those things deserve to end up like this. Then are you willing to return to Haoshan sect with me? If you personally support me, the process of striving for the position of sect master should be smoother and less conflicting. Tang Yin was looking forward to it. If Tang Chen endorsed him, wouldn't it be just a matter of a word? However, Tang Chen hesitated. He didn't have much time. Compared with going back to Haoshan sect to see those useless things, he wanted to go to see God Island. If you become the sect master, what will you do? Depends on the situation, reconcile with the spirit hall. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As a qualified sect master, you can't just consider the momentary hatred. According to the information of the younger generation, there are 2 divine examiners in the spirit hall, and the probability of becoming a god is quite high. Tang Chen's face stagnated, as if he was a little shocked. Is it Qian Douluo? No, no, no. Tang Yin shook his head. He and the High Priest of Sea God Island are both divine servants. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for them to become gods. He glanced at Tang Chen's reaction. I don't know if he understood what Bo Sixi said at the beginning. Looking at his reaction at this time, he should not have understood it at that time. Looking at the direction of Sea God Island in a daze for a long time, he sighed. Forget it, let's go back to the sect. If there is time. If he still has breath after finishing the matter of Haoshan sect, he will go to Sea God Island again. Now he is half dead, what can he do? Thinking of the bright and clear appearance at the beginning, Tang Chen sighed again. Before returning to the sect, In order to avoid a quarrel, the murderous aura will be rampant and no one may be able to stop it. Don't worry, I have already planned it. The 2 packed up their things and went to meet Zhou Suifeng in another place. Took the time to use the martial soul fusion skill, and really found the traces of the blood-red 9-headed bat. However, there was no need to summon the other 3 to gather here, because the guy was eaten directly by the Water Dragon King. He also left a sentence. The more the better. If there is such a thing again, please let me know. Although it was a bit tingling, it was still some nutrition. If there was more, she might be able to recover better. Zhou Suifeng thought of a beast. There seemed to be an evil-eyed tyrant ruler on the opposite continent. It seemed to come from the abyss or somewhere else. It was a spiritual beast with big eyes and some Fulhu characteristics. It should be more nourishing than this dead bat, but considering that it may have evil attributes, it is not so simple. The most nourishing one is actually the deep-sea demon whale king. After taking some time, she took out Tang Yin's piece of living gold and gave it to her. The Water Dragon King appeared again. He was upright and didn't drool, but his eyes were almost unable to hide. This thing was really the most nourishing thing. The piece hanging on Zhou Suifeng's body was camouflaged too well. The shell was a high-strength blue-silver grass. She didn't notice it at all because of her poor condition. In order to prevent her from being too noisy, Zhou Suifeng had to take out a finger-sized piece and let her absorb it herself, slowly integrating it into the reverse scale. Tang Chen was a little surprised that the 2 had martial soul fusion skills, but not much. It's not that he had never seen martial soul fusion skills. With his strength at the time, no fusion skills were good enough. He had no problem. Zhou Suifeng wanted to ask something. Senior has traveled around the continent and is knowledgeable. I wonder if you have seen. In order to find the inheritance of the divine throne, Tang Chen must have traveled to many places. I wonder if there is any news about the Thunder Hell Vine. Using the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Thunder Hell Vine as the foundation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, lay a solid foundation, and then the choice of soul rings in the future can be a little relaxed. With the Fire Dragon King's Dragon Soul and so many Dragon Blood Grasses, number 10 does not have to worry about the problem of martial soul degradation, and only needs to consider improving his martial soul ability. I think I've seen the soul beast you mentioned. Let me think about it. After a long time, he recalled that he seemed to have encountered it by chance on the way to the Slaughter City. Seeing that there were continuous thunderstorms in that place all day long, he thought there were some relics of God there, so he went deep into it to investigate. There was only a tree struck by lightning. With specific information, he naturally had to go to the field to investigate. I just don't know if it still exists now. I heard that the soul beast will not exceed 50,000 years at most, otherwise it will explode. Just listening to Tang Chen's description, it is impossible to judge what the soul beast he met at the time, which was suspected to be the Thunder Hell Vine, was. Mimicking the blue-silver flying eagle, the 3 took off. According to Tang Chen's recollection, they changed the direction little by little and searched for it. This place Zhou Suifeng felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it before. Recalling it. When he came to Zhengzhen City and met Tang Yin, he saw a dark cloud surrounded by lightning on the way back. Sky. At that time, I took a detour directly, but I didn't expect that there was Thunder Hell Vine inside. After checking it out, it was indeed Thunder Hell Vine, and it was estimated that the cultivation level should be between 30,000 and 40,000 years. Zhou Suifeng stayed here and notified Tianrui to come and join. When Tianrui came, he quietly gave Tang Chen another wave. It is estimated that he should know what the two people are thinking, but there is no additional action. 3 days later, Tianrui fell from the sky, driving the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Tang Chen stood at the edge of the thunderstorm with his hands behind his back, looking at the thunder dragon that landed, and sighed again. It seems that the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is also full of talents. However, is the relationship with our Haoshan sect so good? Seeing the three people chatting there, he was a little strange. However, the two questioned Tianrui. He was full of joy, whether something good had happened. Tianrui just talked about other things and didn't say anything. It is estimated that it should be related to Shui Binger. If he didn't say it, the two of them couldn't break the casserole to ask the truth. He quickly absorbed the spirit ring and was done with it. Tianrui captured the spirit beast alone. After absorbing it, he found out its age and cultivation level, which was only a little over 30,000 years. However, the improvement of the martial soul's ability was no less than that of the sub-dragon spirit beast of the same level, and even better. The effect of the spirit skill was very simple. It improved the affinity of the lightning element. Combined with the first spirit skill he had obtained before his death, the ability of the thunder tree to absorb and transform lightning, it became an ability similar to the first spirit skill of the golden feathered red phoenix, the holy fire, which could drive the power of lightning at will, but the intensity and effect were not as abnormal as the holy fire. The passive ability of the martial soul, Tian Xiang Kong Lin, was fully mature. He could directly summon a thundercloud to keep himself in a favorable environment all the time. What do you plan to explain to Shuo Academy? Zhou Suifeng asked. A good fire-attributed bird turned into a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Is he shirking his twin martial souls or quitting Shuo Academy? If I remember correctly, Tianrui seemed to have agreed to participate in the Spirit Master competition. 168 Chapter 167, 10,000 Years of Azure Oxen and Horses. 168. Tianrui was not prepared to explain at all, as he had a plan in place. Just add the number of soul rings to the upper limit of the level for the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul as soon as possible, and then let Anlan cover the golden feathered red phoenix martial soul that has added soul rings. Anlan must not be allowed to share the martial soul first, otherwise he would need to bear the pressure of several high-limit soul rings. Although there is now a soul bone attached to the wings of the Fire Dragon King, it is not easy to calculate things without obvious data intuitively. If you are not 100% sure, rounding off is equivalent to seeking death. If you calculate it this way, Tianrui may be the first one among the 5 to break through level 90. In this way, can you still go to Sea God Island? What kind of assessment will be triggered when you go to Sea God Island? Remember that the assessment of Sea God Island is divided into 5 categories according to the color of the soul ring: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Black level and above, failure has the risk of death. Red level is the level of Poseidon, and after success, the worst you can become the new high priest. After absorbing the Thunder Hell Vine, it is not over yet, and you have to go to the Xingda Great Forest. Tang Yin first looked for the 8th soul ring, and by chance he met the 3 Qunjun Ant Kings. In the original work, Tang San turned these 3 soul rings into 100,000 years, which makes people feel very confused. Big Sumuru Hammer, did you do it by hammering and purifying? Recalling carefully, it seems that he first used the upgraded 8 spider lance to swallow the golden silk to absorb the energy of the 3 ants, and then absorbed the 3 soul rings at the same time, causing the energy to run away. He used the method of the Big Sumuru Hammer in his body, and combined many factors to upgrade the 3 ant soul rings to 100,000 years, and the light of the sea god was also involved. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yin gave up the soul rings of the 3 ants. It is really difficult for him to replicate the miracle that Tang San did. Finally, he hunted a white armored earth dragon that was more than 90,000 years old. It was one of the high-level soul beasts revealed by the sky blue bull python when Zhou Suifeng came to the Xingda Great Forest. The 3 of them originally thought that a defensive soul skill would be born, but absolute binding, the clear sky hammer released several white light chains, automatically searching for the enemy and chasing, ignoring any displacement, speed bonus, or defensive means, and lasting for several seconds or even tens of seconds, depending on the soul master's soul strength. During the binding period, the target cannot move and cannot release soul skills. The target hit by the chain will be forced to share its own soul power, up to 50% and down to 5%. Of course, there is a defensive effect. The released chains can condense around Tang Yin for physical defense. Then there is Tianrui. The process of hunting, sacrificing the azure bull python was also very smooth. In itself, when hunting the titan giant ape before, Xiaowu had already shown her own experience and communicated with it, and now, the bright dragon power almost made it surrender on the spot. After integrating the soul ring of the azure bull python, it stimulated a pure and incomparable dragon power. Fortunately, the three had considered this situation in advance. Bringing the dragon soul of the water and fire dragon king might alarm Dityan and the silver dragon king, but it was still suitable to contact them now. The place where the azure bull python was sacrificed was far away from the Star Do Great Forest. Soul skills, 2. First, fixed point blasting. Quickly condense thunder and fire dragon-shaped thunder at the target location, causing an explosion. The effect is powerful and does not need to be described in detail. Second, group attack or defense effect, also condense blue dragon-shaped thunder, but can be transformed into a physical entity to attack the target group at close range until the physical state is unbalanced, and then an explosion will occur. Defense is to coil around Tianrui to resist the attack. Soul bone, almost turned into a torso bone, was interfered by the Fire Dragon King, luckily it became the right arm bone. The skills were the same as Xiaowu's soul bone skills, with the control skills of the Azure Slow God Claw and the super single target attack ability of the Destruction God Thunder. After the absorption, retreat quickly. Tang Chen followed the three people and left woodenly. Is the 100,000-year soul ring so easy to obtain and so common now? As soon as the group left, a space crack appeared at the place where they sacrificed. A man with a height of 2 meters and a head full of wild and unruly long hair walked out of it. A pair of golden eyes were imposing, and all the movements around him were dead silent the moment he appeared. No matter whether it was the smallest insect or the lions and tigers in the forest, they only dared to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. It disappeared again. Tang Yin took Tang Chen and continued on the road. Before parting, Zhou Suifeng deducted a sesame-sized piece of living gold and gave it to Tang Yin, asking him to use it for Tang Chen according to the situation. If the succession of the clan leader goes smoothly without any hidden dangers, Tang Chen can stay with Poseidon for a while longer on Poseidon Island, and maybe even find an uncle for Tang Hao. There are people on Poseidon Island, so it will be convenient for them to go there later. The remaining two people replenished the spirit rings for the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. Tang Yin, of course, went to Yuexuan. Tang Yuehua's spirit has special attacks on suppressing murderous aura and relaxing the mind. Learning chord etiquette is impossible, but playing the piano is okay. Facing Zhou Suifeng and the other two, they are very familiar and close in spirit. Tang Yin's murderous aura is well controlled, and they ignore it. However, to outsiders, he is a cold executioner who keeps strangers away. The guard of Yuexuan looked at the young man and the strong man in front of them, both of whom had cold and hard faces and terrifying eyes. They were trembling with fear, but still adhered to their duties. Private territory, no strangers allowed. You two. Go and tell Miss Yuehua that Tang Yin is here to visit. He is not as irritable as Tang San, who can't control himself when facing a guard. The guard was stunned and looked again. Tang? Could he be from the same clan as Master Xian? Please wait. Tang Chen was a little surprised. Where is this place? The outpost of the sect. I guess so. Tang Yin replied casually, but it may also be a business place where your granddaughter makes money to support the section. A bunch of trash, actually let a little girl support the sect. Tang Chen was a little angry. It is impossible for the entire Haoshan sect to be supported by Tang Yuehua. In the minds of the 5 people, this Yuexuan should still be mainly for making friends with the powerful. Inside, Tang Yuehua was a little dazed when she heard the report. When she saw Tang Yin resolutely leave the village and not return to the clan, she felt a little guilty and thought it was her fault. But after a few years, she had long forgotten the situation at that time, and only a little ripple remained. But since they found this place, it means something must have happened. After a moment of hesitation, she called the guard through the door. Let them in, take them to the reception room, and don't alarm others. Okay, Master Xian. The guard went and came back, led the two in, walked along the path beside the door, skipped the main hall, and entered the reception room along the side building. Tang Yin couldn't help but sneer. To put it bluntly, he was at least a life-saving grace for you, Tang Yuehua. If it weren't for his support all the way, he might have been kidnapped and sold by some people on the way. Now it's not even worth it to greet them in person. 169 Chapter 168, Wash away all the dross and hide the weapon. 169. Tang Chen was experienced after all, and he was keenly aware that Tang Yin was in a bad state, so he said in a low voice. Calm down. However, it seemed to have the opposite effect. In fact, the five of them were all latent paranoids, but Zhou Suifeng had experienced everything in the Zhu family, and his paranoia was on the surface. He spent a long time in the botanical college and was infected by young girls, and then he slowly restrained himself. Now, Tang Yin's state is similar to Zhou Suifeng's at the beginning. The environment of the killing city is more cruel than the Duke's mansion. At this moment, his thought is that no one can look down on me. He tilted his head and looked at Tang Chen, with murderous intent looming. Tang Yuehua came to the door and dismissed the maid. You go down. Just as he was about to push the door, the bloody soul power rushed open and directly tore the doors and windows. Tang Yuehua staggered back, raised his hand to cover his face, and it was difficult to breathe. The hall below and the entire Yuexuan were shrouded in a majestic murderous aura. After absorbing the soul ring of the white-armored earth dragon, Tang Yin's level was already 82. But the quality and quantity of his soul power were different from ordinary people. On the surface, it was almost comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Many people fainted on the spot. With Tang Chen's current state, it was really difficult to suppress Tang Yin, so he had to take out the Shura blood sword. With the help of the killing field, Tang Yin's murderous aura was bound within the reception room. If he went any further, his broken body would not be able to support it. Calm down. A green light flashed on Tang Yin's chest and sank into his heart. The fresh and natural vitality of the gold of living beings permeated the body cells, and Tang Yin woke up. The furious murderous aura was retracted. Tang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was just a soul Douluo who had just broken through not long ago, how could he be so dangerous? At the door, Tang Yuehua's hands and feet were sore, and she knelt on the ground without being able to get up. Tang Yin, whose mood was temporarily stable, did not personally going out to greet him, there was nothing to be angry about. He went over and helped her up. Miss Yuehua, long time no see. Hairpins were messy, pearls fell, Tang Yuehua was a little embarrassed. But her face was not strange at all, and she stood up with Tang Yin's strength. Without any embarrassment, she said softly. I haven't seen you for several years. You seem to be doing well. Thanks to Miss Yuehua. Helping her sit down on the intact chair. After a few pleasantries, some things that could not be mentioned were skipped. Tang Yin introduced her. Miss Yuehua, this senior is the old sect master, Senior Tang Chen. Grandpa Tang. Tang Yuehua stood up suddenly. Tang Chen had seen Tang Hao, but he didn't know if he had seen Tang Yuehua, his granddaughter. Judging from the reactions of the two, even if they had seen each other, they should not know much. Her reaction was within expectations. Give her enough time to be shocked. After reacting, Tang Yuehua was excited and excited. There is no one in their generation who doesn't know Tang Chen's reputation. Now that he is back, doesn't that mean that Haoshan sect can make a comeback? Grandpa, are you going back to the sect now? Tang Chen was about to speak when he suddenly glanced at Tang Yin. He knew the temper of the man who played with the hammer very well. Tang Yin's current state seemed to be not suitable for him to go back to the sect directly. Responding with his eyes, Tang Yin signaled him not to worry. Originally Lai Yuexuan planned to borrow Tang Yuehua's martial spirit to wash away the murderous aura, but he didn't expect that the gold of living beings would have such an effect. In this case, Tang Yuehua would not be needed. It would be better to operate slowly by yourself. Then go back. Thinking for a moment, Tang Chen replied. It's great that no one is dissatisfied. I can just fight this kid myself. Then we will set off immediately. Standing at the stairs, Tang Yuehua found that the people below were all down, and there was some unpleasant smell. She looked around and found that no one was awake, so she had to go back and talk about it. Grandpa, my sister is away for a moment, I'll go get someone to clean it up first. No need, I can wake them up. Tang Yin called him and raised his hand, but summoned the blue-silver grass martial soul. The two were surprised and said in unison. You are actually a twin martial soul. In order to increase the bargaining chips for the master, it is very appropriate to show the blue silver grass martial soul and become a super genius with twin martial souls. Unfolding the blue silver domain, combined with the breath of the gold of the living, the natural breath swept over everyone. It's just a twin martial soul, there's no need to make a fuss. Tang Yuehua, Tang Chen. When in the slaughter city, Tang Yin tried to use the blue silver grass martial soul to meditate every day, but it had some effect at the beginning. As the number of games in the hell slaughter field increased, even if he had not drunk the yellow spring dew, the breath of the blue silver grass was useless. His blue silver grass martial soul was not as strong as Zhou Suifeng's. The blue silver grass with only one soul ring was suppressed by the soul power of the main cultivation of the clear sky hammer, and could not exert much power. He was busy killing people, and Zhou Suifeng was busy playing undercover games and looking for soul beasts. Both of them forgot to say that they would share the blue silver grass with a new soul ring. It is not too late now. They can share it after the battle for the leader of the Clear Sky sect is over. Or wait until his Clear Sky hammer breaks through level 90. The two were frightened by Tang Yin's calm appearance. This kid, is so calm. Or is it another kind of arrogance? Calling the steward, Tang Yuehua arranged Yuexuan's affairs, and immediately asked someone to pull out the carriage and go to the Clear Sky sect. 300 miles east of Tiandu City, there is a small mountain village. Tang Yuehua's carriage was already familiar with the guards in the village, and went directly into the village without any obstruction. Aunt Yuehua is back. The group left behind in the small mountain village is 2 third-generation disciples, Tang Hao's generation, and several fourth-generation disciples, Tang Yin's generation, taking turns. The people who came out are Tang Yuehua's juniors. Yuehua, who are they? Hearing the voice, a much older middle-aged man came out from behind. Tang Yin looked at him and seemed to have some impression. This is Tang Yin, a disciple who has been training outside, and returned to the sect today. This is... Tang Yin was too lazy to bother and threw out the Haoshan order representing the chief of the sect. After throwing his hand out, the man hurriedly raised his hand, but was knocked back several steps. What is this? The Haoshan order that has been missing in the sect for a long time. This item is only in the hands of the old sect master at the time. Who are these two people? Why so much nonsense? Haoshan order is already taken out, is it not enough? Tang Yin was a little impatient, so he continued to throw out the Haoshan hammer. Follow me. He turned around and led the way, motioning the two to follow him. The Haoshan order was not returned. Tang Yin sent out a ball of soul power, hit his palm, and sucked the Haoshan order back. The atmosphere was a little stiff for a while. Tang Yuehua said to smooth things over. Is my elder brother here? I think he may need to convene a sect meeting. The sect master is not far away. After crossing the mountain village, turning around and passing through the bushes, someone took Tang Yuehua away halfway. It seems that she did not go through the main iron chain gate above. There should be a separate route for her to enter and exit, or Tang Xiao specially arranged someone to be her groom, husband. Arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking at the thick chain across the mountain fog, Tang Yin curled his lips. You too, walk through this iron chain and you will reach the main gate of Haoshan sect. Fancy. Tang Chen glanced and took off into the air. Seal a powerful person? He can fly without revealing his soul ring or feeling the fluctuation of his soul bone. This is a titled Douluo. The man leading the way secretly thought it was not good. The sect was keeping a low profile and must not be exposed. Why did this strange titled Douluo come? Is he coming with bad intentions? No, turn around and whisper quickly. 170 Chapter 169 Jaw-dropping. 170. The man winked at the person next to him, asking him to quickly go through another iron chain and inform the elders. I don't know whether this titled Douluo has good or bad intentions, so we need to be vigilant. Looking back, the sect disciple who was training outside mentioned by Yuehua should not be a titled one, right? Let's see how he passes. Glancing at him, Tang Yin didn't hesitate or even think. He took out the clear sky hammer and threw it directly across the iron chain, then jumped up and flew on the hammer head. The strong wind and airflow during the process had no effect. What kind of magical trick is this, but it seems to be quite useful. To be able to ignore the strong wind on the iron chain cliff, his clear sky hammer must weigh at least 5,000 pounds, right? When they arrived at the other side, the mountain gate was already open. Several elders were reported to have a strange title visitor, and they looked serious and nervous. Was it the pioneer of the Spirit Hall, or someone from Landian or Kaibao? What was the purpose of the visit? Although they had broken through the title Douluo, it was not the time to expose themselves. If they attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall, the situation of the sect would be even more difficult. However, when they saw the face of this strange title, the older second, third and fourth elders could not stop trembling. The sixth elder was thoughtful, and the seventh elder was puzzled. Yes, 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 old sect master. The old sect master is finally back. Old sect master, we finally waited for you. Excited, tears welled up in his eyes. Tang Xiao, who was a step slower, appeared and was also unbelievable. Grandpa? The crowd realized who the so-called old sect leader was. The seventh and sixth elders looked carefully and also drew an equal sign with the Tang Chen in their memories. They happily welcomed Tang Chen in, and no one noticed Tang Yin. Tang Yin didn't care either. He followed the team and silently communicated with the gold of living beings to purify the murderous aura. In order to avoid conflicts later, something too difficult to end. Inside the hall, everyone surrounded Tang Chen on the main seat, crying about the miserable situation of Haoshan sect and denouncing the evil deeds of Wuhan Hall. Tang Chen sat on the main seat and listened to them. Speaking, looking at their resentful expressions, without any expression. Neither did he say to lead the Haoshan sect to take revenge on the Spirit Hall, nor did he say to ignore it. Slowly, they seemed to find that the atmosphere was a little inappropriate, and the voices gradually decreased until they were completely quiet. In the strange silence, Tang Yuehua turned her head and looked around, wanting to say something, but couldn't find a suitable topic. By the way, where is Tang Yin? Seeing that they finally quieted down, Tang Chen finally said the first sentence since returning to the sect. Without me, Tang Chen, can you do nothing? Everyone was ashamed. Where is the current sect master? Tang Xiao stood up with a stiff face. Grandson is ashamed, it is the current sect master. Leaning on the chair, Tang Chen asked calmly. Tell me, without me, will all the people in the Haoshan sect not even know how to eat? If I'm not here, will they be useless people who can't even lift a hammer? Of all the Clear Sky Hammer spirit owners present, no one had the confidence to hold their heads high and say, Old man, my hammer is better than yours. Even Tang Yin was the same. After saying these two sentences, Tang Chen's aura fell back, and he became an ordinary middle-aged man, with a sense of old age, like an old tree with all its leaves fallen. I am no longer able to manage the affairs of the sect and the Spirit Hall. These years, I have been in the Slaughter City. He vaguely explained his experiences over the years. Thanks to Tang Yin, I woke up. I don't have much time left. The future can only be left to the young. If the Clear Sky sect disappears into history, it is also fate. Tang Yin? Who is Tang Yin? Wait a minute. Why don't you have much time? How can this be? You are one of the few level 99 extreme Douluo in the world. What do you mean by not having much time? Of course they didn't understand, but it was hard to believe and accept. Such a situation made their brains fall into chaos. You know, since Tang Chen disappeared, they have been looking forward to his return all the time. The Haoshan sect with Tang Chen is the real #1 sect in the world. The Haoshan sect without Tang Chen is at most one of the top 3 sects. It won't be long before you die. Sect master, elders, can't you understand such simple words? It's so long-winded and endless. Even if there is no murderous aura, is it so difficult to understand what you have been talking about for so long? It makes people irritable. Tang Yin walked out of the hall. He just went to investigate the younger generation's views on Tang Hao in the sect. Some people hate him more than the Wuhan Hall. Tang Hao caused trouble but asked them and their families to pay the price. It's really nonsense. Some people still admire Tang Hao, and some feel somewhat numb. The old men turned their heads, their eyes were horrifying. But they found that Tang Yin's face was a little unfamiliar, and the second elder asked strangely. Whose family are you from? Reply to the second elder. Tang Yin walked to the center of the hall. I am Tang Yin who brought the old sect master Tang Chen out of the killing city. How dare you? The hot-tempered seventh elder Tang Lai directly taught him a lesson. Although you have made a contribution by bringing back the old sect master, the elders are here, how can you, a kid, make random comments? Boom. I wonder if my strength can still be in the eyes of the seventh elder. The clear sky hammer fell to the ground, and the ground of the entire hall seemed to tremble. The soul rings lit up, 5 black, 2 red, and 1 black and red. Everyone stood up. Soul Douluo? How is it possible? How old are you? And how did you achieve this soul ring ratio? Tang Yuehua opened her mouth slightly, never expecting that Tang Yin had reached this level. If I remember correctly, he should not be over 20 years old? At his age, Brother Hao seemed to be close to the cultivation of Soul Emperor, and he broke through Soul Saint at the age of 30. How did you do it? If there is a chance in the future, I will explain it to the elders. Now, I don't know if the strength of the younger generation can make a comment to the elders. Qualified, of course qualified. However, such a presumptuous and unruly attitude makes people very angry. What do you want to do? What? Tang Yin originally wanted to take out the Haoshan order directly and ascend to the position of the leader with the support of Tang Chen, but he suddenly changed his mind. He became the leader of the Haoshan sect just to try to get through peace with the Wuhan Hall before the unification of the continent, but are these people worth wasting his time? Elders, you know that the continent is now undercurrent, and the situation will change in an instant. If the sect continues to stay in a corner, I am afraid it will only become the dust in history. Bullshit! The third elder shouted in a deep voice. How can the situation change? Although I don't want to admit it, with the Spirit Hall, the two empires are in harmony, and the Spirit Master world is stable. Where can there be changes? You are so arrogant, how much can you see through the sect's plan? The safety of so many people depends on this. Considering your youth and ignorance, I will not hold you responsible for offending the elders. Why don't you leave quickly? WTF? Do you know what you are talking about? Is there the Spirit Hall? Did you really go crazy playing with the hammer? Even Yu Xiaogang could see the situation. Usually, you say a few words about the Spirit Hall's ambition to gather people's hearts, and you are here to tell me that there is a Spirit Hall? No, it's not that I can't see through it, but I feel that in front of the clear sky hammer, all the actions of the Spirit Hall are paper tigers. But after being beaten into this mountain valley, he still holds on to his dead pride? Is he simple or stupid? Stubborn or stubborn? Pretending to cover up to make people take it lightly or really stupid? In any case, the old man's expression and reaction now are very limited, and it really makes people want to give him a few hammers first, and let him lie on the ground and learn the art of speaking. 171 Chapter 170 Old stubborn donkey, only when he is slapped in the face will he be obedient. 171. The old thing is really stubborn and annoying. This is the result of the sect sitting on the mountaintop, just a blind donkey with eyes and ears covered. He has no sense of the waves secretly surging on the continent, it's just stupid. Tang Yuehua's Yuexuan makes friends with the powerful and collects money, but his intelligence gathering is so stupid that it makes people laugh. Ridiculous, outrageous. The elders and a few old guys spoke angrily, with different levels of foul language. I think you are the ones who are outrageous. The killing god domain. Glancing coldly, Tang Yin suddenly grasped the handle of the hammer, and the bloody domain unfolded, and the murderous illusion enveloped the hall. Tang Xiao's expression became serious, and he hurriedly protected Tang Yuehua, unable to hide his surprise. This is the same killing god domain as Brother Hao. With such murderous aura, it is hard to imagine how many lives he has in his hands. Tang Yuehua recalled the scene of Tang Yin's departure a few years ago. What a sunny and straightforward child, it is hard to compare with the cold-blooded butcher with a fierce face now. Tang Chen's heart trembled, and he thought he was out of control again. When he looked closely, it turned out that it was just the basic release of the killing god domain. This child's talent is more exaggerated than I thought. In such a short time since leaving the killing city, he has restrained his murderous aura to this extent. If there is a qualified protector, in time, his achievements will be immeasurable. Unfortunately, I am now like a candle in the wind. Some old guy's cultivation is not as good as Tang Yin's, and they are forced to breathe. Quit while they are ahead. Cancelling the god of killing domain, Tang Yin looked at them indifferently. Do the elders know what the cultivation level of the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is now? What is the cultivation level of the second disciple of the Pope Kyungsunji in front of the Wuhan Hall? Do you know what the strength of the ace students of the two empires' royal academies is, and? No idea. What do you mean by saying these? I'm so fucking. What do you mean? I really want to swing a hammer on your head to let you know what it means. Have you really practiced hammering until your head is full of muscles? Take a deep breath, soul power stimulates the gold of living beings to calm your mood, Tang Yin said faintly. The level of the young new generation can directly represent the future of the sect. Can the sect now find people who are no older than 12 and above level 25? Can it find soul kings no older than 25? Soul saints no older than 30? The third elder's hands trembled. Could this mean that the 7 treasures glazed glass sect, spirit hall, and other spirit master academies, now have geniuses of this level? Is it only our Haoshan sect, the world's #1 sect, or are there only a few old guys holding up the facade? I don't want to talk nonsense anymore, let's follow the rules of Haoshan sect, the hammer is the hard truth. Forget it, there is no point in talking more, with your brains, there are probably only a few ways of thinking. This is the Haoshan order representing the chief of the sect, and the old sect master Tang Chen has given me full authority to use it. According to the sect rules, the Haoshan order has the right to convene a sect meeting unconditionally. I want to challenge the elders and the sect master. If I win, I will be the new sect master. I agree. Without waiting for Tang Yin to finish his words, Tang Xiao stood up and, as the person involved, first acknowledged the authority of the Haoshan order. The other elders looked at each other. Disagree? The previous chief who held the Haoshan order, Tang Chen, was sitting on it. Agree? No matter which result is unacceptable. If they win, whose sect leader is a young boy under 20 years old. As the saying goes, a young man with no hair on his lips cannot do things well. Such a young sect leader will really not lead the sect into trouble? If they lose, will they really expel such a peerless genius from the sect? Other punishments don't seem to be appropriate. It's rare that there is a young representative who can serve as the banner of the sect after Tang Hao. Only crazy people will embarrass him. Of course we recognize the sect rules, but the conditions of this matter are inappropriate for me and others. Let's put it this way. If you win, you can succeed the sect leader, but you are too young after all. We young? You don't want to give up all your rights. The elders are so nagging. Okay. One more thing. My current soul power level is 82nd level. I want to challenge all members of the sect who are higher than me. If I win, I will unconditionally succeed the sect leader. If I fail, I will let the elders deal with it. The hall was silent again. Everyone looked at each other. This guy is so arrogant. Tang Chen spoke. I think it's feasible. Since Ding Gaishanzhen agreed, it's not good to continue to refuse. Then fight. The largest training ground in the sect can accommodate 20 to 30 disciples for training at the same time, which is very durable. It was chosen as the battle site. Tang Yin said that, and the elders did not intend to compromise. They summoned all the people above level 82 in the sect to prepare for the battle. Tang Xiao was no match for the elders. Although his level was the highest, the one who caused the disaster and caused the sect to fall to this point was his younger brother. Naturally, he was a head shorter than the elders and didn't speak tough. Brother, do you want to resign too? Tang Yuehua was a little surprised that he responded so quickly before. Tang Xiao shook his head, didn't answer, just sighed. Tang Hao was the original designated leader. He was forced to become the leader in a time of crisis. It was not pleasant at all. He did not like it at all, but it was his responsibility that he could not shirk. The most important thing was that he felt angry when he heard about Ayin's death. Although she had become his sister-in-law, he had no idea, but it was good to see her occasionally, but she was dead. The battle began. The first person was killed instantly. It was just a simple hammer, without using any soul skills. The opponent was hit by Tang Yin and flew out of the training ground. He was shocked by the heavy blow and fainted. Don't waste time, you guys, come together. Tang Yin hooked his hand at the place where they gathered, and wanted to speed up the pace. The people who were called didn't know what happened yet. They only knew that they had to communicate with a young disciple who had been wandering outside for several years and had just returned to the sect. Such an arrogant attitude made people angry. There was a buzzing noise. Then 2 people will come. The second elder waved his hand. The result was the same. 3 people, still the same. 4 people. The rest of the people went up together. With more people, he was finally not killed instantly, which gave Tang Yin 3 more hammers, but he still didn't use soul skills. The audience was in an uproar, talking about who this family was, and how powerful he was. However, Tang Yin was just a nobody in Haoshan sect before, and no one remembered who he was after talking about it. It was the elder's turn. The seventh elder, Tang Lai, has not yet broken through to the title Douluo, an 88th level soul Douluo. To show respect, Tang Yin used a soul skill. The first soul skill, Giant Strength, increases strength by 50%, and the attack has a heavy attack effect, ignoring 20% of defense. 3 hammers, the seventh elder can no longer rise, and the battle is over. 172 Chapter 171 I am the only one who is invincible. 172. The seventh elder was dragged away and woke up, and then he no longer had the previous picky attitude, and instead seriously thought about whether it would be a good thing if this kid really became the new leader. The fifth elder also did not break through the title, but his strength was a little stronger than the seventh elder, and he took one more hammer from Tang Yin. It was the turn of the fourth elder, and he finally reached the title level. He was still quite capable, and allowed Tang Yin to use one more soul skill. The third soul skill, Tyrant Body, stands on the ground and ignores 70% of the control effects, increases defense by 70%, and doubles physical fitness. So it was again 3 hammers. The third elder. The battle with the second elder was uneventful. Tang Yin felt a little strange. He was obviously a titled Douluo, but he felt like he was powerless. Each hammer seemed to lack power. It felt like he was the kind of person who had a title that was given to him at a certain age. He had some talent, but it was not very good. He was just stuck at the passing line of the title. Just barely stronger than the original version of Douluo? That can't be said. The clear sky hammer that broke through the 90th level had a qualitative change. From Tang Yin's perspective, the title of the second elder was somewhat unworthy of the name, but in the eyes of many soul masters in the soul master world, he was also a person who needed respect. Tang Xiao appeared. Now he is a titled Douluo at the 94th level. Tang Yin looked a little serious. According to everyone's speculation, he should not be able to use the Great Samurai Hammer, but he should have mastered some tricks of exploding the ring. In terms of the age of soul masters, he is in his prime. His overall strength should be twice that of the elders. It's finally my turn, Tang Xiao thought. I can call it a day after the fight. However, Tang Yin was so young, and he could defeat 3 title Douluo head-on at level 82, and even made them unable to release their martial soul true body, 8th and 9th soul skills. It was really exaggerated. Although he wanted to resign, he didn't want to shirk his responsibility. He still needed to be serious for the sake of the sect. Tang Yin, let's call you Xiao Yin for the time being. The position of the sect master. Xiao Yin? Damn it! With goosebumps all over his body, Tang Yin directly used the hammer. The second soul skill is Po Jun, and the fifth soul skill is Unyielding. The remaining 2 buff soul skills are activated, and the hammer is used to fight. All the owners of the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul are innate blacksmith holy bodies. When they first awaken, they will learn to forge iron or other methods related to hammering as soon as possible under the guidance of their elders. However, many people no longer continue to work hard on forging after the initial stage, and instead look forward to a powerful soul ring. Tang Xiao felt like he was back to the first time he saw the iron block, and he had no idea where to start. Facing Tang Yin was even more difficult than facing those iron blocks. Seeing with his own eyes that the other party dealt with the second, third and fourth elders who were also titled Douluo like chopping melons and vegetables, he did not underestimate the enemy at all, and that terrifying soul ring ratio did not allow him to underestimate the enemy. He used some of the moves of Haoshenjuju directly. But he found that the control and containment effect that should have been there was not shown at all, and the attack was also painless, and there was no sign of any distressed and solemn reaction from Tang Yin. He originally thought that the other party had received guidance from his grandfather and had skillfully discovered the flaws in his attack, but it was not the case. He was just swinging the hammer in an ordinary way. Most of the audience outside the venue could not see the trick, and only felt that as the sect master, Tang Xiao had not been able to take him down for so long, and this unfamiliar fellow sect brother was really amazing. And those who saw the trick felt that Tang Yin's strength was difficult to figure out and unfathomable. There was another thing that made Tang Xiao feel uneasy. After several rounds, Tang Yin had been passively accepting the attacks and had not taken the initiative to attack. Either he did not take him seriously and thought that it made no difference whether he took the initiative or not, or he was accumulating strength to make a big move. He preferred the latter and did not want to think that Tang Yin did not take him seriously at all. He felt that it was necessary to take the initiative to give Tang Yin a chance to show off. If it was really a very powerful move, perhaps he could just go with the flow and end the battle. Resigning as the leader did not mean he would leave the sect completely. While enjoying his freedom, he could continue to contribute to the sect. Tang Xiao nodded secretly and tried. The warm-up should be over. If there are any moves, we can use them. Are you sure, leader? Is there anything to doubt? Tang Xiao was surprised and nodded slightly. In that case, I will not be polite. Tang Yin grinned, swung the hammer back, dropped it on the ground, and rushed towards Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao suddenly felt that something was not going well. Wait! Buzz! A low humming sound burst out from the air. Tang Xiao had no time to speak and could only resist with his hammer, and then was knocked out. Audience! Tang Yuehua, big brother! Just kidding, even if Tang Yin didn't use soul skills, the weight of the clear sky hammer alone was already over 20,000 jin. Moreover, since the first 83 level uncle appeared, he has been accumulating power. It's not an exaggeration to blow Tang Xiao up with one hammer. Just knocking him away was the result of Tang Yin's deliberate control. Of course, Tang Xiao's own title cultivation was not fake, but he was a little embarrassed in a hurry, and reacted. It seemed useless to react. How is it possible? Although the weight is different in the enemy and in his own hands, it feels like I hold at least 2,000 jin. There is such a speed? It was a flash of lightning around Tang Yin, and he appeared behind Tang Xiao in an instant, and another hammer fell. Electric current propulsion, which simply activates body cells and increases speed, has long been studied by the 5 people. It's just a small trick. But the ability of electromagnetic flight has not been developed yet. Tianrui can fly, but that was the ability that appeared after the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was strengthened twice, oh no, 3 times. The first time was the star pearl grass, the second time was the crystal blood dragon ginseng, and the third time was the fire dragon king soul. It has little to do with the research on electric current propulsion. Tang Yin also had a strange idea. Before his death, the 4th soul skill, the electric flying hammer, did not use the hammer but used himself as the object of action. Shoot it out and see if it can fly. It can fly, and it is very fast, but it is difficult to turn. It can be used for straight line attacks, but it is better not to move flexibly. Tang Xiao had a hard time dealing with it. With such a strong force, he had a swift attack speed. It was hard to resist. Everyone outside the field subconsciously held their breath. Such a battle scene was definitely rare. Many young people's eyes lit up, thinking that the clear sky hammer should be like this, and should be like Tang Yin, moving forward without hesitation and dominating the world. Tang Chen was very satisfied and nodded repeatedly. The clear sky hammer, the name of the clear sky, should be like this. It's either life or death. Looking ahead and behind, being timid is a taboo. But this kind of thing, it's useless to just talk about it, only by hitting it yourself can you understand the true meaning. One hammer after another, ding ding dang dang. The 2 of them also deliberately controlled the force at the beginning to protect the ground. But after dozens of rounds, Tang Yin unconsciously increased his strength in order to take down Tang Xiao as soon as possible. Tang Xiao naturally increased his strength in order to defend himself. Gradually, signs of demolition appeared. Not good. The elders reacted and hurriedly led everyone to retreat a long way. 173 Chapter 172 I, the new leader of Haoshan sect. 173. Sensing the movement outside, Tang Yin's offensive slowed down slightly. Master, why don't we go out for a fight? Okay. The 2 rushed out of Haoshan sect one after another. Later, Tang Chen and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders also flew out. The rest of the people who couldn't keep up complained that they couldn't continue to witness such a wonderful battle, which was really a pity. Disperse, all disperse. The 5th and 7th elders who stayed behind immediately made arrangements to clean up the broken practice field. Half an hour later, the group reappeared in the sect with different expressions. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders looked doubtful about their lives. They would occasionally secretly glance at Tang Yin, who looked indifferent, and then turned back to continue doubting their lives. Tang Xiao looked relieved and relaxed, and he felt like he was about to fly. Tang Chen still had the same expression, with the vicissitudes of life in his eyes and a twilight color. The battle between the 2 on the hill outside the Haoshan sect was not very complicated. To fight Tang Yin, unless he was killed instantly at the beginning and did not give him time to open buffs and charge, or directly change the battle environment so that Tang Yin had no chance to touch the earth, it would be difficult to solve the problem. In a tug-of-war, with all the buffs and the power of the earth, no one could become stronger and stronger. In a tug-of-war of attrition, no one would win over Tang Yin, not even the other four. In short, Tang Xiao retained the 8th and 9th soul skills, but used the martial soul true body, and the rough ring blasting skills. He could only blow up the first 4 soul rings. He could not control the power of the 5th soul ring and all the Haoshan 9 absolutes. Tang Yin, on the other hand, retained the abilities of the 6th, 7th and 8th soul rings, as well as the abilities of 3 soul bones. Tang Chen personally admitted that Tang Yin had already mastered the ring blasting and the great Zumuru hammer under his guidance, and only needed a little time to become proficient. The result was confirmed, and the elders convened a sect meeting. All sect disciples gathered in the front hall, a group in the hall, and some young disciples outside the hall. Tang Xiao and Tang Yin stood together in front of the sect master's seat to face everyone. I, Tang Xiao, will resign from the position of sect master from today, and hand it over to Tang Yin to succeed. I, Tang Yin, will be the Haoshan sect's first. I don't know how many generations of sect masters there have been. It seems that Tang Yin has successfully become the sect master just by overthrowing the elders and Tang Xiao, but it is not the case. The most crucial thing was Tang Chen's support. Without him, even if Tang Yin had the Haoshan order, it would not have been so smooth today. At least 2 or 3 people would have fallen. The people who had watched the battle between the two sides could not help but cheer. And some other people who did not know the truth were all puzzled. Who was this Tang Yin? However, someone explained it to them. After the noisy movement ended, the idlers dispersed, leaving only the elders Tang Xiao and Tang Chen. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yin felt that their psychological preparations were almost ready, so he said. Next, my first decision as the sect master. Select disciples, form a team to participate in this year's Soul Master competition, and announce the comeback of the Haoshan sect. As soon as the voice fell, someone refuted. No. It was the third elder. The spirit hall is eyeing our sect covetously. We were forced to close the mountains so that they have no excuse. If we come back now, wouldn't it be? The 9 elders of the spirit hall are all titled Douluo, and the 7 great priests are all above level 95. No excuse? Is the excuse important? Tang Xiao glared slightly. The strength of the spirit hall is so terrifying. The elders all looked at Tang Chen, but Tang Chen lowered his head calmly, as if he was asleep. Oh, there is one more person I forgot to mention. Tang Yin dropped another bomb. The contemporary Pope Bibi Dong has twin spirits. You should know that in addition, she is also a divine examiner. According to my understanding, she is also a divine examiner with a very high probability of success. If you don't come back now, when do you plan to come back? The spirit hall produced a divine person 1,000 years ago, and it has been passed down to this day. Can you wait until the next 1,000 years? Without knowing the true relationship between Bibi Dong and the spirit hall, there is no need to describe the impact that Bibi Dong's becoming a god will have on the spirit hall. Tang Chen had already briefly explained the matter of becoming a god at level 100 before Tang Yin took out the Haoshan order. When the waves wash away the sand, it will either become a grain of sand that sinks to the bottom or a wave that blows up the sand. Elders, it's time to make a decision. The old men were talking and finally, the second elder made the final decision on behalf of the others. In this case, we agree with the proposal of the sect master. Immediately select the sect disciples and prepare to participate in the competition. As for the number of participants, this is easy to handle. Just pick a high-level Soul Master Academy. Those academies that have self-awareness and know that they are just going through the motions in the preliminaries should not be difficult to borrow the quota. Even if it is not borrowed directly, it is also okay to let people from the Haoshan sect become students. The second thing is that when I sent Miss Yuehua back to the sect, I went out to travel and met Tang Hao by chance. Tang Xiao couldn't help asking. Excuse me, Master, how is Brother Hao? A useless man. Tang Chen couldn't help but look up when he heard that. The 7th elder said loudly. What do you mean by useless man? He had a lot of opinions about Tang Hao, but it was hard to hold back when he heard that the most talented disciple of the sect had become a useless man. He stinks of inferior beer, is unkempt, wears a tattered cloak all day, has hidden injuries, and can't exert 70% or 80% of his strength. He has a son who is said to have innate full soul power. Innate full soul power? Tang Hao's son. Giving them enough time to discuss, Tang Yin lowered his eyes and waited. After they finished speaking, he threw out another piece of news. But his martial soul is blue silver grass. Everyone. Damn. Tang Xiao felt something was wrong. What was the purpose of suddenly mentioning Brother Hao and his son? The sect master mentioned Brother Hao because he wanted to. Tang Hao still has 2 inherited soul bones of the sect, right? Want to take back the soul bones? There was complete silence. Even the 7th elder, who was very dissatisfied with Tang Hao, did not make any statement. For a soul master in the conventional sense, stripping soul bones is basically equivalent to death. Even if Tang Hao is a titled Douluo, stripping 2 soul bones that have been absorbed will not end well. But this. Participating in the soul master competition and announcing the return of the sect is acceptable. But what is the second thing that follows? A new official is making 3 big moves when he takes office, or is he testing the attitudes of himself and others? Or is he really targeting Tang Hao? Did his previous travels conflict with Tang Hao? If he had known this, he would have fought with all his might. Tang Xiao was secretly annoyed. But he couldn't just watch Tang Yin arrest Tang Hao in the name of the sect master. Master, Brother Hao is a titled Douluo after all. If you want to remove his soul bones, at best his cultivation will regress, at worst he will die. The sect's current situation is indeed caused by him. I believe Brother Hao feels guilty. Now the sect is in a period of transition. If he can be allowed to return to the sect, wouldn't that be bullshit? Tang Xiao, you are simply... Tang Xiao was interrupted by the 7th elder before he finished speaking. The 7th elder was interrupted by Tang Yin again. When did I say that I wanted to remove Tang Hao's soul bones? It was simply inexplicable. Everyone looked at Tang Yin strangely. If that wasn't what he meant, then what did you mean by saying that? Doesn't it sound like you want to deal with Tang Hao? 174 Chapter 173 Impossible, absolutely impossible. 174. Although the saying goes that a new official starts with 3 fires, it's not like that. Tang Yin didn't even look down on just 2 soul bones, which were only more than 60,000 years old. The reason why I mentioned Tang Hao and his soul bone was purely to test their attitude towards Tang Hao. Now it seems that except for the 7th elder, the attitude of others towards Tang Hao is, haha. After all, they were the former Haoshan twin stars, the ones who truly inherited the name of Haoshan. Although Tang Yin defeated all of them head-on, one by one, and showed far more talent and strength than Tang Hao, they still couldn't turn around for a while. Tang Hao's record is enough to be recorded in the history of Haoshan sect. At the same time, defeating the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the elders accompanying him is completely different from the slightly competitive competition in this sect. In other words, in their eyes, Tang Yin, the sect leader, is not good enough. The soul ring ratio is indeed shocking, but they think it is to give face to Tang Chen. If it happens again, it will definitely not be so easy to lose. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders were the main ones who had this idea. The 5th and 7th elders, who were still soul Douluo, had a sense of tragedy at best, but they were convinced of their strength. Second, they wanted to call back Tang Hao and his son through the sect to see if they could hold Tang San in their hands. What Elder Xiao said just now was right. The current situation of Haoshan sect was caused by Tang Hao, and this matter should also end because of him. If the sect wants to coexist peacefully with the Spirit Hall after its comeback, solving this matter is the top priority. Coexist peacefully. The 7th elder was furious again. If I'm not wrong, sect master, are you going to reconcile with the Spirit Hall? Reconcile? Of course not. Tang Yin just wanted to use this as an excuse to let Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall spend this period of time in peace before the unification of the continent. After the unification, according to the 5 People's Plan, 99% of the sects on the continent need to be banned. Becoming the leader of Haoshan sect was also to facilitate his actions, otherwise Tang Yin would be lazy. To facilitate the creation of gods and to consolidate faith. The existence of the sect is an obstacle. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If reconciliation with the Spirit Hall can benefit the development of the sect, why not? The 2nd elder sighed. With such a vision and character, he is indeed an excellent sect leader. But over the years, because of the indoctrination of the elders above, the disciples below are also full of hatred for the Spirit Hall. Reconciliation is not easy. The Spirit Hall broke my mountain gate and killed my disciples. Can it be covered like this? My son, so many disciples of the sect, did they die in vain? The son of the seventh elder is said to have gone down the mountain after the mountain was closed and died in the hands of the spirit hall. He is very hostile to Tang Hao and the two initiators of the spirit hall. What does the seventh elder want? Will he be happy to kill everyone in the spirit hall? The seventh elder said angrily after being confronted. We must kill all the people in the spirit hall. The sect master just said that this matter was caused by Tang Hao, and he should end it. I wonder how to end it. The second elder hurriedly interrupted the seventh elder. If all the people in the spirit hall were killed, I am afraid that their Haoshan sect would become the public enemy of the continent. Tang Yin did not speak, but looked at them in silence. He suddenly felt that becoming the sect master of Haoshan sect was a bad idea. These people have problems in their brains and will not make any favorable contributions to the unification of the continent. Originally, I thought that maybe I could take out the soul forging method later and let everyone study it together. After all, Haoshan hammer is gifted in forging, but now it seems that there is no need. Haoshan sect. Thinking back carefully, except for the first soul ring at the beginning, he has never enjoyed more help from the sect. His current strength depends entirely on his own cheating. Oh, no, it depends entirely on his hard work in cultivation. Thinking in this way, even if he abandons Haoshan sect, he will not have any psychological burden. The only remaining involvement is the parents who gave him this body, but they are no longer with him, and he has died once. But now he is the sect master, it would be too childish to just say no. Lazily said. Kyungsunji has been dead for several years, but Tang Hao keeps chasing after the remote branch halls of small fish and shrimps, bullying the weak with his bigness and taking advantage of his strength. As the former world's #1 sect and the world's #1 weapon spirit, do you think this makes sense or not? It makes no sense. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and there is no reason. Tang Hao smashed up the weak branch hall that was no match for him, and he was justified because he was strong. The branch hall had no way to resist and was weak, so there was no reason. But humans are social animals. If they act so straightforwardly according to the underlying logic, how are they different from wild beasts? The second elder glanced at Tang Chen, and as expected, Tang Chen frowned. The strong get angry and draw their swords against the stronger, and the weak get angry and draw their swords against the weaker. He has always done so. Although there were times when they were not opponents, Tang Hao had never vented his anger on the weak like this. The elders felt that although it was a bit unreasonable, it was understandable that Tang Hao avenged his wife. They did not speak directly, but their faces clearly showed this. My thoughts aside, apart from a life and death struggle, do the elders have any other opinions? Speak freely. Speak freely. What other solutions can there be for this matter? Either the Haoshan sect surrenders to the spirit hall, or the sect has the strength to scare the spirit hall, or destroy them. But now, the former Ding Gaishanzhen looks like he is about to die. Which one can do it? It can't be done. The sect master should stop keeping us in suspense. It would be best if there is a way to resolve the grievances between the sect and the spirit hall. Senior Tang Chen and I will go to the spirit hall in person. On the way here, he discussed a lot with Tang Chen about Tang Hao's affairs and made a decision. Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu are both enemies and friends, and there is still some thin face. Tang Yin, do what you should do as the sect leader. As for the hatred of the disciples below, when more people enjoy the benefits of reconciliation with the spirit hall, that part will naturally be eliminated and eliminated invisibly. It's just that this seventh elder is a bit troublesome. But now we can only ignore him, and wait until he makes trouble and the public outcry is surging before we have an excuse to deal with him. Silence met silence again. Their reaction was expected. According to their understanding, if Tang Chen appeared in front of Qian Daoliu in his current state, how could he let you leave alive? Old sect leader, why don't we take a long-term view on this matter? Maybe we can find some way to alleviate your situation. No need. Tang Chen's attitude was a little strange and cold. I know my situation best. Unless it is a divine object that can truly seize the fortune of heaven and earth, medicine and stones are useless. It is enough to be able to use the remaining heat of my sister, and mother's things once before leaving. The old guys were extremely sad. 175 Chapter 174 We are here. 175. With the elders watching them, Tang Yin and Tang Chen went to Wuhan City. Zhou Suifeng and Tian Rui went into the mountains and forests everywhere, looking for soul beasts. The soul rings were replenished one by one. With the strength of the two, scars began to appear on their bodies. Lan saw Tang Yin's message in the space, saying that he would bring Tang Chen to discuss the Haoshan sect, and felt a headache. You know, in Qian Rongxiu's cognition, Qian Sunji is still a kind father, who was beaten by Tang Hao and died of serious injuries. This came to her door and she saw it. The little angel now is not the lunatic who has been lurking for more than 20 years. She will not go crazy and abandon her 2 generals to recruit enemies. Even if she saw it, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? According to her current style of doing things, at most she will only target Tang Hao, and she won't even target Tang San. Qian Daoliu really taught her too well, and she has a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, morality and right and wrong. Dare to be distracted when eating with this girl. After coming back to her senses, Lan looked at the person opposite her, thought for a moment, but still didn't say anything. It's okay for her to see it herself, and telling her here in advance will only make her upset, and there is no point. Really looking for trouble, can't you just practice in your spare time? Why do you have to be the leader of some sect? Speechless. But it shouldn't happen. Now the 2 of them are in the Wind Sword sect, learning swordsmanship with the people of the Wind Sword sect. 2 days later. The Pope's Palace. Who did you say is coming? Bibi Dong thought she had heard wrong, and looked at the palace knights who came to report below and asked again. Reply to His Majesty the Pope, the other party claims to be the leader of the Haoshan sect. Is he really a member of the Haoshan sect? The leader? What are the people of the Haoshan sect doing here? Aren't they afraid that they will come but never come back? Yu Guan. The enchanting figure quietly emerged, waiting to be ordered. Go and see who it is. Coming silently, leaving silently. After a while, Bibi Dong heard the report from Zhu Douluo. I don't know him, one is a young man, and the other is uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, there was nothing to worry about in his own home field, so he let him in. Then he moved his eyes again, asking Zhu Douluo to find Qian Rongxiu and reveal a little information to her. Zhu Douluo was speechless, but he could only run to Fengjian sect. Alas! The 2 were taken into the Pope's palace. Your Holiness as well. Junior Tang Yin is now the new leader of Haoshan sect. As the former #1 sect in the world, although it is now in decline, as a leader, he cannot show his weakness. Whether it is a visit or a visit, it is inferior. It is very appropriate to use the identity of a junior to call him Your Holiness. Bibi Dong looked at it, and then looked at it again. I have never seen this person before, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? She felt the fluctuation of Tang Yin's mental power vaguely, as if she was familiar, but for a moment she couldn't remember who he looked like, it seemed true or false. It seems that Haoshan sect is really full of talents. The current leader is so young, which is surprising. Leader Tang is also young and promising. She said good things on the surface, but secretly mocked that Haoshan sect had no one, and a young boy could be the leader. She was a crazy woman behind the scenes. On the surface, she treated the Pope very well and made people watch her. What is the purpose of your visit today? On the surface, the target of the Spirit Hall was only Tang Hao, and there was no pull with Haoshan sect. It was not impossible to talk to him in a friendly manner in an unimportant occasion. There are indeed 2 important things. First, let me introduce this elder beside me to His Holiness the Pope. I am the Ding Gaishanzan of Haoshan sect, the invincible Tang Chen on the ground. Tang Chen? She had heard this name from Kyungsunji many times, but didn't she hear that he was missing? It turned out to be Senior Tang Chen. She felt a little solemn. In Kyungsunji's words, Tang Chen was no different from the old guy in the worship hall. In her current state, it was not easy to deal with him. Fortunately, Tang Chen spoke first. Is Qian Daoliu here? So he was looking for him? Bibi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Come here. The palace guard outside the hall responded. Senior, the great worshipper is only in the worship hall all day and rarely goes out. If you want to find him, you can go now. Standing up, Tang Chen glanced at Tang Yin, who nodded slightly, indicating that he could do as he pleased, and he would not need his help next. Tang Chen followed the palace guard to the worship hall. Senior, the worship hall is in front. I am the palace guard of the Pope's palace. The worship hall cannot be entered at will. Please do as you please. Tang Chen nodded, then watched the knight leave, and then climbed the long steps of the worship hall. Standing at the main entrance of the worship hall. Qian Daoliu. I am Tang Chen, open the door. Why didn't this kid leave? Bibi Dong thought that both of them were here to find Douluo, and Tang Yin was just a follower. But he didn't leave with Tang Chen. Your Highness, I have some private matters to discuss with you, so why don't the people in the dark withdraw first? Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't withdraw, anyway, it's not my loss if someone hears it. She had a bad feeling in her heart. From what she heard, the private matters Tang Yin mentioned were actually related to her. She knocked on the armrest expressionlessly and looked at Tang Yin. Speak. Without outsiders around, Tang Yin changed to a more comfortable posture, leaning back on the chair, and said lazily. I just came out of the slaughter city not long ago. By chance, I learned about His Highness, some stories. There was no need to make it too clear, as long as she could understand it. Slaughter city? Damn Rakshasa! The first thought that came to her mind was to kill this guy who knew about her unbearable things. Killing God Realm. Tang Yin relaxed and relaxed, also released. Both sides refused to give in, and neither could suppress the other. After a few seconds of stalemate, Bibi Dong calmed down. What do you want to say? I can roughly guess the purpose of His Holiness the Pope. We can cooperate on this matter. I will help you, and we will benefit each other. It is still unnecessary to say too clearly what the matter is, so that it will be convenient to pull orders anytime and anywhere. Oh! The murderous aura in her heart was violent, but she didn't care on the surface. Bibi Dong also leaned on the Pope's throne in a relaxed posture, with her long legs raised. Tang Yin suddenly lost his mind. This leg, I will never get tired of playing with it for a lifetime. The villain in his heart shook his head. Bibi Dong said lazily. Then why not tell me first, what do you want me to do for you? What can you do for me? It's just a small matter. What I need is just a piece of cake for His Holiness the Pope. It's just to loosen the Spirit Hall's grip on the Haoshan sect. I will select people to participate in this Soul Master competition. When the finals come, the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall will fight each other, and the original matter will be exposed on the surface. This? It's really not a problem. Originally, she cultivated Hulina, on the one hand, to place her inexplicable emotions, and on the other hand, to increase her voice in the Spirit Hall through the cultivation of young people, but now. 176 Chapter 175 Who Helps Whom? 176. Not long ago, she learned that Enlan and Qian Rongxue planned to appear in this competition. The former announced the future of the next generation of the Spirit Hall, and the latter promoted the glory of angels. She had no reason to stop it and couldn't stop it. Hulina had no choice but to give up and go through the motions. It might be better for her to be a bishop of a hall in peace and quiet. Leave the vortex of Wuhan City. Although Bibi Dong was not very clear about the strength of those two people, it was certain that there were few people of the same age who could be their opponents. Can this guy win? The killing god domain is very useful, but the angel domain of that evil seed is extremely restrained against the killing god domain. And that annoying guy, although it seems that I have never seen him use the ability related to the domain, a certain aura on his body is very similar to that of an angel, which makes people dislike. How can you have the face to say that you have exposed the matter between Wuhan Hall and Haoshan sect after losing? Oh, right, a sense of familiarity. Why does this guy make me feel that he is similar to Enlan? They look different, but Wuhan? Could it be that this guy has some connection with Enlan's Wuhan, not Haoshan Hammer? But how can he become the leader of Haoshan sect if it is not Haoshan Hammer? Is your martial soul the Clear Sky Hammer? Although he didn't know what Bibi Dong was doubting, Tang Yin was a little surprised and showed his martial soul directly. Not bad. He frowned secretly and put aside the question for the time being. Back to the previous topic. This matter is indeed a trivial matter for me, but what can you do to help me? Doesn't the Pope want the Spirit Hall to disappear? You are sitting in the position of the Pope, and no matter what you do, there are more or less various restrictions. I am different. I can secretly help you establish many enemies outside. When everyone rises up, the Spirit Hall will not be. Anyone can talk big, but if you simply believe it, you are a fool. Bibi Dong did not make a clear statement, but replied that she would not interfere with the team of the Clear Sky sect in the competition. As for what Tang Yin can do, it doesn't matter if he can do it or not. It doesn't matter to her. She really wants to know what the final result will be if the Clear Sky sect really appears in the finals. Anyway, no matter which family suffers losses, she will be happy. Worship Hall. Qian Daolio was very happy when Tang Chen showed up and took the initiative to come to him. He also knew that Tang Chen left to find a chance to become a god. With Tang Chen's talent, he never doubted the possibility of his failure. Now the time is just right, and he can still fight with Tang Chen before Qian Rongxiu needs to be sacrificed. However, is dead. Qian Daolio put Tang Chen into the temple. Tang Chen looked at the dazzling statue with great yearning in his eyes. He was looking for a way to become a god, not just for Bo Sixi, but also for the higher level scenery, but he was unlucky and fate played tricks on him. The road to becoming a god is bumpy, and one careless move will lead to a complete loss. I probably have a few months left, and it is impossible to compete with you again. I can only come to remember to see her for the last time. Qian Daolio, what do you mean? Mocking in the face? Are you really not afraid that I will get excited and keep you from leaving this Wuhan city? Standing with his hands behind his back, Tang Chen's face did not change, but his voice did not have the arrogance that Qian Daolio remembered in the past. I'm dying, and while I can still move, I want to ask you for a favor. The matter of Haoshan sect. After listening to him, Qian Daolio just felt unlucky. The matter of Kyungsunji could not be blamed on Tang Hao at all. There was nothing to say about the failure to snatch the 100,000-year soul beast and being seriously injured, but he could not explain the truth to Tang Chen. He agreed to Tang Chen's request, and the Spirit Hall would not take the initiative to cause trouble for Haoshan sect. As long as Haoshan sect did not seek death on its own. Tang Chen was not worried about the latter point at all. As long as Tang Yin developed, Haoshan sect would be fine. Shura blood sword, maybe it's time to find a new inheritor. More than 2 hours later, two Haoshan sect the people left the spirit city. Bibi Dong stood at the door of the Pope's palace and watched from afar, feeling a little regretful. Why didn't the two old guys fight? It would be better to kill one of them. Qian Daolio stood on the city wall and watched Tang Chen go away. For a moment, he really thought about keeping Tang Chen. Even if Tang Chen failed, he should have mastered very critical information. In the future, it is possible that a real god will emerge from the Haoshan sect, which will be too threatening to the Spirit Hall. But he couldn't do such a thing as taking advantage of others' misfortune. Even though he was once an elder of judgment and killed people who threatened the Spirit Hall everywhere, he always killed them head-on and never attacked from behind. Considering that his granddaughter Qian Rongxiu should start the god test in less than 20 years, the hope is very high, so he put aside his worries in this regard. There is another point, Poseidon. After his first wife passed away, he wandered for half his life. After handing over the Pope to Kyungsunji, he met Tang Chen and travelled around. He met Bo Sixi and had some genuine feelings for him. Although he was clearly rejected, he might as well make things work for him at this last moment. In the end, both you and I are losers. Tian Rui was finishing replenishing his soul rings. Seeing that he successfully incorporated the bright red soul ring into his martial soul, Zhou Suifeng breathed a sigh of relief. After so many high-intensity battles in a row, people were mentally exhausted to a considerable extent. Raising his hand on his face, a wound across his face slowly disappeared. None of the 100,000-year soul beasts were simple. The two of them almost got into trouble. Sitting cross-legged on the side, he recovered his soul power. About half an hour later, Tian Rui finished absorbing and opened his eyes. The 8 soul rings of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, except for the first soul ring, Thunder Hellvine, the subsequent 7 soul rings, are all over 80,000 years old. Black and red, black and black, black and red, black and red, red. The 3rd, 4th and 5th soul rings are self-amplification abilities, the 6th soul ring is a range control, and the 7th soul ring is naturally the martial soul's true body. The 3rd soul ring is more than 85,000 years old, the 4th soul ring is close to 90,000 years old, and the 5th, 6th and 7th soul rings are all more than 90,000 years old and close to 100,000 years old. This 8th soul ring was originally more than 90,000 years old, and it accidentally turned into a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring during the absorption process. It was a variant of a sub-dragon fire lizard, the thunder fire lizard, a soul beast that the two men found deep in the Death Canyon and the Gobi Desert. With its strong body and attack power, it dominated the area. Zhou Suifeng suddenly had an idea and fed it with a little bit of the gold of life, and asked Tian Rui to stimulate some of the breath of the Fire Dragon King's reverse scale to release energy. The lizard ran away and broke through 100,000 years on the spot. The two took advantage of it. Breaking through 100,000 years naturally exploded soul bones, the left arm bones of the 100,000-year-old fire dragon lizard, and there are two soul skills. First, Thunder and Fire Dragon Flash. The left arm releases a dragon-shaped energy attack of thunder and fire, which explodes to form a range of thunder and fire storms, causing continuous damage to the enemy. Second, Thunder and Fire Dragon Bite, which has super high immunity to thunder and fire attribute damage, and can quickly restore its consumption by swallowing the energy of the two attributes. 177 Chapter 176 Thunder Law 177. And the Soul Ring Skills. First, Thunder Law 9 Heavens. The effect of this skill is very powerful, but also very embarrassing. Release 9 divine thunders that cannot be dodged and are absolutely hit, directly hitting the target's soul. The person who is hit reflects on his own heart. If he can pass all 9 tortures without doubting his heart, he will not suffer any harm, but will get 9 thunder energy enchantments with the power of heaven and earth. On the contrary, if there is any slightest wavering, the soul will be shaken at the least, and the soul will be lost at the worst. If all 9 hits, the final result will be a vegetable. It is also possible not to activate the judgment effect, but then there will only be some simple physical damage, which can barely be compared with the strength of some 20,000 to 30,000 years. Another soul skill, Thunder Order Dragon Swim. Summon a Thunder Dragon Soul, and any mental attack will not have any effect on Tianrui before defeating the Dragon Soul. These two abilities are definitely not what the Soul Beast should have. The impact of being interfered by the breath of the Fire Dragon King may be very high. Tianrui really wants to ask if there is a Thunder Element Dragon King among the 9 Dragon Kings, but the Fire Dragon King has fallen into a deep sleep to recover, and the condition of the Water Dragon King is similar, so there is no way to know. What level of soul power is it? Seeing him finish, Zhou Suifeng asked. Level 88. So several high-year soul rings are only stacked to level 88? Isn't it a bit low? But considering that the 5 people are different from ordinary people, this level is not abnormal. Zhou Suifeng nodded. He is only level 86 now. After absorbing the 8th soul ring, it was only level 82, and it was promoted by 1 level through cultivation. During this period, he hunted soul beasts everywhere with Tianrui and fought countless battles. The Qi method in the cultivation chapter showed its advantages. The continuous consumption and recovery increased by 3 levels. If it goes well, we should be able to break through the seal when the Soul Master competition preliminaries begin. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Suifeng made a calculation. If the other 3 people share martial souls again, the breakthrough will be even earlier. Oh no, it seems that there are only 2 people. Ning Yulin's 9 Treasures Glazed Tower is only more than 60 levels. However, it will be soon to cover the Glazed Tower with martial souls. Because he and Tianrui have the Dragon King's soul in their bodies, all martial souls have been strengthened. It is not far from breaking through the 9th floor with great force. It will definitely be covered with soul rings before the competition begins. Lan, that guy, should have his soul rings replenished in a while. When he shares them with me again, there is no problem for me to break through the seal. Tian. Rui laughed strangely, and he didn't know how many Soul Hall elders he had eaten. Zhou Suifeng shrugged and said nothing more. After a short rest, the two separated temporarily. Zhou Suifeng went to Xingluo Empire to find out about the Dai family. Tianrui returned to Shiwo. No, he went directly to Tianshui College, wanting to share his joy with Shui Binger first. Tang Yin sent Tang Chen to the beach. Let's stop here. Looking at the endless sea, it seemed that there was no end to the horizon. Tang Chen called out, and Tang Yin stopped. He bowed. I hope the senior is going well. I hope so. After saying that, he looked straight at Tang Yin. For a long while, the person who saw it felt uneasy, and Tang Chen suddenly asked. Do you want the Shura blood sword? Tang Yin did not hide it and explained it honestly. Senior, you have a keen eye. That's all. I see that in the entire sect, apart from you, no one else can hold this sword. Perhaps you can complete what I have not completed. Originally, he was optimistic about Tang Hao, but he didn't expect that so many things would happen. Turning over the Azura blood sword, Tang Chen's eyes were full of regrets, recalling the first time he held the sword and heard the vast divine sound. If the sword had not been drawn, would it be different now? Releasing his hand, the sword slowly floated in front of Tang Yin. Tang Yin tried to breathe steadily, empty his mind of distracting thoughts, and gently held it. This was different from the previous research when Tang Chen was not conscious. This was Tang Chen willingly giving up the ownership of the blood sword and withdrawing from the divine test. So. The eyes blurred, the head sank, and appeared in an unknown space. Surrounded by 3 giants. One had a green face and fangs like a demon, one had a kind face like a saint, and one had a kind face like an ordinary person. God realm. The colorful sky. The majestic man in blood-red clothes raised his eyebrows. Interesting? It's not him. The 9th test of the Shura God test, defeat or kill a God tester or God. Reward, Shura God power affinity 10%, inherited artifact Shura sword. That's it. What's the use of that 10% God power affinity? The Sea God test helps to increase the age of the soul ring, and there are also God-given soul rings? This 10% affinity and a sword, isn't it too stingy? Oh, I still need to find time to go to the Sea God Island to take a look. Tang Yin whispered. It was intentional. This change should be the sight of Shura God. If he can get a little, he will get it. If he can't get it, it doesn't matter. Although he appeared here, he didn't directly agree to start the test. It doesn't matter whether he becomes Shura God or not. The most important thing is not to let others, especially Tang San, get this sword. I don't know if it is the projection of Shura God's clone, and there is no response. Tang Yin didn't care. He took the initiative to disperse his mental power. He never agreed to accept the other test energy stored in the magic sword by Tang Chen. Returning to reality, it was just a trance. It seemed that the giant god just now was a complete illusion. Tang Chen saw him come back to his senses and asked him what he saw. After listening to Tang Yin, he was surprised. Why is it different from mine? My last level was to see my true nature and understand what killing is. Why are you? Oh? Tang Yin's eyes flickered. It seemed that the attention from Shura God was not ordinary. Should he pay attention to the contact with the other 4 people, or take the opportunity to let Shura notice the other 4 people? Thank you for your generosity. This thing is for you. In the future, I and a few friends may have to go to Poseidon Island. Please speak well of us in front of the High Priest. The sesame-sized gold of life was handed to Tang Chen. As long as he didn't do anything, it shouldn't be a problem to live on Poseidon Island until a few people with families came to get the wool. Raising his hand to take it, Tang Chen's expression was shocked. This feeling. So comfortable. What is this? If there are enough, it may be able to completely cure his condition. But after looking at Tang Yin, Tang Chen didn't say much. I hope you will remember my previous experience. Waving his hand, Tang Chen flew into the sea and disappeared. Tang Yin waved goodbye from afar. If everything goes well on the trip to Poseidon Island, it is not impossible to cure you. Wait. 178 Chapter 177 Shrek. 178. Half a year later. Shui Luoquan never waited for the prince's order. The old man Shui Ye was surprisingly strong. He gave him many tonics openly and secretly. The old man showed no signs of dying suddenly, and he gave him a batch of more than a dozen brothers and sisters. But he didn't do it like he did to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers. He was anxious. What if the brothers really grow up? Later, Zhao Gao reminded him and began to arrange people around the brothers. Don't do it now, wait until the time is right, and then you can do it. After An Lan replenished the soul ring, he shared it with Tianrui. Tianrui broke through level 90, but did not add the 9th soul ring. Can't find one that suits your taste, wait and see to go to the Sea God Island get a God-given soul ring. Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin each broke through level 89. Although their levels are slightly inferior, it is no problem for them to fight against titled Douluo below level 94 one-on-one. Ning Yulan is just a small soul saint. His elder brother has not yet broken through the limit. Qin Ming became a first-level instructor at Tiandu Royal Academy at some point. Ning Yulan's level has not been exposed. He is still considered by most people to be the youngest soul emperor in history. After the 3 teaching committee members consulted Ning Yulan's opinions, he still became the team's instructor, but he was hit hard on the first day. Shrek. Xiao San, with your current performance, it will be no problem for you to enter other intermediate and advanced colleges. However, a friend of the teacher founded an academy called Shrek, and their slogan is to only recruit monsters. The teacher thinks that Xiao San, with your current performance, you are worthy of the word monster, and the teacher recommends you to Shrek College. But whether to go or not, it is still the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Mayuhad, and you should also be trained as a key person. Isn't this both a position and a position? Let him decide for himself. You said so, how can he decide for himself? The people arranged by Ning Yulan reported that Tang San was about to graduate, and Tang Yin and Zhou Suifeng rushed over. At this time, hearing Yu Xiaogong's words, he couldn't help but complain. See if there is any difference between Tang San and his impression, and whether there is any room for other operations. From the appearance, there is nothing special, unremarkable, dark yellow skin, traces of long-term malnutrition in childhood, which hurt the foundation, and it did not make up after becoming a soul master. He has a solid body, and the muscle lines of his forearms are very solid. Soul skills. Judging from the traces of his training, it should be entanglement and parasitism. Very good, the butterfly effect of 5 people did not affect Tang San in the early stage. No, there was an impact. Without Xiao Wu, his qi cultivation skills increased, and he seemed to have some of the calmness in the general outline of Xiantian Bailu. As a qualified hidden weapon master, no matter when, he must remain calm and composed. I don't know if the world line will converge and arrange another pendant for Tang San. However, the vast sea universe cover is now in Zhou Suifeng's hands, and the Shura sword is in Tang Yin's hands. Without these two things, even if he is really given another pendant, it should be useless. Thinking carefully about the girls Tang San had contacted before, if there was no Xiao Wu, the one who is most likely to become his virtuous wife seems to be Ning Rongrong. Zhou Suifeng frowned. There should be no chance now. Ning Rongrong is the blood sister of Ning Yulan. Whether it is true or false, he will never let Ning Rongrong get involved with Tang San. Minus Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing has become his little cat. Meng Yuran, Huo Wu, Jiangzhu, Shuike, Ziai Zhensu. After calculating them one by one, the impact is not great. Perhaps, he can take the initiative to arrange a few people to enter Shrek to mix together? But arranging a good girl to go in, according to the character of those people in Shrek, wouldn't it be a spoiler for them? According to the information he had heard before. Although there are no girls from the Zhu family in this generation, they cannot form a couple of nether white tigers, but the old emperor found the women of the Zhu family in the previous generation, got 2 girls, and awakened the nether spirit cat martial spirit. Not the queen, but the playthings of the previous generation who were deprived of soul power and imprisoned in the palace. Form a brother-sister pair of nether white tigers. The people of the Zhu family's collateral branch were found, but no one could produce a fusion induction with the princes of this generation. The competition system among the princes has not changed, and Daimyo Bai still ran away. This is a bit far-fetched. Faced with Yu Xiaogong's suggestions, Tang San naturally followed them. Since the teacher recommended Shrek Academy, it must have some unique features that other academies don't have. I am willing to go to Shrek. Shrek is absolutely unique, very unique. The two followed Tang San on the road. How is it, have you found Tang Hao's location? Zhou Suifeng shook his head. There was another thing he felt strange about. Before coming here, he secretly went to see the traces of the cave. It seemed that Tang Hao didn't notice any changes inside. Didn't he love Blue Silver Emperor to the bone? He didn't recognize a single fake grass? It's okay if the soul bone is in a lead box and sealed in the mountain wall, but it's really speechless that he can't recognize his own wife grass. However, the blue-silver grass with a trace of Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline is growing really well, and it grows stronger than the original Blue-Silver Emperor. If everything goes well, maybe he can replace the Blue-Silver King in the future. For this guy, we can only try to hide in the woods. Tang Yin smacked his lips. Hitting Tang Hao was just to show off his status as the sect master, and to tell him as the sect master not to cause trouble for Haoshan sect again. First, let the other disciples of Haoshan sect know. If Tang Hao fights with the spirit hall again, he will have a reason to intervene, and other disciples will accept it. But in fact, it was mainly because he was too idle. The improvement of strength has reached a stable period. He came out for a walk to change his mood and relax, and by the way, observed Tang San. All the way to Soto City. The two of them took the plate crystal in advance. Even if it is not used as a hidden weapon, after refining, the outer shell and the inner needle are good forging materials. Seeing Flanders, Zhou Suifeng remembered something and inexplicably admired him. He could actually endure being in the same tent. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were intimate, and Zhao Wuji was present. Change, they were far from daring enough to do what they did. Just thinking about it made them feel sick. Tang San and Dai Mubai still met, but without Xiao Wu, and they didn't fight again. Tang San saw that the other party was hugging him, and his eyes fluctuated slightly. Dai Mubai didn't care about the little scoundrel who looked like a mud-legged person on the roadside. They entered the Rose Hotel happily, one in each hand. Tang San found another small hotel to stay in, and Tang Hao was still nowhere to be seen. The two went to the Kai Bao building and used Ning Yulin's identity token to ask about Shi Nian's whereabouts. A few years ago, he had secretly conquered Shi Nian and had long been prepared to do this and that to Tang San. Now he only needed to determine Tang Hao's location, and then he could do this and that. As they walked out, they didn't tell the steward not to reveal their news, and people would know. Not far away, they saw a little girl, frowning in unison. There will be some water next. The brain is barren and can't come up with a very exciting and cool plot. It's not certain whether it's a swimming pool or a small syringe. 179. Chapter 178. It's simply inexplicable. 179. She wore a blue dress and small leather shoes, a princess bun, and her eyes were lively, as if little fish were jumping in it. Ning Rong Rong. Why did she appear here? The two looked at each other, puzzled. Zhou Suifeng was distracted for a moment, entered the space, and saw Ning Yulin's message. Rong Rong asked the maid to pretend to be herself. She ran away from home a few days ago. Judging from the direction, she might have gone to Shrek. Back to reality, she said to Tang Yin concisely. Running away from home. Tang Yin looked strange. Why? Who knows? Zhou Suifeng spread his hands. Then we let her continue to go to Shrek, or catch her directly. It's not appropriate to let her continue to go to Shrek. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng shook his head. Originally, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing helped her distract her attention. Now she is alone. If something happens to that lewd tiger when she can't see, she will regret it. Ning Yulin treats this girl as a sister, so in a roundabout way, she can also be considered the sister of the four. The two can't watch her run into the devil's cave stupidly. Then they can only catch her back. Holding the skewers in one hand and the candied haws in the other. Ning Rong Rong only felt that the air after leaving home was so fresh and fascinating. These things were not common at home, and she liked the fresh taste and flavor very much. Stinky Dad, Stinky sixth brother, you control everything for me, I don't want to go to the Royal Academy, it's all a bunch of mumbling in his mouth, it's hard to hear what he said. The two blocked her way one after the other. Ning Rong Rong was so frightened that half of the candied haws in her mouth got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't swallow it or cough it out. Cough cough cough. Zhou Suifeng extended a soul force and hit her right below the chest. She vomited the candied haws that almost choked her to death, and the wet and sticky half of the hawthorn shot towards Zhou Suifeng's face. But it turned into powder silently 3 inches away. Ning Rong Rong's pupils suddenly shrank. Although she was not very keen on practicing, she was so close to the 2 titles that she had some experience. This ability to easily destroy external objects without using soul rings or martial souls, this kind of ease, must be above level 75. Oh no, this lady is in trouble. Who are you? Don't mess around, I can tell you, I have someone behind me. The two ignored it. According to what she muttered just now, she must have reached the rebellious stage. In this case, either you should do something ruthless to scare her completely, or you should not care about anything and wait until she encounters something and learns a lesson. But it is generally hard to say what the latter will end up like. Over Ning Rong Rong's shoulder, he winked at Tang Yin, who understood. Although she is a little skinny, she is still pretty and has good skin. She should be able to make a lot of money. The two of them deliberately lowered their voices and spoke roughly. With this appearance, I'm afraid she is not from an ordinary family. Ning Rong Rong took the opportunity to speak. Yes, 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 you. Unexpectedly, I heard it again. Who cares about her family? We take the money and go around the mainland. Can we find her family? Come on, come. Ning Rong Rong knew her ability and screamed. She knew that she would not leave quietly when she went out. Her stinky father must have arranged guards. Someone showed up immediately. You too. Pa. With a punch and a kick, the 2 guards who showed up fell softly in front of Ning Rong Rong. Ning Rong Rong. You too, why do you have to make such a fuss? It's just a little money. I have it here. As long as you can let me go, I can give you all the money. Stupid! Zhou Suifeng scolded. If we catch you, isn't the money on you also ours? We can make extra money by selling you. I don't know which family's lady is so stupid. That makes sense, but what can I do? I advise you not to mess around. I am. Then she lost consciousness. Zhou Suifeng threw out 2 leaves of grass to wrap her up, and returned to the Kaibao building. Arrange a secluded room for your young lady to have a good rest. Yes, yes, the 2 adults will wait a moment, and I will prepare it immediately. Zhou Suifeng hypnotized her and arranged a dream. Originally, he planned to arrange a brothel or a whorehouse, but it would be bad if someone was scared and left with a serious psychological trauma. He searched his brain and arranged some tragic experiences of the heroines in the romance stories he had read before. It would allow her to learn a profound lesson, but it would not be too serious. Arranged 2 maids to wait inside. More than 2 hours later, Ning Rongrong woke up screaming, and the whole person curled up in the quilt and shivered. It took a long time before she realized that she was dreaming. Seeing the clothes of the 2 maids, she realized that this should be the power of the family. Then, those 2 people were from the sect? 2 maids helped to clean up, and Ning Rongrong ran out of the room angrily. She had never seen such a guard without a sense of boundaries. Who are you? When she met the 2 people's eyes, her voice unconsciously weakened. She was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, and said fiercely. Whose people? After asking clearly, I must complain to my 6th brother. Miss Ning Rongrong, you don't seem to have learned your lesson. Even if you can complain, that will be in the future. Now you stand in front of my 2 brothers, aren't you afraid that we will just take action and leave? Thinking of the scene in the dream, Ning Rongrong shrank her head reflexively, but reacted that if the 2 really planned that, they would not send her here. But she didn't dare to put on the style of a young lady anymore. You can know a person's face but not his heart. If she really irritated him, she would become a dead man. The 2 looked at each other. Sometimes Ning Rongrong was too smart, but sometimes she was too stupid. It was really incomprehensible. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. We are Ning Yulin's friends. His sister can also be said to be our sister. Each of them said one sentence. Damn! Ning Rongrong cursed inwardly. When Ning Fengzi discussed things with Ning Yulin, she occasionally heard a few words that her 6th brother had a few good friends helping outside, and she never expected to meet them here. Could it be that the 6th brother specifically came to catch her? She was dissatisfied and wanted to escape far away. This expression, this look, what did Ning Yulin do to her? The 2 fell into deep thought. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned and she called softly. 2 brothers, Rongrong I. The sweet voice gave people goosebumps, and Tang Yin raised a palm. Stop it! Ning Rongrong puffed up her face, but although the 2 said that just now, they had never spent any time with Ning Rongrong. Her behavior this time was equivalent to showing it to a blind man. Went to the hospital for a checkup, lumbar disc herniation and slight bone hyperplasia. 180 Chapter 179 Add some water. 180. Zhou Suifeng flicked his fingers, and a green lotus suddenly bloomed, with a faint fragrance. Ning Rongrong relaxed and calmed down. You came here to go to that Shrek Academy? How do you know about Shrek? With a depressed face, Ning Rongrong, who had calmed down, knew that she could not escape these 2 people. If they were from the sect, even if they wanted to catch her back, they would not restrict her too much. I wanted to go to Xingluo Empire to take a look, and passed by here. I heard about Shrek and other monsters, so I wanted to take a look at what kind of academy can say such a slogan. Do you know what kind of people are in that academy? Having a bad feeling in her heart, Ning Rongrong asked in a cautious tone. Who is it? The teachers are okay, they have high cultivation, although they have some minor problems, but they are not bad in the main. But the academy, Daimyo Bai, the 3rd prince of the Dai family of the Xingluo Empire, is a playboy and has a very obscene soul curse. Oscar's food-type sausage martial soul has an extremely obscene soul curse. It is said that the appearance is determined by the heart, and there should be no need to explain how the soul curse is obscene. Ma Hongjun's mutant martial soul is evil fire grass chicken, and he goes in and out of brothels all day long. He is already a veteran at a young age. I guess he is still a big shot. Ning Yulin tried to recruit Oscar, but didn't find him. As he said, Zhou Suifeng looked her up and down, Ning Rongrong felt a chill and hugged him. What do you think will happen after you go in? Don't tell me there are guards. What can the guards do after everything happens? What about helping you get revenge? Although it is alarmist, it is not impossible. Oh, by the way, Shrek Academy has not yet passed the approval of the Ministry of Education of the Barak Kingdom, and even the most basic nutritional meals for students cannot be guaranteed. The operating funds still need students to go to the fighting arena to play games to earn money. Ning Rongrong put down her hand and said in surprise. No way? How can such a quack academy have such a big reputation? I also heard that a student who graduated from their academy became the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. If the graduates and the youngest are removed, Master Yu who holds the Pope's order did not cheat and was worthy of the title of the Spirit Hall Elder. It was so rotten that Ning Rongrong actually had a great interest in exploration. So he asked tentatively. When are we going back? The two of them caught me here and made it clear about their relationship with my sixth brother. There is no doubt that they will send me back. But before going back, go and see what Shrek is like before we finish our business. It would be nice to satisfy your curiosity. You can go back anytime you want before we finish our business. Ah! This reply was beyond Ning Rongrong's expectation. Didn't they come to capture her? I captured you to remind you that life is unpredictable. Big things are common. Anything can happen on the road. A son of a rich man doesn't sit in the hall. You are born with a 9-treasure glazed tower. Don't you know your significance to the 7-treasure glazed sect? Ning Yulan used external objects to break through, and your father doesn't know whether he can break through the 9th floor. As a pure innate 9-treasure glazed tower that awakens itself, if you can awaken the martial soul field, you may be able to drive other martial souls of the same glazed tower to break through. Hearing this sermon, Ning Rongrong had a headache. Hey! Tang Yin interrupted Zhou Suifeng. At her age, she won't listen. Take your time, there's still plenty of time. The little girl immediately cast a grateful look. In the sect, when the 6th brother preached, the other 5 brothers, including their father, didn't dare to interrupt, and she was in agony every time. Only when the 2 titles were present, the 6th brother would restrain himself. This brother, you are so nice. What's your name? What are you doing here? Can I come with you? Zhou Suifeng, what did Ning Yulan teach Ning Rongrong? Tang Yin smiled, unmoved, and gave Zhou Suifeng a look. For him, it didn't matter whether he took Ning Rongrong with him or not, but he didn't know what Zhou Suifeng would say. After receiving his look, Zhou Suifeng shrugged. Anyway, this trip couldn't be a big deal, so he took her. It would take some time to send her back now. Although he could fly directly, it would be better to finish Shrek's business first. At most, a week. I'm Tang Yin, you don't have to pay attention to him for now. If you want to play with us, then come on first. Thank you, Brother Tang Yin. Disgusting. Zhou Suifeng shuddered and condensed 3 seeds and gave them to Ning Rongrong. In case of some unexpected situation, this thing can delay time and ensure safety. The next day. Still hanging Tang San from a distance, ready to follow. Ning Rongrong wanted to go inside Shrek to take a look, so she let her line up by herself. Found Tang Hao's location, fuck him. Zhou Suifeng's scattered blue-silver field captured Tang Hao's breath, but Tang Hao didn't notice it. The Qi method in the Xiaoxian chapter is so powerful. Although it has not reached the complete unity of man and nature, a soul master like Tang Hao who takes the power root is obviously unable to detect the subtle movement. After a moment of silence, Tang Yin shook his head. It would be more appropriate to wait until Tang Hao is showing off in the grove at night. But now that Xiao Wu is gone, will Tang San still take the initiative to provoke Zhao Wuji and then be beaten unconscious? Tang Yin disagreed. I know people who use hammers. Even if Zhao Wuji is not there, Tang Hao will show up and remind Flanders of Tang San's identity. Just like Nodding City showed up in front of Yu Xiao Gang. That's right. Tang San is about to enter level 30, officially entering the higher risk Soul Master class, and the opponents he encounters are stronger. He needs to let the people of Shrek Academy know that there is someone behind Tang San. Let Flanders know what kind of background his son has. Get the scale of being a teacher. Line up and pay the registration fee. Some people have conflicts because of the registration fee, and they will not be refunded if they do not meet the enrollment standards. 10 gold soul coins, according to the living standards of Tang San's villagers in Shengun village, can't be used up in half a year or even a year. Most of the people queuing at the entrance of Shrek are only soul masters of more than 10 levels. They can only receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin a month. It takes 10 months to register for Shrek. Is it difficult to put up a sign next to the admission standard? It's not difficult. However, Shrek just doesn't do it. With such deception, how could it fail to pass the approval of the Ministry of Education of the Kingdom of Barak? Zhou Suifeng suddenly had an idea and thought of a good idea. Don't move around here. Tang Yin. A few minutes later, Zhou Suifeng reappeared. With 3 pretty girls. What are you? People created with the 6th soul skill and the life of the glazed tower. I plan to let them sneak into Shrek Academy and see. Tang Yin raised his eyebrows. Soul power level and martial soul can be concealed, but how to disguise soul rings? 181 Chapter 180 Small problem. 181. Simple. It's a piece of cake, Zhou Suifeng has been prepared for it. It looks like they are 3 people, but in fact they are 15 people. Wow! What the hell, 15 people? Tang Yin thought of something, turned his head and carefully looked at the 2 people who were quietly walking to the end of the team. When he moved his wrist, he could vaguely see the source points of different colors. What Zhou Suifeng said next was just as he thought. I used my life to weave and shape other blue-silver grasses into the appearance of soul rings. I also left a lot of seeds for them, enough for them to use until Tiandu City. Anyway, it's only a little over a year. Great, awesome. If this happened in my previous life, it would be okay. Rub your hands, boss. I heard that a figurine has been sold for more than 900 million yuan. It was Ning Rongrong's turn in line. Just when Li Yuzong was about to touch the bones, the Soul Master Manual was stuck in front of him. This thing cannot be forged by ordinary people. The special materials used are only available in the Spirit Hall. It is meaningless for a capable forger to tinker with it. Can this thing prove my age and level, teacher? With bright eyes and a sweet smile, Ning Rongrong pretended to be a beautiful girl next door. 6th brother repeatedly told her that girls should protect themselves and respect themselves when they go out. Don't let an old man touch your hand. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuzong nodded. Okay. Dai Mubai came over with shining eyes and led him in. I am Dai Mubai, your senior. What's your name? Hey. Having been vaccinated in advance, Ning Rongrong was not confused by the appearance of a noble man, and she felt a little sick. Subconsciously, she took 2 steps back, her eyes were distant and alert. Dai Mubai's face darkened, but he didn't suspect anything, just thought that the girl was shy and would be fine after getting familiar with her. Pretending to be generous, he continued to lead the way. However, he didn't meet Oscar. When testing her soul power, she reported that she was over level 25, so she passed the 2nd and 3rd levels. Under a big tree, she met Tang San who came in first. As for Tang San, the 2 didn't tell her too much, just told her to be careful and stay away. He was an old sinister man who ate people without spitting out bones and killed people without blinking an eye, but he was humble and submissive on the surface. With a little bit of vigilance in her heart, Ning Rongrong stood at a distance and put a chair in the soul guide to sit down. Tang San felt the gaze of the scrutiny, turned his head and found that it was a girl, and retracted his vigilant gaze. This girl has such white skin. At the door, Li Yuzong turned over and over, pinching his hands and feet, looking up at the triplets, with a very strange expression. He couldn't judge the age of the 3 girls. But it felt like they shouldn't be very old. Forget it, put them in. If the conditions are not met, just let Flanders drive them out. Dai Mubai returned and saw the 3 people's identical faces. His heart skipped a beat instantly. This face, this figure. Super wow! Without waiting for Li Yuzong to speak, he took the initiative to run over. Teacher Li, these 3 sisters passed the 1st level, right? Come on, I'll take you to the next level of testing. The 3 girls were silent and followed Dai Mubai in. Just after pinching them, when they were brought here, Zhou Suifeng found that they looked very similar to Zhu Zuyun. There was no way, he knew Zhu Zuyun's details very well. If he wanted to weave a puppet that could be used for a long time, he would need to spend a lot of energy, so he subconsciously weaved it into the most convenient appearance. In fact, Zhu Zuyun's appearance didn't matter. But when she thought of the 3 puppets staring at her being fucked by that lewd tiger, she felt sick and wanted to beat the 2 men to death. After some revisions, she became a teacher in a certain knowledge film in her memory. Before the second level, she casually said that her soul power level was 29th level, and she was exempt from the test and went straight to the 4th level. In the actual combat assessment, as expected, Zhao Wuji appeared. The three people's introduction to plants shocked Tang San's heart. Lan Yi, martial soul, blue silver grass, control system. Lan Yi, martial soul, blue silver grass, strong attack system. Lan Shan, martial soul, blue silver grass, support system. Control system and support system are fine, but how to play the strong attack system blue silver grass martial soul? Tang San was very curious, and was even more shocked when he heard that the three women's level was 29, the same as himself. Didn't the teacher say that blue silver grass with full soul power is extremely rare? How could it be? Ning Rongrong felt that something was a bit strange, but couldn't say it. Dai Mubai, who had not walked far, and Zhao Wuji, who was preparing to light incense in the field, were also shocked. The triplets had the same martial soul but different directions, and they were recognized as useless martial souls on the mainland. It was interesting. There was actually no difference between this system and that system. They were just part of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass's ability. Needless to say, the control system was just to entangle and devour the opponent's energy. Auxiliary system, continuous treatment of life energy, weaving defense, etc. Strong attack system, with the current strength of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass, it could easily be a blue-silver overlord spear. Originally, I wanted to arrange someone to play the agility attack system, but after thinking about it, the agility attack system of the blue-silver grass was a bit exaggerated, so I gave up. His own speed was no problem, but the puppets might not be able to compare with the orthodox agility attack system Soul Master. One stick of incense, after the incense burns out, as long as the four of you are able to move, you will all pass the test. As long as one of the three puppets is a little serious, Zhao Wuji can't even move, but who let them play the role of a great soul master of level 29? It's no big deal if they cause a little trouble. If Zhao Wuji is tied up in place, even a fool will know that there is something wrong with these triplets. The battle begins. 9 treasures turn out colored glaze. One is strength, the other is speed. Ning Rongrong took the lead and assisted 4 soul masters of level 29 at the same time. She didn't show any signs of effort at all. 9 treasures' self-recovery ability is not to be underestimated. She used the supreme invincible shining version of Xian Shui Dan, and Shui Binger used the same one as her. The meditation method is not simple either. Zhou Suifeng was able to develop the Spirit Cat meditation method with basic internal power effects through the Qi method and the Zhu family meditation method. Naturally, Ning Yulin could also develop the 7 treasures meditation method. 3 days, soul. She is now level 31. After releasing her soul skills, she stood quietly in the corner, keeping a safe distance. Then, a hearty blue-silver feast that Tang San could not imagine. Lani raised her right hand high, and strands of blue-silver grass grew in her palm, weaving into a blue-silver giant sword, and took the initiative to rush towards Zhao Wuji. Lan Shan retreated and landed in front of Ning Rongrong. Without any extra movements, circles of soul power ripples bloomed under her feet. The originally sparse ground around the scene grew densely packed blue-silver grass. Lan Yi stepped on the grass leaves, as if she was not under any force, sliding back and forth as smoothly as skating. The grass leaves actively exerted force in the direction of her movement, like a wave. Tang San also activated his blue-silver grass, and the deep color and pattern did not look very auspicious. It was incompatible with the bright vitality of the 3 women, like a dormant poisonous snake in the grass. Seeing Lan Yi coming fiercely, Zhao Wuji didn't take it seriously, just lowered his body slightly to stabilize his lower body. Lan Yi had no expression on her face, and a sword lightly landed on Zhao Wuji's shoulder. What a little girl! He thought that the sword made of blue-silver grass was just a form, but he didn't expect it to be a real heavy blow. Those are... Tang San noticed the difference. 182 Chapter 181 Tang San, take a good look at what blue-silver grass is. 182. In order to observe the difference between the blue-silver grass of the 3 women and his own, Tang San had already opened the purple extreme demon eye. Found some strange places on the sword. The opposite end of Zhao Wuji's body seemed to have many traces of air jets. So that's it. The structure of her sword should be very special, through the flow of air, to generate enough weight at speed to suppress the target. Although Tang San did not understand the specific theory of air compression and gravity acceleration. But there are many places in the hidden weapon that use airflow, and it is not difficult to see some tricks. However, he privately thought that this should be a specific form of soul skill. Ordinary people would never be able to study such a delicate structure, and it was directly shaped with blue-silver grass. No one in this world knows more about mechanical structures than him. No. Aerodynamics, brother. If it were Zhou Suifeng's body, he would not need any tricky mechanical structure. He could simulate the corresponding weight directly with soul power by using the weapon mimicked by blue-silver grass. In addition, he felt that there was a strange sense of intimacy with these three girls. Enough. Little girl, again. Lan Yi did not speak, stepped on Zhao Wuji's thigh and flipped back, and her left hand brushed over her right hand, and the heavy sword split into two thick-backed straight blades. Slightly squatting, the body moved forward, and the two swords were one in front and one behind, in a strange posture. Swoosh! The grass leaves under her body bounced, and Lan Yi burst and appeared on Zhao Wuji's left side. Thrust the knife straight. It was deflected by Zhao Wuji's back of the hand, and then caught by the momentum. Lan Yi ducked to avoid it, and another knife exploded with a low explosion, hitting Zhao Wuji's knee. Zhao Wuji's left leg bent forward uncontrollably. It would be embarrassing if he was knocked to his knees by a little girl. Hey! With a low shout, Zhao Wuji stood up. He deflected the knife from Lan Yi's hand again. Zhao Wuji suddenly felt something was wrong. Judging from the performance of this little girl's first sword, she shouldn't be unable to hold it. There's something fishy. Be careful and alert, don't lose face in front of these little brats, otherwise you won't be able to maintain your dignity as a teacher in the future. This knife deflected, and the upper knife fell down. Lan Yi didn't even look at it, and directly opened her palm. The falling knife seemed to have a positioning tracking, and naturally fell into her hand. Cut! With a bulge of his huge biceps, Zhao Wuji tried to increase the intensity a little, and felt his body sink. Looking up, Lan Yi was floating around not far away. It was obvious that she was the one who did it. On the right, Tang San was not willing to be outdone and also started his own entanglement. Many blue-silver grasses entangled his whole body. You want to tie up my powerful King Kong bear with just blue-silver grass? With force, he easily broke free. The blue-silver grass on the right broke into pieces, but the one on the left was scattered into clear roots. Zhao Wuji didn't care about this small difference, but Tang San was thinking about it. Turning around to continue dealing with Lan Yi. The action paused again. Parasitism. Tang San nodded to the others without seeming to care. Lan Yi dropped her knife again, bounced off, grabbed another knife, bounced off, and clawed again. Bang bang bang. One knife after another. At some point, several blue-silver long knives appeared. Flying up and down around Zhao Wuji, Lan Yi's momentum was quite violent, but her face was cold and desireless, which was a great contrast. The combination of elegance and violence is fascinating. Dai Mubai who came back and Oscar who appeared at some point. He was stunned. Fortunately, it was the famous Akala Zhao Wuji. If it were the two of them, they would have been chopped into meat paste. Dai Mubai was a little afraid, but another idea came to his mind in an instant. If he could hold such a woman under him, wouldn't it be a sense of accomplishment? Tang San looked calm. As a qualified hidden weapon master, he had to plan before acting and carefully look for opportunities. Such a useless and disorderly attack was absolutely unacceptable. In the dark, Tang Yin smacked his lips. What a pity, this move is good. It would be perfect if it could trigger some energy attacks. Zhou Suifeng didn't care. He had no problem using this move to trigger energy attacks. Since his martial soul awakened and absorbed the water and fire attributes from the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, he had been tinkering with it for a long time. Finally, after a period of time after the dragon soul of the Water Dragon King took over, he learned to transform life energy into other attributes. What kind of energy attack do you want? But a few puppets are just to try to grasp Shrek's movements, so there is no need to be so against this guy. While fighting, Zhao Wuji suddenly realized something. Is the soul power recovery speed of this little girl so fast? Even with the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tower, it doesn't make sense. From the beginning to now, the strength has not weakened at all, the speed has not changed, and the soul power feels like it has not been consumed at all. The mighty King Kong bear was puzzled. Looking to the side, the incense has burned 2/3. It's time to get serious and let these little brats see what I, old Zhao, can do. Gravity is increasing. The brutal and elegant waltz suddenly stopped, and the blue-silver long swords flying in the air fell one after another, deeply inserted into the ground under the influence of gravity. Sure enough, blue-silver grass has no advantage in strong attack. It seemed that it was violent before, but now it seems that it has no effect at all. Teacher is right, blue-silver grass is most suitable for controlling the root. However, this Lan Yi's ability. He ignored Zhao Wuji's own level. Although he heard Dai Muebai's introduction before the battle, he has been living in Nodding City and Holy Soul Village all the time, and he has no intuitive impression of what the strength of the Soul Saint level is. He did not have a conflict with Dai Muebai because of the hotel room. He was not clear about his confidence in the Tang sect's hidden weapons and his positioning of his own strength. Yu Xiaogang rarely told him about this. Tang San still had the mentality that his hidden weapons were invincible. When he provoked Zhao Wuji and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood and fainting, he stopped looking down on the others. Later, when he met King Hui and his group, the Meng family, and the Titan giant ape, he was able to truly correct his mentality. Zhao Wuji punched him. Between his fist and Lan Yi, several blue-silver grasses grew out. They curled up like springs. Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he flattened the strange and twisted grass leaves with one punch, and the little girl was also knocked out. But it didn't feel right. Something was very awkward. He looked at his fist suspiciously, lowered his head to look at the grass that fell limply to the ground, and then turned his head to look at the girl who landed gracefully. He scratched his head, too lazy to think too much, and smiled at Tang San. This little girl is quite capable. Let me see what else you three can do. Lan Yi's performance was quite standard. The level 29 blue-silver grass could basically not produce any other effects except entanglement. It could only aim at different positions, such as the joints of the hands and feet, the neck, and even the lower part. Lan Shan made Zhao Wuji's eyes light up again. He caught Tang San and punched him a few times. He saw a faint light flashing around Lan Shan. The blue-silver grass at Tang San's feet stuck to him, and the scars on Tang San's body immediately recovered to the appearance of no injury. Ahaha, good, this healing ability is not bad. As for Tang San's ability. Yin. 183 Chapter 182 Hey, Tang San. 183. Yin. Originally, if there was no foil, his level 29 blue-silver grass martial spirit would also be eye-catching. But now, he is just a mediocre little waste. In him, we can see what is known as a recognized waste martial spirit on the continent. The color is not as pretty as the three women's, the strength is not as high as the three women's, and there is only a little bit of unknown toxicity. As for hidden weapons, he only used a few kinds of hidden arrows, willow leaf flying knives, bone-penetrating needles, and shoe blades, which did not have any effect. For a hidden weapon master, being inconspicuous and being ignored should be a blessing, but Tang San felt inexplicably angry at this time. But there was no expression on the surface. Ha ha ha, not bad. Although some of them are a little bit worse, but overall you are not bad. Well, you pass. Officially become members of Shrek Academy. Just then, the incense burned out, and the last bit of dust was blown away by the wind. Some of them are a little bit worse? Tang San clenched his fists. Teacher Zhao, right? I don't need it. Ning Rongrong suddenly said, I'm just out for a few days and I'm going home. Besides, I took a general look at your academy, and it seems that there is nothing worth staying for me. Humph. Zhao Wuji has some feelings for Shrek, but he doesn't dare to provoke the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in his current situation. Just saying a few words is nothing, so he snorted coldly. Since you don't like my Shrek Academy, I'm sorry I won't see you off. This lady doesn't need your sister to pry me away. It's just a stinky bear, what's there to be proud of? With the same cold snort, Ning Rongrong turned around and left, jumping up and down uncomfortably. Dai Muebai glanced at the white jade earlobe and sighed with some regret. Ning Rongrong felt something disgusting crawling on her back, and she turned back suddenly with a start. She met Dai Muebai's eyes. She got angry and opened her mouth to curse. She even remembered what Zhou Suifeng said before, that the son of a rich man should not sit in the hall, and there was also that dream. She retracted her head and sped up run away. Run out of the Shrek gate. Breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Tang Yin, are you there? She had wanted to stay in Shrek for a few days and see if the three sisters with blue-silver grass spirits could be accepted into the sect, but after hearing Zhou Suifeng's voice transmission and understanding the situation, she gave up the idea. What's the matter? Looking up, she saw Tang Yin standing on a tree not far away. She ran over. That daimyo bai looks disgusting, can you help your sister beat him up? Okay, I'll help you solve it tonight. Go back to the city first, and your brother Zhou will take you home tomorrow. Going home now? Ning Rongrong's face fell, but Tang Yin had disappeared, and no one saw her pretending to be pitiful. She kicked the pebbles irritably and walked towards Soto City. Why, do you like Ning Rongrong? Back in the hiding place, Tang Yin heard Zhou Suifeng's question. Whatever, but she is too young now. If we can really solve the problem peacefully with the spirit hall, I will see if Hulina can do it. Or Yelingling is not bad, and those from Tian Shui College are not bad either. His cultivation level is about the same, and he has also considered the major events of his life for a while, but he only has eyes for those people. Hulina, although she is a little love-brained, but if she can be on him, it will be great. Yelingling, the nine-hearted Begonia Ye family, if they combine with the Haoshan sect, perhaps both sides can reach a higher level. The acacia heartbroken red has not been eaten yet, so it is placed on Zhou Suifeng and used by Yelingling. It should not be a problem for her to break through and become the king of flowers. Those few? You are a breeding pig. Zhou Suifeng cursed, and Tang Yin looked at him with a squint. The more he didn't speak, the more obvious his eyes were. Are you qualified to say that to me? Zhou had no self-awareness at all and looked at him coldly. Ning Rongrong, on the way back to the city, had another problem. The kicked stone hit a red fat man on the roadside. She was embarrassed and wanted to apologize, but the other party's eyes. Ma Hongjun walked on the road with a depressed look on his face. Qiwa said she wanted to break up with him these days, which made him very sad. If they really broke up, he would have to spend money to go to the brothels in the city in the future, which would be a considerable expense, and his own soul master subsidy would not be enough. Just when he was planning to talk to Qiwa tomorrow, he was suddenly hit by a stone on the back of his head. Who threw a stone at me? Ning Rongrong's face was so white that she was blinding. Caog immediately forgot about Qiwa and the brothels. This girl, please walk on the road. Isn't it too rude for you to suddenly hit someone with a stone? Ma Hongjun tried hard to control himself, but he still felt a little hot all over his body and his blood was flowing down. This guy is retreating again and again. Ning Rongrong saw the swollen part of Ma Hongjun's blood and felt physically uncomfortable. Who knows what this guy imagined himself to be like? When Ning Rongrong thought of that scene, she almost vomited on the spot. Get out of here! Stay away from me! At this point, Kaji's face also darkened. Hey! Get it straight, you were the one who hit me with a stone first. Don't even think about leaving if you don't apologize today. Not wanting to stay for even a second, Ning Rongrong flipped her hand and grabbed a handful of gold soul coins and threw them at the fat guy. Then she wanted to run over from the side. So much money. She's still a little rich woman, so she can't let her go. Money doesn't count. You today. Kaji reached out and grabbed Ning Rongrong's arm. Ning Rongrong was horrified and made a sharp explosion. While monitoring, Zhou Suifeng suddenly felt something in his heart. Don't move around here. The seed I gave Ning Rongrong has been activated. It's not too far, go over and take a look. Tang Yin. Thinking that Tang Hao would not appear for a while, Tang Yin simply came back to his senses and went to find Ning Rongrong. The two found Ning Rongrong. In the middle of the road, a huge blue-silver tree rose from the ground, with several branches entwined around an unclear human figure. Ning Rongrong grabbed stones and threw them one by one between the man's legs. Ning Rongrong. While throwing, she shouted inventing. Disgusting thing, you dare to covet your aunt. You are looking for death, I will destroy you today. The two found Ning Rongrong's guard and asked what happened. Hello, gentlemen, so-and-so. So that's it, I thought she had met some kidnapper. Zhou Suifeng appeared, waved his hand to disperse the blue-silver tree, and turned back into a seed and fell into Zhou Suifeng's hand. There was no trace of anything on the ground, as if everything just now was an illusion. Ning Rongrong was startled, threw away the stone and ran away. Okay, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Rongrong turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. It's you, brother Zhou. By the way, This guy is super disgusting. Even more disgusting than what you told me. Shall we castrate him? No need, even if we don't castrate him, I guess he won't be of much use in the future. Just like that, he almost sucked the chicken dry. The originally plump body became skinny and twisted, with distinct joints. Zhou Suifeng used blue-silver filaments to explore the situation in his body, and his soul power was sucked clean. 184. Chapter 183 Fortune and misfortune are dependent on each other. 184. The root has been damaged. Let's see whether the chicken's luck is good or bad. If it is good enough, maybe it can recover and continue to practice, and it will no longer be troubled by the evil fire. If it is not good, it may not be able to continue on the road of Soul Master. Down. If Zhou Suifeng had come a step later, the fat guy would have been sucked into a complete mummy, the kind that would break into pieces after 100 years of weathering. Is this guy dead? The skinny appearance scared Ning Rongrong. She was just throwing stones at the fat guy's cock and didn't pay attention to the guy's situation. She wanted to kick him directly, but she picked up a stone on the roadside to avoid dirtying her shoes. Not even close. Do you want to kill this guy? Ning Rongrong waved her hand. The two of them didn't care whether this prostitute lived or died, and there was no grudge between the two sides. He provoked Ning Rongrong and asked for it, but they didn't deliberately target her. Although he didn't like this prostitute very much. Afraid that she would encounter any more trouble, Zhou Suifeng personally sent Ning Rongrong into the city. At night. Gwagwagwagwagwa. There was no pond near Shrek, and there were so many frog sounds. The two squatted in the woods for a long time, and finally waited for someone to appear. Tang Hao floated into Shrek like a ghost and called Zhao Wuji and Flanders out. Perhaps because of what Zhao Wuji said during the day, he still instructed Zhao Wuji, then revealed his identity and left. Leaving the Shrek village. Tang Hao. Standing still, he turned back. This movement was exactly the same as when he entered Shrek just now. There was no one behind him, so he retracted his sight. Not far ahead, two figures quietly appeared. Is it you? Although 6 years have passed, Tang Hao still has a very deep impression of the two. It is rare to have a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. What do you want to do? No nonsense, just explain directly. Tang Yin told him that the Haoshan sect planned to come back in this Soul Master competition and reach a reconciliation through the finals. He hoped that Tang Hao would behave himself in the future. If he implicated the Haoshan sect again, don't blame the sect for being ruthless. In fact, it doesn't matter to Tang Yin whether he will implicate Haoshan sect or not. Haoshan sect? It's just a toy. On the issue of Tang Hao, buying some people's hearts in this way can be regarded as a diversion of boring time. In order to unify the continent, it is more convenient to collect beliefs. At present, the only gods that can be confirmed in this Douluo star are Shura God and Sea God. Although two of them can become gods and bring people directly, the restrictions will be very serious. If you want to continue to become stronger in the god realm, this way is the worst choice. Other gods, if you can't find them by chance, you won't get attention. Then you can only rely on two of them to build relationships after entering the god realm, or gather the faith of the continent to create gods. As for the two sects' soul bones on you, the sect will not recover them for the time being. For the rest of the things, I hope you will think before you act. The above is the decision of the new sect master. The following are some of my personal questions. After the official nonsense, Tang Yin said curiously. Why did you smash those branch halls? Did they participate? Kyung Sunji has been dead for many years, how can you think it's over? If it were the 5 of them, they would have their own grievances. However, Tang Hao and Tang San. Everyone in the spirit hall should pay the price for Yin's death. Thinking so in his heart, Tang Hao did not speak. Regarding what Tang Yin said, he did not think anything of the new leader's decision. He himself thought so too, not to implicate the sect, but the world does not always develop as expected, and the fact is that the sect was implicated because of him. But when he heard that he wanted to reconcile with the spirit hall, he still felt a little uncomfortable. It was not because of himself, but because of the disciples who had suffered and died because of the spirit hall for so long, and their families. Would they agree to reconcile? But he could not ask such questions anyway. It was said to be because of the spirit hall, but it was actually because of him? Just now I said that the eldest brother abdicated and became an elder, so who is the new leader? Who is the new leader? The new leader? Tang Yin sneered, the new leader is the one who found the Clear Sky Order, was recognized by Senior Tang Chen and acknowledged by all the elders. The Clear Sky Hammer will reach a new level in his hands. Zhou Suifeng. Aren't you ashamed? Tang Yin was talking about the Clear Sky Hammer, not the Clear Sky sect. But to Tang Hao, it made no difference. Isn't the Clear Sky Hammer talking about the Clear Sky sect? These are not the main points. Hearing Tang Chen's name, Tang Hao was extremely surprised. That was his own grandfather. If he took action, wouldn't the spirit hall be easy to capture? Before he could ask, Tang Yin said again. Old Senior Tang Chen knows about you, and he is very disappointed in you. I won't tell you how he was disappointed, so let Tang Hao fill it in his own mind. You don't have to count on him to help you deal with the spirit hall. Senior, take advantage of your last breath to see your old friend for the last time. I guess you won't come back. Tang Hao. I didn't see my father off for the last time, and now I haven't even seen my grandfather for the last time. I'm unworthy of being a son. Endless guilt and self-blame overwhelmed Tang Hao. When he woke up, the two of them were gone. Perhaps, I should go back to see my eldest brother and Yue Hua. After the meeting with Tang Hao, Tang Yin left and returned to Haoshan sect. He had to take team up to train the sect disciples who are preparing for the competition. Send Ning Rongrong back to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Zhou Suifeng, continue to stay near Shrek. Wait for Shi Nian to come, let Tang San have a dream, and provide the information of Xiantian Bailu and hidden weapons. And, 8 Spider Lance. That thing has the potential of God level. Remember that they went to the Great Soul Fighting Arena on the second night after entering Shrek, and Oscar broke through level 30 on the third day, and then went to the Star Do Great Forest. The time before and after should not exceed half a month. The monkey and the bull-headed snake are gone. Now in the core area, are they still the 3 ants? There is also the dark demon evil god tiger, which was originally driven and suppressed by 200,000-year soul beasts. When Tang San encountered it, it was only more than 60,000 years old. Without the beast's suppression and obstruction, will it break through 100,000 years? During the search for soul beasts before, no trace of the dark demon evil god tiger was found. Zhou Suifeng didn't pay much attention to it. The race and attributes of that guy were not suitable for the 5 people. But if it breaks through 100,000 years... The morning in Shrek was completely the same as I remembered. The 3 girls didn't need to eat, they stayed in the cafeteria for a while and left directly. Dai Mubai, who was still planning to chat and get closer, was very distressed. But then he was full of confidence. Interesting, the colder they are, the more sense of accomplishment they have when they conquer them. By the way, Fatty didn't come back all night, where did he go? Didn't he have no money on him? When Flanders arrived, his eyes lit up when he saw the triplets. Yesterday, he heard from Zhao Wuji that they were all good little monsters. I heard that someone from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect came and left, which was a pity. After a while, everyone arrived, but Ma Hongjun was not there. Flanders didn't think much about it, it must be cough again. By Chen Xiang. 185 Chapter 184 Rotten. 185. Dai Mubai turned Oscar around. Yesterday he was still full of beard, but today he was neat and tidy. What, are you stimulated? Tisk, why do you pretend not to know, isn't there a new girl? My dad had me when he was 14, so we have to work hard, right? After everyone got to know each other, Flanders said a few simple words. Then, there was no running. The original opening 20 laps were partly for training and Puaning Rongrong's temper. But now, the 3 sisters look very well behaved and do not need such urgent means to increase obedience. Take it slow and improve their recognition of Shrek. Practice separately and gather again in the evening. After that, Flanders took Tang San to the dean's office. At night, go to the fighting spirit field. Finally found Ma Hongjun dying on the side of the road. Flanders was shocked. Hongjun. Hongjun, what's wrong with you? There was no response. Flanders looked anxious and asked Dai Mubai to take the others to continue moving forward. He took people back to find Xiao Xian first. Dean, let me take a look first. Tang San volunteered. Flanders rushed to Tang San with the man in his arms. Tang San frowned as he examined him. His body is seriously depleted. It seems that all his physical strength, soul power and some of his blood and flesh energy have been lost in a very short time. Tang sect has a poison with similar effects. It makes a person's body decay and dry up like an old man in a very short time, but the situation of this mummy in front of him does not seem to be the effect of poison. Sister Lan Shan, don't you know how to treat it? Take a look at him. Dai Mubai reacted and shouted hurriedly. He really found the best route to rescue Ma Hongjun by accident. The condition of the chicken was caused by the seeds of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass. Lan Shan and the other two were also seeds of blue-silver grass in a sense. They came from the same source and could give him the most complete treatment without any sequelae. Lan Shan stepped forward, expressionless, and summoned the martial soul. After the mummified Ma Hongjun was tied up tightly, the green light representing life illuminated the slightly dim road. With my current ability, I can only restore him to this extent. At level 29, how could it be possible to cure all of them directly? This situation, which just restores life safety and is not dangerous, is the most suitable. Tonight's action is cancelled. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The group hurried back to Shrek. Flender found Xiao Xian and fed Ma Hongjun, who had recovered some color, a few sugar beans. Seeing that his breathing was stable, Flender was relieved. Others went to rest. Tang San watched Lan Shan walk away. When he treated Ma Hongjun just now, he felt a strange sense of intimacy again. It was puzzling. Could it be? Oscar, is that person our last student? Yes, it's him, Ma Hongjun. His martial soul is a mutant chicken, but he calls himself the evil fire phoenix. The next morning, Ma Hongjun woke up, and Flender hurriedly asked what happened. Ma Hongjun was still a little slow, speaking intermittently and stutteringly. Flanders was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. The people of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect can't afford to offend. In the evening, Ma Hongjun, who had recovered, met the others again. He must have been sucked hard by the seeds. Seeing that the three women did not have any previous reactions, his mood was as calm as water. For a while, he did not notice anything unusual. He greeted them and joined the team normally. Everyone went to the fighting spirit field together. Zhou Suifeng suddenly remembered that none of the 5 people seemed to have fought in the fighting spirit field. Scratching his head, it seems that there is no need at this stage. After watching in the corner for a while, there was nothing new about the spirit or ability. From Zhou Suifeng's current perspective, the people on the stage were all noobs fighting each other. Tang San had a fight with Lan Yi. Although he seemed to be inferior in spirit ability, he was still confident in his martial arts and felt that he was not inferior to Lan Yi. But was it really as he thought? Lan Yi's blue-silver grass seemed to be everywhere, and it could always appear from his blind spot. Tang San could only run around with the help of ghost shadows. Hidden weapons could not be used due to the rules of ordinary fighting spirits. He suddenly had an idea and thought of Lan Yi's soul skill. He controlled the entanglement to form a spiral and shot it out. As long as he could rub it a little, he could release countless seeds into Lan Yi's body. But he couldn't even break through a blue-silver grass. However, in order to make a long-term plan, she didn't let Tang San lose too badly, and tried to make Tang San feel that he only lost a little. He could get over it with a little effort. On the second day of the soul fighting arena, Oscar still hadn't broken through to level 30. Zhou Suifeng carefully recalled the original content. Could it be that he lacked Ning Rongrong's stimulation? Remember when he came back from the soul fighting arena, Ning Rongrong provoked Dai Mubai, and Dai Mubai shouted at him to do something first, then something, then something, and then something. Everyone did pua together, and Oscar was also disappointed with Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong. Does mood swings have such a big impact on soul power breakthrough? Lying on a tree somewhere in the Shrek courtyard, Zhou Suifeng pondered, should he use some means to directly help Oscar break through, or wait for him to come? If it's the former, what if their trip to the Stardow Great Forest is different from the original due to the butterfly effect? If it's the latter, what if he delays for 10 days or half a month? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? What should have changed has already changed. From the moment the 5 people awakened their martial spirits, visible and invisible changes had already taken place, big and small. Who cares? Even if they really couldn't find the 8 spider lances, it didn't matter. If it finally fell on Tang San, how could he catch up with the 5 people? Unless, some unruly things came to the rescue in person. At night, they all fell asleep. Zhou Suifeng sent a few mini puppets to sneak into the room. Following the air, they floated down to Oscar's side. After waiting carefully for a moment, Tang San in the same room didn't notice anything. Each puppet stretched out a long line as thin as a hair, and stuck it to Oscar's acupoints all over his body, moving with his breathing. After working for most of the night, the golden rooster broke dawn. Zhou Suifeng withdrew his soul power and mental power, and the puppets turned into ordinary grass leaves, and floated down the bed with Oscar's turning over. The sky was bright. Oscar stretched and got up, and was surprised to find that he had broken through level 30. I broke through. I finally broke through. Woohoo! Tang San was sitting cross-legged on the roof, just finished practicing the purple demon eye, and shook his head when he heard the voice below. Last night, he felt that he had slept more comfortably than ever before, and his tiredness was completely relaxed, and his mental strength increased slightly. That feeling was intoxicating. Putting on his shoes and washing his face roughly, Oscar rushed out and shouted that he had broken through level 30. Zhao Wuji led the team, and everyone went to the Stardo Great Forest together. Zhou Suifeng naturally hung behind and followed from a distance. After the trip to the Stardo Great Forest, Shrek didn't matter, just let the three puppets follow. 186 Chapter 185 Use hidden weapons in front of me, Tang San? Showing off one's skills in front of an expert. 186. The Soul Hunter town is already familiar to me. I have stopped here several times when I went to and from the forest. The layout of the town, the terrain, the approximate population, etc., are all familiar to me. Zhou Suifeng found people from Kanghui Academy, and the leader was Shi Nian. Are the people above coming yet? The order received was to wait for new orders in the Soul Hunter town, but Shi Nian had been waiting for several days and was a little impatient. But thinking of the original scene, he had to follow the order honestly. Shi Nian was not a good person. He had abnormal mental habits, was undisciplined, did not like to be inferior to others, etc. The person Ning Yulan sent to contact for the first time suffered a lot. The second time, in order to make him obedient, Ning Yulan called Dugubo and gave him a little novel gift that others could not experience. Shi Nian cried and surrendered. After discovering his location, Zhou Suifeng did not show up, but directly controlled the blue-silver grass to form a new order in front of him, asking him to lead the people of Kanghui Academy to meet Shrek. Before the human-faced demon spider that gave Tang San the plug-in appeared, the variables were controlled as stable as possible. There were also people watching Meng Yuran. Although Shrek set out a day later than originally planned, she didn't seem to be affected. People from Kanghui Academy appeared and sat down at a distance from Shrek's people. The female students wore moon-white uniforms, showing a slightly mature figure and quite charming. But what was supposed to happen didn't happen. Ma Hongjun looked listless, and he only glanced at it and then stopped paying attention. With the timely rescue of Lan Shan and Xiao Xian, he recovered and retained his identity as a soul master, but he has been feeling very sleepy and wanted to sleep these days. Fatty, are you okay? He used to be full of energy, but now he is reacting like this. Is he too exhausted? As a friend of his, Daimyo Bai was curious but also a little worried. You know, this fat guy was even more powerful than him before, but he suddenly became weak. What about himself? It seems that I have to take it easy in the future. How about taking a break first? Daimyo Bai's heart was burning as he glanced at the three identical faces who had only drunk a few sips of water and stopped eating. It's just right to be quiet for a few days. Their quality is much higher than those people. Oscar prayed while eating, hoping that he could find a good soul ring this time. Tang San secretly observed the three women from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to figure out where that strange feeling of intimacy came from, and wanted to know how they cultivated their blue-silver grass. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and pondered his hidden weapons in his mind. He had heard Yu Xiaogang say many times that the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest were much more powerful and more diverse than those in the soul hunting forest. If I can get a powerful skill with the third soul ring, coupled with the four great martial arts, it is not a problem to surpass the three of them. Thinking of that kind of scene where he could show off his skills and be unmatched, even his calm mood as a master of hidden weapons could not help but get excited. I will definitely promote the Tang sect and hidden weapons here. If Zhou Suifeng heard what he was thinking, he might have to sneer a few times. Promote? That's a good idea. Not to mention the interference of the 5 people, just say that everything he did originally, did he promote it? Did he make it great? At most, he would reproduce the Tang sect here. Let the Tang sect develop better than his previous life, and bring out new hidden weapons, that is called carrying forward. He just built a shell of the Tang sect, and then ran to the God realm. 10,000 years later, there is still the Tang sect, which is far longer than his previous life. The Tang sect in his previous life must not have lasted for more than 10,000 years, and may not even last 1,000 years. There was no conflict with Kanghui Academy, and Shrek and others set out very early the next day. Shi Nian arranged for Kanghui's people to follow according to orders. Zhou Suifeng entered the forest first, found the mark left by the people who were following Meng Yuren, and chased after them. You can retreat. Kai Bao's secret guards took the order and left. Zhou Suifeng stared at the three people from a distance through the blue-silver field. After a while, the three people temporarily separated. Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, discovered the human-faced demon spider and chased after it, while Meng Yuren, who was left behind, saw a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in front of him. Honestly, Zhou Suifeng felt it was absurd to watch a little snake that was over 1,000 years old escape from the hands of the snake lady Chao Tianxiang. She was a sole emperor. But it happened just like that. Unable to pay attention to them, Zhou Suifeng followed Meng Shu. At the same time, his mental power probed into the reverse scales of the Water Dragon King on his chest, and carefully tried to wake up the Water Dragon King. He was sleeping well, but he came to make noise, and the Water Dragon King was a little irritable. Speak. Please take a look, is there anything similar to a soul bone on the little spider in front? The Water Dragon King scanned a glance. Yes, but it hasn't matured yet. Don't bother me if it's nothing serious. What does it mean to be immature? Zhou Suifeng certainly understood the literal meaning, but what kind of state is it? Forget it, try to let the little spider develop for a while along the original route. What's wrong with that old man? While thinking, he found that old man Meng Shu was standing there in doubt, his body trembling slightly, as if he dared not move at all. But the human-faced demon spider that was running for its life in front of him disappeared in a flash. This old man? Could it be that he sensed the spiritual power of the Water Dragon King just now? Speaking of which, this guy is nicknamed Dragon Lord, and his martial spirit. Could it be a highly pure dragon martial spirit? I remember it seemed to be some kind of weapon martial spirit with dragon characteristics. Quietly watching Meng Shu being suspicious there, he recovered after a long time, found the trace of the little spider again, and groped to chase after it. You sister Qiao Lansong Yemu Yefa. The little snake ran to Shrek and was captured. Meng Yuren was very angry. After competing with Tang San and contributing a wave of benefits to him, she got a few willow leaf flying knives and left happily. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun suspiciously, and felt that this fat guy was not right. No, he was not fat now, but very thin. This guy didn't even have any extra reaction to the scene just now? The half-covered haziness is much more attractive than being naked. After thinking about it, he walked towards Lan Shan. Sister Lan Shan, you during the treatment that day, this fat guy? No, Ma Hongjun, is it? Seeing Meng Yuren and the others reappear and join Meng Shu. Zhou Suifeng nodded secretly, it's almost time. It's time for Tang San to move around. That little spider was about to escape Meng Shu's pursuit, but was killed by Tang San, and his hope of escaping was dashed. Death resentment may be the key to the incomplete development. Although the possibility is not high, it has to be considered. He is going to make a Titan giant ape and go to Shrek to play the predetermined role. Although Xiao Wu is no longer a trigger point, it is possible to control the direction and let Tang San meet the little spider. Problem. Xiao Wu. 187 Chapter 186 Destined. 187. Zhao Wuji was concerned about Meng Shu's existence. That was a soul Douluo, and he couldn't handle it. Oscar had just absorbed the soul ring when he urged everyone to leave. Tang San, Teacher Zhao, I think we have to postpone it for a few more days. I broke through. This is really not the right time, Zhao Wuji thought to himself. But he had no choice. Breaking through is a good thing, so he encouraged him on the surface. Then everyone, take the time to rest. Continue to look for soul beasts for Tang San later. Setting up camp on the spot, this place was not the territory of any high-level soul beasts, and Zhao Wuji slowly relaxed his vigilance. Half asleep and half awake, it felt like the surroundings had inexplicably darkened. Although it was night and the light was dim, it was normal, but I looked up. On the treetops, a huge head with two lantern-like eyes looked at the camp without any emotion. Titan giant ape, the king of the forest. How could it be? No breath was detected at all? If the real Titan giant ape appeared, it would surely terrify all beasts, but this was a mimicry created by Zhou Suifeng in the state of Wuhan Zhenbu through the sixth soul skill. In the eyes of humans, it may be no different from the real Titan giant ape, but in the beast instinct of soul beasts, they do not feel fear. Respected king of the forest, we. Zhou Suifeng personally controlled it and started without saying a word. With a punch, Zhao Wuji quickly released Wuhan Zhenbu, roaring at others to leave quickly. Not wanting to entangle with Zhao Wuji, Zhou Suifeng, relying on his size advantage, pressed the powerful King Kong bear to the ground and grabbed the middle of the camp with his other hand. Not good. Oscar. Daimyo Bai shouted loudly, asking Oscar to use the freshly baked third soul skill quickly. The group took the mushroom sausage and flew away quickly. Zhao Wuji struggled non-stop. Zhou Suifeng quietly devoured his physical strength, grabbed him, and threw him in the opposite direction. Then he chased Tang San and others again. Tang San saw that the situation was not good, and the terrifying beast behind him seemed to be aiming at himself and others. If we go together, the target will be too big. Oscar, make a few more mushroom sausages, and everyone will disperse and move out of the forest. In a hurry to escape, the others had no time to think deeply about Tang San's words. Oscar subconsciously made mushroom sausages. I have a mushroom sausage, sausage, sausage. So cooperative? Zhou Suifeng was a little surprised, deliberately chased, then dispersed his body, and turned into the appearance of other soul beasts, hanging behind Tang San to drive, and meet the spider. Multi-threaded processing is not a problem for Zhou Suifeng. Not counting the distraction control shared by Ning Yulan, Zhou Suifeng himself is also a pervert, and has a high tolerance for mental stress. Finally, after wasting a lot of time, Tang San met this 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Seeing him fighting with the spider, Zhou Suifeng let out a breath and waited until he killed the human-faced demon spider until it was only left with one breath. Sitting and watching Tang San fighting not far away, he felt very happy. A few minutes later, Tang San aimed at the vital part of the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider with Zhuzh's divine crossbow. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt his eyelids heavy and fell to the ground with a snap. Am I poisoned? It obviously didn't hurt me. Teacher is harming me. Hey? There is such a good thing? Thank the Spider King for his protection. Raising his spider legs, he was about to poke a few transparent holes in the human on the ground who was blocking his escape, so as to replenish his physical strength, but he was suddenly tied up tightly by the blue-silver grass that suddenly surged on the ground. Dragged to other places. Send the mini straw man to send a signal to Xinian to come over, use the spirit skill on Tang San, and let him dream. Zhou Suifeng can do it by himself. In the previous simulation of the Titan giant ape chasing Tang San, Tang Hao did not show up, which shows that he was not there at all. But he still intuitively asked Xinian to come. Be safe. Soon, the straw man came with Xinian. According to the straw man's request, aim at the person who was sleeping on the ground and release the spirit skill. Use the power of your spirit bone to connect your mental power with me. The straw man spoke. Xinian hurriedly did it. Zhou Suifeng's mental power, through the straw man, connected with Xinian, so that he could also see the content of Tang San's dream and the effect of Xinian's spirit skill with his own eyes, so he didn't have to worry about Xinian hiding anything. Ning Yulan had already done a very detailed research on Xinian's ability. Even if he really hid something, it didn't matter, the 5 people would judge it. Zhou Suifeng brought a medicine with him, which could make him die of poison at any time and place. In the dream, Tang San returned to his childhood. Growing up in the outer sect, and then stealing the inner sect secrets. Xinian felt something was wrong, until Tang San jumped off a cliff and was reborn, and suddenly felt cold all over. Not good. How could he survive if he knew this secret? He looked fierce, ready to strike first. However, his hands and feet were weak, and his whole body was full of soreness, numbness and itching, as if ants were drilling in and out of his body. Ah! Spare me, spare me! Zhou Suifeng dispersed the straw man and silently recalled the contents of Xiantian Bailu in Tang San's dream. Xiantian Gong, when practiced to perfection, can gather the 3 flowers at the top of the head, and never stop. I don't understand why a sect that mainly uses assassins, poisons and hidden weapons would have such a moderate and peaceful internal skill. This Xiantian Gong may become a key link in collecting faith and creating gods. However, whether it can be practiced or not, it still needs to be checked and transformed. When Shi Nian died completely, Zhou Suifeng dug out the soul bones from his body and threw the body far away to feed the passing soul beasts. This Tang San should he be dealt with directly? The bushes creaked, someone came. Zhou Suifeng flashed and disappeared. Meng Yuren appeared. Hey, is it him? Grandpa. Tang San was rescued by Meng Yuren and brought out of the forest. After disassembling the human-faced demon spider, the 8-spider lance was obtained. Zhou Suifeng left with satisfaction. Who should this 8-spider lance be given to? It is extremely poisonous, has the ability to devour, and can evolve into wings. Originally, it was intended to give it to Duguyan to balance the toxins in her body, win over Dugubo, and seek the double pot. But now Duguyan is very different from before. Her martial spirit is about to turn into a dragon, and the green phosphorus poison has turned into a water poison. It can be used on her, but it is just icing on the cake and has no great effect. Give it to Dugubo. Zhou Suifeng suddenly had an idea. If this 8-spider lance is given to Dugubo, Dugubo's ability will surely usher in a soaring period in a short time. However, it seems that the 5 people now don't need Dugubo. Forget it, it doesn't matter if I keep it for now. Maybe I can give it to Tang Yin as a betrothal gift. Go home. I can relax in the next period of time. Wait until the Soul Master competition is over, and see whether to go directly to the Sea God Island to obtain the God-given Soul Ring, or to find the Sun and Moon continent or the New Continent, hunt new soul beasts, and look for the Dragon Valley. The Shrek group escaped without any danger. The lucky ones didn't suffer any casualties, but they were a little dusty. After thanking Meng Shu, Tang San returned to the Shrek team. Meng Yuren thought he was neither humble nor arrogant, and very elegant. But Meng Shu thought that this boy was a little Xiao Wu, seems to have been inserted. 188 Chapter 187 Master, Master. 188. Shaking his head, Meng Shu felt a little uncomfortable. Yuren, let's go. Oh. Waiting for Shrek and his party to return home. Yu Xiaogang had been waiting for a long time. After talking to Tang San, his eyes kept staying on the 3 girls intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, Flanders had told him about the 3 girls. He really wanted to know how the 3 girls practiced, but he heard that they had always been very cold to others, so it was not appropriate to force them too much in a short period of time. Take it slow. I am Tang San's teacher. Next, I will be responsible for your training. First. Run, run, run. After a while, Ma Hongjun finally discovered his own problem. He was no longer interested in that thing, and that thing, except for being able to excrete, no longer had an uplifting state. Recalling the feeling of once tasting the marrow, but there was no reaction in the body. He felt extremely torn. In terms of martial soul, it seemed that there was no change, but the intensity of the flame was not as strong as before. Although the evil fire caused him some trouble, its power was also very pleasing, with super strong adhesion and burning sensation different from other flames. But now it is barely equal to a small torch? He was extremely horrified and told Flanders to check with Xiao Xin, and also found some doctors of all sizes in Soto City, but none of them could find any problems. The auxiliary soul master could still find out that it might be affected by something, but the conclusion drawn by ordinary doctors was that he was a eunuch. This made Kaji, who had always been in love with women, very angry, but his body was very calm. This kind of torn situation made him crazy. Think about it on the bright side, Hongjun, you won't be troubled by the evil fire problem in the future, right? Flanders comforted him deeply, but he was a little disappointed in his heart. He wanted to solve the evil fire problem for Ma Hongjun, but it was not this effect. Now it is basically certain that the martial soul has degenerated. Although it is still a mutation and enhancement compared to other chicken martial souls in their village, it is also limited in strength. You can only try your luck and see if you can get a soul ring that can change your fate later. Daimyo Bai and Oscar knew his situation, laughed at him at first, and then comforted each other. Fatty, don't worry, wait until my level goes up, maybe you can get some healing ability. Oscar. Yinhu said vaguely that he would try to find some experts who specialize in treating this problem. Tang San felt that Ning Rongrong was a bit too much. It was just a few words, but she was so heavy-handed. I heard Flanders say to Zhao Wuji that she was from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. She was so petty, who knows how many people had been killed by her on weekdays. If he can find some rare treasures with fire or yang attributes, his situation may be improved. After hesitating again and again, Flanders asked his knowledgeable and erudite good brother Yu Xiaogang for help. Yu Xiaogang searched his knowledge base, but did not offer any constructive suggestions. It was similar to what Flanders thought, working on the spirit ring. Besides that, he was looking for other healing spirit masters with stronger abilities and higher levels. As for the 7 treasures glazed sect, he was seriously reminded not to provoke them. Stardo Great Forest. Zhou Suifeng went and came back. Forgot to check the movement in the core area. According to the self-prediction of Tang Fozu in the original book, the 3 Qianjun ants were swallowed. The queen of his own ant nest broke through the racial boundary and went all the way up. It was an evil soul beast within his judgment range. Zhou Suifeng didn't care whether it was evil or not. After a round, perhaps because the azure bull python had not disappeared for a long time, there was no soul beast occupying this core area. Another key point, the dark demon evil god tiger, also had no trace. Zhou Suifeng had a headache. Could it be a soul beast specially prepared for Tang San? Unlike Xiao Wu's 300,000-year soul beasts, they had existed before Tang San was born, but the dark demon evil god tiger was elusive and difficult to find. After wandering in the forest for a few days, he accidentally touched a few uncommon herbs, took them back, and stuffed them into the mandarin duck pot to look at them for a long time. Summoned a flying eagle, sat cross-legged and rushed back. Since the fusion of the Water Dragon King's reverse scale, the strength of these mimicry crops has become higher and higher. Especially the dragon-shaped mimicry, especially the mimicry of the Water Dragon King's original appearance, except for the lack of divine power, it is like the rebirth of the Water Dragon King. Even she herself could not find any difference. Zhou Suifeng had only tried the mimicry of the Water Dragon King once. After flying out of the forest, he suddenly changed his route to the blue-silver forest. Looking at Ayan's recovery speed, Zhou Suifeng was very satisfied. If nothing happened, she would be able to transform again in about a few hundred years. Regardless of whether she was the original Ayan again, I hope her new life would not be so stupid. Ayan. It seems that every transformed soul beast has no ending. Arrangement of fate? Shaking his head, Zhou Suifeng took off and left. The Blue-Silver King watched from afar. This human was not bad. Not only did he send the emperor back, but he also came to see him from time to time. It would be great if the first human the emperor met was this person. Tiandu Royal Academy. Dormitory area. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The faint chirping of insects from a distant place was a natural lullaby. The breeze passed through the half-open window and took away the dryness in a circle. A dark shadow quietly appeared in the room. With silent footsteps, he looked at the undulating curves in the quilt under the moonlight and stretched out his hand. Zhu Ziyun's quilt was only half covered, and her body inexplicably felt a fresh natural coolness and relaxed. After a moment, she suddenly woke up, and her martial spirit possessed her almost instantly, and her sharp nails poked at the attacking palm. But she was grabbed by someone's backhand. Feeling the familiar outline, Zhu Ziyun's tense strength relaxed. She said angrily, "Why do you always like this? You jump up and down, and it looks good when you jump." Zhu Ziyun. Lying down next to her, Zhou Suifeng said softly, "If there is no accident, I will not go far for a long time next time, so sleep with peace of mind." Stick to Zhou Suifeng, Zhu Ziyun only felt that the fatigue of practicing for a day was gone, and she fell into a deep sleep completely relaxed. The blue-silver grass spread out, and the whole room was filled with the fragrance of life. The next day, when Zhou Suifeng woke up, Zhu Ziyun had disappeared. He scanned her with his mental power. He was practicing, so he didn't go to join her. He went to the academy's restaurant to eat something and ran to the library. Haoshan sect. Elder Xiao? Is this the person you picked to participate in the competition? Looking at the 10 people in front of him, Tang Yin was speechless. The highest level was only level 33, but he was just a little short of exceeding the age limit for participating. No way. This is the situation of the sect now. Life is not easy. In Blazing Academy, Tian Rui had nothing to do. The 9th soul ring needed careful consideration. His relationship with Shui Binger was very stable, so there was no need to worry. He suddenly had the idea to compress his soul power again. After Tang Yin's experience of sharing soul cores, except for Ning Yulan, everyone else had condensed soul cores. He wanted to try to condense a new soul core. If possible, he remembered that in Huo Yuhao's era, multiple soul cores could use 2 martial souls at the same time. Or, go a step further and try the 9 transformations. Dupo, 9 turns to sainthood, I wonder what the effect will be if he develops 9 turns at level 90. However, remember that the 9 turns at the peak of Dozun, each turn is equivalent to all Do Chi from 1 star to 9 stars of Dozun, and the 9 turns at level 90, if each turn is all the soul power from level 1 to level 90, how long will it take? 189 Chapter 188 9 turns to sainthood? Add some water, add some water. 189. Should we experiment on other low-level soul masters first? But I'm afraid no one will waste the golden cultivation period to cooperate with him to do such an experiment. Forget it, I'll do it myself first. First work on myself, anyway, there is an external battery, and the soul power is abundant. Others, after the continent is stable, set up a school, everyone brainstorms and studies together. Coincidentally, Zhou Suifeng also shared the Xiantian Bailu, borrowed from the Xiantian Gong, integrated the Qi method to the wonderful secret, and began to experiment. With the soul core, it's easy. Soul power gathers quickly. But just as the new soul core was about to take shape, the previously condensed soul core suddenly became agitated, and the soul power went out of control. The condensed soul power instantly lost control, and Tianrui's body was full of holes and blood was gushing out, like a deflated balloon. Not only the soul power, but also the mental power was leaking out. Tianrui lay on the ground at an angle, unable to move. No way, am I going to die like this again? At the critical moment, a burst of blood came out of his chest. A ball of fire came out, but it didn't hurt anyone, nor did it ignite anything. It turned into strands of fire and merged into Tianrui's body. He floated up from the cushion. Through the cracks in the window and door, dense spots of light poured in, and followed the fire lines into Tianrui's body. Feeling the broken meridians being repaired, the bursting mental power was slowly soothed, and Tianrui breathed a sigh of relief, just like taking a hot spring bath, relaxing and comfortable. Outside. Hey, why is it dark? Is it going to rain? A quarter of an hour later, Tianrui felt his body up and down, as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. The impatient voice of the Fire Dragon King sounded in his mind. Can you be more careful? Forgot what you promised? Humans are like this, they always. Thank you Dragon King for saving my life. It is not clear what will happen in the second death, but Tang Yun's previous experience is a lesson for the past, and it is better not to die if you can. Humph. After the Fire Dragon King calmed down, Tianrui was still in shock. He never expected that the second soul core would be so difficult. With his current ability, he almost died. Doesn't Huo Yuhao have 3 soul cores? How did he do it? The second soul core cannot be tried easily. It seems that we can only try the problem of soul power compression unilaterally. Bibi Dong. Wuhan City. Recently, there is a problem that Enlan feels very troubled. He proposed to be the captain of the Wuhan team, and Bibi Dong agreed without hesitation. There is no hesitation. It makes people suspicious. But it is not easy to discuss with Qian Rongxiu whether Bibi Dong has any conspiracy in secret. Qian Rongxiu looked at it and seemed to no longer care about Bibi Dong. If he repeatedly mentioned Bibi Dong in front of her, he would cause trouble. You were so good to Hulina, but you gave up now. Or did you just ignore it because you knew Qian Rongxiu was also participating in the competition and you knew you couldn't intervene? He was troubled for a long time. The perspective returned to Tiandu Royal Academy. At night, Zhou Suifeng had planned to check the physical condition of Zhu Zuyu and Zhu Zuqing, but he had to give up temporarily after seeing Tianrui's message. He simply massaged her and left in a hurry. Zhu Zuqing, who had grown up, began to put on airs and imitated the coldness of her 2 sisters. She no longer hugged, kissed, and lifted her up as blatantly as when she was a child. She just sighed and muttered to herself. I haven't seen my brother for a long time. Is he tired of his sisters and looking for fun outside? Zhu Zuyu, what did I hear? Zhou Suifeng went to Shuo Academy and didn't find anyone. Who are you? The 2 siblings passing by heard the name Tianrui from the stranger's mouth and looked at him curiously. Zhou Suifeng turned around and saw that it was these 2. I'm his friend. That guy asked me to come over. He's not here. Do you know where he went? He's not in the academy. He must have gone to Tianshui Academy. Huo Wu said unhappily. She didn't know how Tianrui was so fast. He could travel between Tianshui and Shiwo in one day. The distance between the two academies was not close. How could he be so rude in front of a stranger? Huo Wushuan pulled him. Excuse me, what's the matter? If it's nothing serious, you can tell us first. When he comes back, we'll help tell him. Huo Wu's words just now made Zhou Suifeng frown. Tianrui was getting more and more crazy. He had an appointment, but he went to find a woman. He waved his hand. Don't bother. I'll go find him directly. When I find him, I'll make you suffer. He turned around and got on the mimicry horse and turned away. Huo Wushuan looked back and saw his sister's mysterious expression. He was very strange. What was she thinking? Sister. That guy's friend should also be a strong soul master, right? After leaving the city, the pony twisted and transformed into a flying eagle, carrying Zhou Suifeng and taking off from the spot, rushing into the sky. Rushing to Tianshui College, looking for the sensing search target, and found that Tianrui's location was not inside Tianshui College. Circling around the city wound for a few times, determined his location, and swooped down. A restaurant. Second floor, terrace location, side. When Zhou Suifeng came up, he saw Tianrui with a face that looked like I couldn't do it anymore, begging for a kiss, begging for comfort. Pulling Shui Binger's hand, he walked around the table and wanted to sit in the other person's chair. The space message was written so urgently, I put down the cat and rushed over. You are here to pick up girls? Go to hell. Kicked him. When Zhou Suifeng was flying in the sky, Tianrui had already sensed his location. He kicked him right up, which was unexpected. Shui Binger sensed the attack and had no time to possess her spirit, so she could only control a thin layer of spirit power for defense. It was useless. She only felt her spirit power surrender to the opponent's attack directly. The two sides seemed to be one and the same, and there was no blocking effect. She watched Tianrui spinning and flying down the stairs in front of her. Shui Binger was possessed by her spirit and was about to fight back. But she saw Tianrui flying up unharmed, without losing a hair. He waved at her. Is this a friend? Young master knows how to enjoy himself. Didn't you say that you were injured and almost died? Why, you are full of energy now. The spirit power pulled a chair over, and Tianrui pulled Shui Binger to sit down again. Our Binger is better than any panacea. It works. Let me introduce you, Binger, this is my good brother, Zhou Suifeng. With an outsider around, Shui Binger was a little uncomfortable, a little distant, and shyly nodded. Hello. In response, Zhou Suifeng flipped his hand and showed a pair of earrings. In order to find forging materials for Tang Yin, he mined everywhere, and some of the accompanying jade was made into small accessories. It's the first time we meet, a small gift. Shui Binger did not refuse and took it frankly. Leaning back in the chair, Zhou Suifeng crossed his arms and looked at Tianrui unhappily. Tell me, what happened? Tianrui, this is it, this is it. 190 Chapter 189 Water is necessary. 190. She didn't hide it from Shui Binger, but just concealed the existence of the Dragon King. However, when Shui Binger heard that Tianrui was already level 90, she was a little dazed and opened her mouth slightly. How many years older is he than her? Already level 90. Only one spirit ring away from becoming a titled Douluo. I called you here because I want to try again through the characteristics of your ability to see if it works. The ability of the blue-silver grass is endless and very inclusive. Through the fusion technique, we can explore the deep compression path. Just this kind of thing? Can't you just say it directly? Could it be that? Zhou Suifeng rolled his eyes and glanced at Shui Binger. Was he showing off Shui Binger? Tianrui sat upright, as if he didn't understand what Zhou Suifeng was saying at all. Speechless. Shaking his head, Zhou Suifeng tried it on the spot. A few minutes later, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Shui Binger pursed her lips and watched him wipe the blood off as if nothing had happened. If you try it, it won't work. Even I will die. A shallow attempt. Although it didn't go deep, Zhou Suifeng could already foresee the consequences of going further. Tianrui sighed, let's talk about it later. It's better to continue studying the rotation of the magnetic field. Since you're here, do you want to explore the frozen forest? Look for the 10,000 years ice marrow, Tianrui suggested. Although they already have the gold of life, no one wants too many treasures. Collect a little more, and then use it to cheat people, cross out, and it will be easier to recruit people. Suddenly hearing this, Zhou Suifeng felt a little physically uncomfortable. The 8 forgivenesses, each one of them made people feel sick. Forget it, I won't disturb your date, I'll leave first. Standing up, he glanced at Tianrui, next time, if you don't make it clear, you can try it. Walked down the stairs and disappeared. Shui Bing'er opened her mouth. Your brother, it seems that you don't have much patience. She wanted to say that he had a bad temper, but it seemed a bit rude to say so. The two met for the first time. Although they were basically completely bound to Tianrui, it was unlikely that they would be separated unless there were some force majeure factors. We all think so. Tianrui waved his hand. But he didn't say much. Shui Bing'er blinked. We already know that there are Zhou Suifeng who just left, and the young master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect who has never met. Are there other people? Just now I heard you say that you are already level 90. With a heavy tone and a complicated look, Shui Bing'er knew that the man in front of her was extraordinary, but she never expected it to be so exaggerated. Want to take a look? Let's go, find a place where there is no one, and I'll take a good look at you. He chuckled, like a weird uncle selling goldfish on the street. Shui Bing'er secretly held her forehead with her head in her heart. He looked so serious before he agreed, but I didn't expect that his real face was so impetuous, and he felt that he was 2 years younger than you are. However, she still left the restaurant with Tianrui and went out of the city. She really wanted to see what Tianrui's current strength was like. After leaving the city gate, Tianrui spread a pair of golden and red wings behind him, with the wings of the Soul Bone Fire Dragon King attached, and then opened his arms to Shui Bing'er. She couldn't fly yet. With a slightly red face, Shui Bing'er gently leaned on him. Hey, sister, why are you like this? Could it be that you and your brother-in-law, he. Back to Tian Shui College, Shui Bing'er's steps floated on the way back to the dormitory, and she was in a trance. She couldn't believe what she saw. It was level 90, but it was still such a soul ring ratio, and there were 2 martial souls. She was awakened by her sister's weird laughter. Yuer, why are you here? Hey! Shui Yuer looked at her strangely. This is the dormitory, where else can I be if I'm not here? I don't have a boyfriend, so how can I stay out in the middle of the night? Oh! Shui Bing'er was in shock at the moment. She ignored her sister's teasing and pushed open her room and walked in. After washing up, she lay on the bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. He is so powerful, am I really worthy of him? She began to doubt herself. Shui Bing'er's talent in Tian Shui College is recognized, but compared with a 20-year-old level 90, she is like a small firefly. In a daze, she felt a figure in front of the bed and said subconsciously. Yuer, why don't you go to bed? Suddenly she reacted and stood up suddenly. You, didn't you go back? Why no, get out. If the teacher finds out, then... Words before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. With his current level, even if the dean came, he would probably not be able to get anything good. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt uneasy again, and his hands tightly grasped the thin quilt. I had a dream. I dreamed that our little phoenix tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. What was the reason? Pulling a small stool to sit in front of the bed, Tianrui raised his hand and fell on her face, gently stroking it. Shui Bing'er's impetuous mood suddenly calmed down. Could it be that you feel inferior because you see how outstanding I am? When I sent Shui Bing'er back before, looking at her face, it seemed that something was wrong. On the way back to Shiwo, he turned back halfway and went straight into the dormitory. Looking at Shui Bing'er's reaction at this time, how could he not know what she was thinking? I don't feel inferior, it's just. Just what? But he couldn't say it for a while. Why do you think I like you? What do I like about you? When Tianrui took out the super invincible shining version of Xian Shui Dan before, she thought about this question, but she couldn't find a specific answer. Appearance should be a part of it, but talent, whose talent can be called a genius in front of this guy? I like your face, I like your eyes, I like your eyes, I like. After talking a lot, seeing that she was getting more and more outrageous, Shui Bing'er's face flushed, and her low temperature, which was slightly lower than that of ordinary people, rose sharply. Okay, stop talking. The voice was a bit loud. Tianrui's ears moved, and he heard the movement from the next door on both sides. Are you not annoyed? After glaring at Tianrui, Shui Bing'er didn't feel annoyed anymore, and was about to speak. The door was knocked. Sister, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? Bing'er, are you okay? Tianrui got up and walked to the window. Sleep well, I'll come back in 2 days. Tiandu Royal Academy. Qin Ming was deeply shocked after discovering Ning Yulin's true level. But at least he was a mature adult, no longer a little white flower in the ivory tower, and he quickly sorted out his mood. But then he found that he couldn't help with the team's training, and his mood fluctuated again. Later, he found that the number of people in the training was a bit too much, and he felt that he had a place to use his skills, so he suggested to Ning Yulin to streamline the personnel. The number of people in the team is not the more the better. It is more appropriate to match each other reasonably and cooperate tacitly. After saying that, I realized that they were people from 2 teams. After the frustration, I began to rack my brains to find the gaps in the team, check for leaks and fill them, hoping to fulfill my duties as a teacher. 191 Chapter 190 Selection 191. That day, the training continued. Ning Yulin had already divided the people who were recommended to the first team and the people who played in the preliminaries in the second team. There is no need to deliberately select the recommended people, of course, you should focus on your own people first. Doguyan, the 3 sisters of the Zhu family, Doguyan's best friend Ye Lingling, and the last candidate were originally going to be Ning Rongrong, but that little girl had already gone home and still didn't plan to come. In addition, 2 substitutes were selected, the 2 brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, Wu Hun and Suan Wu Turtle. That was it. The rest of the people were all divided into 2 teams. No one had any objections. Ning Yulin gave a clear selection criteria. Except for Ye Lingling, anyone who could beat them one-on-one could replace the position of the regular team members, including him as the captain. Only Qin Ming felt that it was a bit inappropriate and the team configuration was unbalanced. The reasonable configuration of a team is, first of all, 1 strong attack, 1 agile attack, 1 auxiliary control, and the rest of the people are selected according to the tactical arrangement and the team's ability. Ning Yulin's combination, excuse me, is a bit too extreme. It seems that he wants the 3 agile attack systems to use their speed advantage to attack in one wave. Oh, by the way, Ning Yulin classified himself as an auxiliary system. After Ning Yulin and the others fought with Qin Ming had no more opinions. But after the battle, Qin Ming still made a suggestion. The opponents of the competition are all kinds of people. Everyone has been facing the same opponents in the academy, and the combat experience is inevitably a bit monotonous. It is better to challenge the major fighting arenas to enrich everyone's combat experience. When the competition starts, everyone will be mentally prepared and don't have to worry about being in a hurry. This suggestion is very pertinent, but it may not be useful. But it's idle anyway, so it's good to go out for a walk, relax, and make an appointment. Ning Yulin agreed with his idea, and after reporting to the education committee, he set off directly. When they packed their luggage and were ready to set off, Ning Rongrong appeared. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo followed him. Father, pay tribute. The others saluted Chen Xian in turn. Titled Douluo is not common on weekdays. Ning Rongrong came over, hesitant. 6th brother. Isn't our Miss Ning going to make a name for herself out there? You're back so early. Fuck. If it weren't for those 2 weird guys, would I have come back so soon? Forget it, I don't want to talk to you. It seems that there are too many people, and he doesn't want to waste his breath preaching. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. Ming Mei smiled. 6th brother, take me with you. Before Ning Yulin spoke, Doguyan passed him and waved to Ning Rongrong. Come, let's go together. 6th sister-in-law is the best. Ning Yulin asked Qin Ming to take the others to set off first, he still had something to say to Ning Fengzi. Zhou Suifeng followed secretly. The team sat in the carriage and creaked away. Ning Yulin walked into the side with the 2 of them. Tea house. Enter the private room. Father, how is the royal family doing? The marriage with Xueke has been completely abandoned. Before, he always thought that although Xueke was young, she should not be too young, but later he found out that she was actually 2 years younger than Tang San. And Ning Fengzi thought Ning Yulin knew, and did not remind him. It is not uncommon for old men and young wives to exchange interests. Everything is normal. Boil the frog in warm water. That's good, father, I'll leave first. In case they go far away later. No problem, go. Don't worry. After Ning Yulan left, Chen Xin suddenly spoke. Feng Zi, don't you want him to contact the young man of Haoshan sect to create something new? There is no rush for this matter, Uncle Jian, I will bring it up when the time is right. The team fought in the fighting arena one by one, and Ning Yulan did not intervene at all, and travelled with Douluo I. Ning Rongrong was having a lot of fun, not missing a single game. Half a year later, everyone arrived at Soto City. The excitement is about to begin. North. Frozen Forest. Tianrui accompanied Shui Binger to hunt for the fourth soul ring, and suddenly frowned, flashed to an empty corner, and summoned the glazed tower martial spirit. Finally broke through the 9th level, now Ning Yulan's martial spirit can also cover the soul ring. Recalling it, he left a message in the space, asking Inlan to go online. Give him the 9 treasures glazed tower after the breakthrough, and let him add a soul ring. Now only Inlan still has a martial spirit with a soul ring, Tang Yin's blue silver grass, Zhou Suifeng's 7 treasures glazed tower at the beginning, his own golden feathered red phoenix and blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex have added soul rings, Ning Yulan's golden feathered red phoenix, he has to share some of the pressure. Because of this, the 5 people held a collective meeting again, but they didn't discuss anything. Ning Yulan had been watching the covering soul ring of the 9 treasures glazed tower for a long time, waiting for someone's martial soul to break through the 9th level by nourishing the soul with a weapon. The meeting was brief and adjourned after a few words. With Ning Yulan, the young master of the 7 treasures, the team lived directly in the 7 treasures building. It didn't cost money, and the service was very thoughtful. All of them were super VIP treatment. After a short rest, Ning Yulan and Qin Ming went to the fighting soul field. Duguyan took Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling to go shopping. Zhu Ziyun originally wanted to wait for Zhou Suifeng to show up, but after hearing Zhou Suifeng's voice transmission, she simply went shopping with her 2 sisters and the 3 people in front. Whether they were shopping or not, Zhou Suifeng didn't really care. He was going to show up, but when he scanned with his mental power, he accidentally found Tang San's trail and followed him, only to find that he had gone to the blacksmith shop. I wonder what Tang San's 3rd soul ring will be now. 70% of it is still a spider, and the probability of it being a human-faced demon spider is not high. He stared at Tang San for a while, felt bored, and turned away. At night, he appeared in Zhu Ziyun's room, but Zhu Ziyu and Zhu Zuqing hadn't left yet. Seeing him appear, Zhu Ziyu subconsciously stood up and planned to go out. Zhu Zuqing, however, didn't move at all, and glanced back and forth at her elder sister and brother Feng. Suddenly smiled. Eldest sister, let's sleep together tonight. Zhou Suifeng walked over directly, stretched out his hand, picked up one on each side, and sent it out. Sleep together? It's still early. Although it's not small, it's still a little small. Those who understand will understand. Outside the door. Second sister, you can't do this. You have to stand up. Otherwise, the eldest sister will take it all, and there will be no place for us. Zhu Zuqing looked at her second sister with a look of disappointment. Zhu Ziyu stammered, but she couldn't help it. Every time she saw Zhou Suifeng, she was a little scared and she didn't know why. The atmosphere in the room was a little agitated, but there were many people today, and there was a meeting in the space not long ago, so Zhou Suifeng was not interested. He planned to take a simple rest, and Zhu Ziyun was relieved. Or, let's just give the second sister to her, she is like that, it's not just through fighting to cultivate the will to win that can be solved. Let's talk about it later. You will probably meet Dai Mubai in the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. How about it, do you want to go on the field? Go. Zhu Ziyun curled her lips, he probably doesn't know the 3 of us, even if he knows, what's the use? When the Duke's mansion incident happened, how old was Dai Mubai, and he didn't even know about the Nether White Tiger. Even if he heard the names of the 3 sisters of the Zhu family and saw their martial spirits, he still didn't know what they meant to him. Besides, even if he wanted to do something, isn't there still you? 192 Chapter 191 Fighting Spirit 192. The Royal Fighting Team, each registered, first carried out a single fighting spirit, familiarized themselves with the styles of the opponents in the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. Zhou Suifeng sat in Zhu Ziyu's spectator seat. Looking at her performance, he nodded secretly. Once she entered the fighting state, she seemed to have changed into a different person, looking more cold and resolute than Zhu Ziyun and Zhu Zuqing. Why did she always act like a quail in front of him? Zhou was lost in thought. The referee announced her victory, and Zhou Suifeng also stood up and left. He caught a glimpse of Ning Yulin's figure in another stand, so he went over to talk. By the way, didn't you intervene in Ye Lingling's affairs? Ning Yulin spread his hands. The Ye family won't let us see their research records. It's a waste of time for us to start from the beginning. Forget it. It makes sense that they don't let us see them. It's not just the hard work of several generations, but it may also expose the unknown weaknesses of the nine-heart begonia. Although a healing spirit doesn't seem to have anything worth targeting, the person who asked to see the information happened to be the young master of the world's #1 auxiliary sect. After roughly understanding the style of the Soto fighting spirit arena and the opponent's information, the royal fighting team began to exert their strength. In a short period of time, the fighting spirit arena suffered heavy losses and urgently needed someone to rescue it. At this time, Shrek and his party entered the fighting spirit arena. Yu Xiaogong's face was a little ugly, but because he always had a paralyzed face, others could not see it. For such a long time, he had been trying to find out the cultivation methods of the three girls with blue-silver grass martial spirit so as to learn from them for Tang San's future. But the three girls seemed to be dumb and rarely spoke. Every time, only one person spoke on behalf of the other two, and the other two people who were represented only nodded and shook their heads without any extra reactions. If it were a man, Yu Xiaogang could still complain, but for the three girls, he, an old man who was nearly 50 years old, could not get too close. He could only tell Tang San to be careful in private. Observe carefully. In addition, Dai Mubai, who was ready to show his skills and capture one of them or even all the sisters, was also very angry. No matter what he did, the three girls looked arrogant and ignored him completely. Ma Hongjun, who was already in a bad situation, gloated. Boss Dai, who said to Oscar, who had some thoughts about Dai Mubai's Waterloo, could not help but extinguish them. Flanders did not pay attention to these. Since Yu Xiaogang appeared in Shrek, he has been thinking about how to let Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang and Erlong are back together. If Erlong can be happy, then it's worth it. Alas, Xiaogang, why can't I get around him? Erlong has been waiting for 20 years, and those were the most glorious 20 years. Sometimes I really want to. Looking at the back of Yu Xiaogong's head, he sighed secretly. Manager Ao, the director of the Soto City Great Fighting Soul Arena, found a group of people with different thoughts. First, bribery. Mr. Team Leader, every Soul Master will receive a direct reward of 500 gold soul coins for every game in the main Fighting Soul Arena. Now that you are invited by us, if you can win, you can get an additional reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. In addition, all members of the Shrek team, today's single and double groups, do not need to participate. The Fighting Soul Arena can directly determine their victory and give them points. Coming to the Soul Fighting Arena is for training. Yu Xiaogang heard from Director Ao that the Berserker team that Shrek had defeated before was also defeated by the other side, and it was faster and more impressive. He was very tempted to have such a team as an opponent, and the money didn't matter. Flender, what do you mean it doesn't matter? It's only 10,000, give me more. Unfortunately, the leader in public is Yu Xiaogang. If Flender came to negotiate, maybe they could negotiate to 10,000 for each candidate and 100,000 for the leader. But our Master Yu is a man who regards money as dung, and he is not stained with copper smell, and he is clean-handed. He despises the spirit hall that uses gold soul coins to distribute subsidies to win people's hearts. What level are they? Speaking of this, Director Ao's eyes evaded, and his expression was unclear. The lowest level among them is the auxiliary system of level 33 and level 36, and the highest level is over level 55. Ning Yulin did not sign up, nor did he test his soul power in the soul fighting arena. What a joke! The highest level person is a soul king who is over level 55. How can we soul lords who are only level 37 fight? Yu Xiaogang looked slightly angry. Sir, are you making fun of us Shrek? One soul king, we. More than one. Manager Ao muttered in his heart, smiling apologetically. If we go directly by level, then of course you won't be needed. The captain and leader of the other team have signed a special gambling agreement with the Soul Fighting Arena. They will only attack according to the lowest level member of their own team and will only use 3 soul rings. As long as any member uses the 4th soul ring, all members will be judged as losers. If that's the case, it's not impossible. It's just a soul king. If you don't use the last 2 soul rings, you can fight. Or, such an opponent is more suitable for the little monsters to gain experience. But if it is a soul ring that has absorbed more than 10,000 years, then the improvement in physical fitness, even if you don't use the fifth soul ring, it may not be easy to deal with. Forget it, it might be better to let the children decide for themselves. Manager AO, we need to discuss it, please wait a moment. Back in the room, the reception room prepared by Manager AO. Yu Xiaogang said this. Flanders was the first to disagree. Xiaogang. This is not a joke. If the opponent is wrong and hits hard, we can't help from afar. These little monsters of ours are precious. This possibility is not high. Yu Xiaogang didn't care. If I'm right, they should be. Tang San and the others watched the two people whispering by the door for a while. Flanders was skeptical and finally stopped talking. Yu Xiaogang asked for other people's opinions again. But no one was there for a while. People are talking. If it is just a single Soul King, their entire team would not have anything to worry about. But the other side is also a team, with the highest level being above level 55, so what about the others? As long as there are one or two people with the same level as them, it will be over. Teacher, can the fighting soul field really ensure that they will be judged as defeated once they use the fourth soul ring? What he meant was, if so, can the people in the fighting soul field remember to interfere? After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaogang said calmly. Although it is rare to hear that the fighting soul field signs a special contract with the contestants, if the fighting soul field cannot even do this in public, it is destroying its own reputation. Oscar scratched his head, looking at the master and apprentice, as if he thought of something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. He had a vague feeling that entrusting his life safety to others was equivalent to suicide. However, according to his previous lazy temperament, he had not been really stimulated, his brain had not been fully activated, and he had some cleverness, but it was not clear. 193 Chapter 192 Fighting Spirit 2 193. After the master and apprentice discussed for a while, Tang San turned around and asked the others to speak. Everyone, I think this is feasible. What do you think? Oscar felt something was strange again. Was he treating everyone as his master and apprentice's subordinates? No, it should be an illusion. Daimyo Bai crossed his arms, full of confidence, not afraid at all. As long as they don't use the fourth spirit ring, there will be no problem. With the ability of our Shrek 7 devils, it's no problem. Ma Heng-jun, with a pale face, didn't speak, his eyes were gloomy, and his face was gloomy. His mohawk hair, which used to be upright, drooped softly on his head. But at first glance, it looked much cleaner than before, making people feel comfortable. The three girls didn't speak actively, and they didn't say much in Shrek on weekdays. According to Zhou Suifeng's order, they just kept an eye on Tang San and Yu Xiaogang in Shrek, and took up positions to avoid redundant and uncontrolled candidates. Like Tang Buddha splitting his daughter's soul and sending it down to grab the luck of the son of destiny. It's hard to guarantee that those guys above won't have an idea and imitate it in this time and space. Under the leadership of Yu Xiaogang, the guidance of Tang San, and the response of Daimyo Bai, Shrek took over the business of Director AO. The information of the opponent was sent. Code name, simple martial soul information, and soul skill information of the battle performance during this period. In order to stop the loss, the fighting spirit field had to slightly violate professional ethics and reveal the player information in advance. Lan successfully captured the first soul ring of the 9 treasures glazed tower and left a message in the space. But Ning Yulin is obviously not suitable to start covering it directly now. He can continue after the end of the fighting spirit field tour and return to Tiandu City. And Lan, because of this soul ring, broke through to level 90. He was ready to fulfill his promise with Jian Daoliu. As long as he could confront or defeat an elder, Jian Daoliu would agree to marry Qian Rongxiu. He had not yet decided which elder to challenge. Logically, it was most appropriate to challenge the newly broken spirit kite Douluo I. As both were fire-attributed birds, the difference in soul power level was not big, only the difference of the 9th soul skill. Moreover, the pressure of the martial soul might have a miraculous effect, preventing the opponent from exerting his full strength. The probability of winning was more than 90%. Challenging her, I felt that it was unfair and took advantage of someone's misfortune. The other party had just become an elder, but was defeated by a 20-year-old young man, which was a bit too embarrassing. I had to choose an opponent who was stronger but not that strong. Let me exert my strength and establish my prestige before the Soul Master competition. After thinking about it, 3 candidates emerged in my mind. Jew Douluo is level 94, Demon Bear Douluo is level 93, and Snake Spear Douluo is level 92. They are all relatively balanced in ability, with no obvious shortcomings, and a direct victory is more convincing. Standing on a balcony, watching the people coming and going making various preparations for the final venue, Lan made a final decision. It's you. Qianrongxiu. It's not easy for Bibi Dong to have nothing to do, and Yu Guan feels relaxed and comfortable fiddling with her beloved flowers and plants. But looking at the person in front of her, she feels that she is sitting at home and the pot comes from the sky. To have a competition under the witness of the great worshipper? Do you think it's better to win or lose? Headache. Elder Ju, don't think too much. No matter what the result is, I will be responsible for this matter. Elder, just do your best. Cowed his hands and bowed slightly, and Lan gave enough steps and respect. In this way, Yu Guan felt more troubled. If I had known earlier, I might as well go out for a walk, maybe I could find an opportunity to break through level 95? Your Highness, don't be so polite. This matter, oh, forget it, Your Highness has invited me so warmly, if I refuse again, it would be unkind. Okay. That caused Lan to get goosebumps all over his body, and his heart was chilled, but he didn't move at all. He flipped his hand and showed a few brocade boxes. Thank you, Elder Ju, these things are not respectful, I hope you will accept them. Yu Guan Miai with a move of his head, his soul power popped open the lid, and he was excited. Is this, the best snow silkworm? And this, the top-grade cinnabar lotus, it must have grown for hundreds of years, right? This. All of them were top-grade medicinal materials collected from the Mandarin duck pot, and Jew Douluo was very satisfied. 7 days later, I will be waiting for you in the plain 100 miles west of Jialing Pass. Okay, Your Highness, go ahead, I will not miss the time. One by one, he picked up the things in the box, and put them down again, repeating this several times. When he calmed down completely, Lan had disappeared, and he sighed. I don't know where Your Highness found such a top-grade medicinal material. If there is, I have been looking for that thing for a lifetime, and I don't know if I can see it before I die. After discussing with the person involved, Lan felt relieved. Hey, who made my young lady angry again? I had planned to look for Qianrongxiu, but when I returned to the academy, I found that she was sitting by her window. Qianrongxiu gritted her teeth and looked at Lan, saying nothing, and snorted coldly. She personally accompanied Lan to replenish several of the spirit rings, and together they took down several difficult spirit beasts. In other words, she witnessed with her own eyes that Lan's speed of improvement was like a rocket, directly surpassing her. With Qianrongxiu's pride, she couldn't accept it. She tried her best to practice, but now she is only level 75. Holding her hand and leading her down from the windowsill, Lan smiled. It's just a momentary gap, what's there to be disappointed about? I'm just one step ahead. When you accept the divine test, maybe you will improve more than me. Oh, by the way, I have made an appointment with Elder Ju. We will have a competition outside Jialing Pass in 7 days. If we can satisfy the great priest, we can get married after the Soul Master competition. Qianrongxiu was not embarrassed at all when it came to the topic of marriage. Elder Ju? Why did you choose him? Qianrongxiu knew Jew Douluo very well. He had been famous for a long time and was only one step away from becoming a priest, but he had not made a breakthrough after wasting many years. Isn't there a new elder in the Elder Hall? Her attributes and martial spirit are similar to yours. Wouldn't it be easier to fight her? In her words, she had no doubt that Lan could defeat a titled Douluo. Elder Ju is already a titled Douluo at level 94, and he has achieved the title of Strong Attack with his plant spirit. He has both the abundant power of the plant system and the powerful offensive of the strong attack system. He is definitely not an opponent that can be easily dealt with. Don't worry. Patting her hand, Lan comforted her, since I will choose Jew Douluo, I will be able to deal with him. Don't worry. After a short rest, the two left the room. They took a walk in a deserted place in the academy, and went out to find food when the lights came on. When the time came, they sent him back to the worship hall. They parted outside the bedroom. Qianrongxiu. 194 Chapter 193 Fighting. 194. Turning around, I saw Douluo. He stood with his hands behind his back, facing the moon, with the demeanor of a master, as if he had been there from the beginning. When I first saw him, I was still a little yearning, but after so many times, I have long been immune to it. This old man is handsome, but he is like this every time he appears in front of me. Isn't it tiring? Senior. Just do your best, don't be arrogant, don't be stubborn. The tone was complicated. At this stage, even if he disagreed, it seemed to have no effect. With the relationship between the two, his granddaughter could not marry anyone else, or in other words, if it was someone else, she might not even have the idea of marrying. Thinking of what the rebellious son said in front of him. Zioxu needs a playmate. I really want to slap him. The rebellious son has never done anything satisfying in his life. After saying that, he floated away on his own. Soto City. The battle with Shrek is about to begin. Yu Xiaogang looked at the people opposite him and was a little surprised that there were so many girls. Zhou Suifeng's voice penetrated Zhu Zuyu's ears. The three girls on the opposite side each possess a part of my ability. If you can defeat one of them, I will set you free. This is your only and last chance. Her ability was also carefully selected by Ning Yulan and Zhou Suifeng after discussion. It was not weak. Zhu Zuyu paused, looked up at the three indifferent dark blue-haired girls on the opposite side, turned around and scanned the audience, without any extra reaction. Freedom? Freedom? How can there be freedom in this world? Both sides, get ready. Countdown. The referee shouted as he walked backwards off the stage. The battle began. Knowing the opponent's record, Tang San arranged the tactics before he went on stage. Yes, he still became the core of the tactics, because the three girls didn't talk much and looked like they didn't like to talk to people. It seemed that no one on the other side could fly. So, Oscar's mushroom sausage, everyone flew up first to avoid the opponent's first wave of attacks, and then Dai Mubai used the third soul skill in the air, and Ma Hongjun harassed. Tang San and Lan Shan went down to control the situation. Lastly, Lan Yi finished the job. If everything went well. Of course, it didn't go well. They flew up smoothly, but not long after they flew up, they felt like there were several thousand jinweights hanging on their bodies. The fragile wings of the mushroom intestines couldn't bear it at all, and they fell straight up and down. Duguyan's third soul skill, weak water. Control the water element to attach to the target in the body. The water poison erodes the opponent's soul power, and at the same time applies a mass several times the basic value. The farther from the ground, the higher the weight value. Of course, if you stand on the ground, it is not completely unaffected. If you cannot remove the water poison in time, even if you stand on the ground, it will feel heavier and heavier over time. Tang San thought it was not good. The opponent broke the trick in the first round, and naturally he could not connect with the latter. He could only shout. Control. Defense. Ma Hongjun looked at Ning Rongrong, who was dressed in white at the end of the royal fighting team, with a gloomy face, gritting his teeth. For a moment, he flew up again and rushed directly over there. The fire on his body just broke Duguyan's water poison. According to the agreement, it is not applicable to soul masters who have more than the fourth and fifth soul rings and cannot counter the fire attribute. But she didn't seem to be worried at all, and she didn't even bother to pay attention to the chicken that crossed the defense line. Raising her hand and waving, a water-green soul dragon crashed into the Shrek camp. Tang San didn't know what Ma Hongjun was crazy about, but this might be a good tactic. But getting rid of the enemy's auxiliary first was a recognized choice. Although Ma Hongjun was unlikely to do it, it should be okay to distract the opponent's attention and give his side some combat space. Boss Dai, pay attention. He didn't finish his words. Tang San watched Ma Hongjun fly to Ning Rongrong's head. Just as he was about to attack, he was knocked away by two tortoise shells, and then a black shadow flashed, and he appeared under the ring. It's really useless. After releasing the soul dragon, Duguyan retreated into his own camp. The two brothers of the Shi family put up shields and stood in front to resist the surprise attack. Ning Rongrong turned on the buff, and Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing, like phantoms made of darkness, disappeared under the bright lights of the fighting arena. Tang San widened his eyes, and a slight purple color appeared in his eyes, but he could not see any trace of the two female players of the opponent. Zhu Zuyu, with a slight bend, with one hand high and one low, one in front and one behind, rushed to Dai Mubai in an instant, with dark blue airflow wrapped around her body. Compared to the name of the agile attack system, it is more like the strong attack system, which is stronger than the strong attack. Dai Mubai has been in the fighting spirit field for quite a while, and he reacted in time. The third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation, increases the attack power and defense by 100%. He planned to take the attack head-on. However, he could not keep up with Zhu Ziyu's speed at all. A finger poked at his heart, Dai Mubai's eyes bulged, and he felt a red-hot iron coin piercing through, a burning feeling, and difficulty breathing. If it were someone else, they might only feel some piercing sensation, but Dai Mubai's martial soul carried some light attributes. His martial soul is mainly strength, supplemented by light attributes, with a ratio of about 8 to 2. It is said that light restrains darkness, but if the strength is not enough, it will be restrained by the dark attribute in turn. Of course, the attribute of the nether spirit cat itself is not pure darkness, but a derivative of the dark attribute. Zhu Ziyu and Zhu Zuqing were even more different. Affected by the nature of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass soul power, they had some characteristics very similar to blue-silver grass. Even if it was pure light attribute, it might not be able to restrain it. Not to mention, they had all used dragon blood grass and bathed in dragon blood. Although Zhu Ziyun also had mutations, they were not as obvious as her two sisters. Then, Dai Mubai was knocked out. The blue-silver grass that Tang San left on his waist was directly broken. In order to play their roles properly, the three women had to take action and catch Dai Mubai. Lan Yi waved her hand, and a few pieces of blue-silver grass stretched out from the edge of the venue, weaving into a net to hold Dai Mubai. However, the next moment, Zhu Zuqing suddenly flashed. A solid punch hit Dai Mubai's abdomen, causing him to fold in half and fly down the ring along the whole of the blue-silver grass grid. After being strengthened by dragon blood and dragon blood grass, although it was not a dragon martial spirit, the basic value of the body had also increased several times. Little lewd tiger, ridiculous. Tang San. It was then that he realized that Oscar and Lan Shan had been knocked off the stage. These two people's abilities are not simple. Could it be the space-related abilities that the teacher mentioned? He didn't believe that at this stage, someone's speed could completely dodge the capture of the purple demon eye. Just 2.5 minutes into the game, only Tang San, Lan Yi and Lan Yi were left on the Shrek side. A Yin. 195 Chapter 194 How could this happen? 195. Tang San never expected that such a situation would occur. He considered the possibility of defeat, but that should be after the fierce battle, the soul power of others was exhausted, and he could not support it alone. But now, if the opponents used all their strength, wouldn't he and others be killed instantly? Raised his hand and fell on the belt subconsciously. If you can use hidden weapons. Without Xiaowu triggering blood rage, Tang San is generally very rational. Clearly remembering the rules and restrictions, after a few hesitations, his hand finally fell. Xiaowu. Strangely, the opponent did not continue to attack, as if giving the three of them a chance to admit defeat. Tang San observed the two people who disappeared again from the corner of his eyes, feeling heavy-hearted. Of course, he did not want to admit defeat, but if he did not admit defeat, how could he turn the situation around? The sound of a voice floating in his ears after passing some grass clippings, he suddenly had an idea. Whispered to Lan Yi. Quick, follow me to cover the ground around us with blue-silver grass. No matter how fast those two people were, facing the dense blue-silver grass, as long as they were touched a little, they would be able to find their position, and then... Lan Yi cooperated with his movements with a wooden face. However, Tang San seemed to have overlooked one thing. Dai Mubai went down, and the soul dragon he had originally entangled with had a vacant position. It rushed over with its head shaking and tail wagging, and mixed up the blue-silver grass that had not yet been spread. Tang San's entanglement had no effect on it at all, and the parasitic seeds were directly eroded and lost their vitality. Lan Yi hid behind Lan Yi, and Lan Yi's boldness in controlling the giant sword to chop up and down attracted a wave of eyeballs. Soon, the dragon was chopped into several pools of water, and Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was quite powerful. Interesting. Duguyan became a little interested, waved her hand, and two more watercolored dragons appeared in front of her, and she was about to rush over again. Zhu Ziyu, passing Tang San, has appeared in front of Lan Yi. Freedom or something, she doesn't care. Right now, she just wants to tear apart the opponent in front of her. The mutant netherworld power with a sense of life formed unstable finger rings on both hands, but it was fighting head-on with Lan Yi's giant sword. Zhu Ziyun didn't understand why, but felt that the second sister's condition seemed a little wrong. Zhou Suifeng's voice appeared, "Don't worry about her." Now, Zhou Suifeng can see a little bit of Zhu Ziyu's condition. The psychological problems caused by long-term depression have no obvious symptoms in the early stage. Zhu Ziyun probably didn't pay attention to it and it has developed to this point. It shouldn't be the level of schizophrenia, right? It's just that once you enter the combat state, it will trigger the pressure that can't be released, and automatically enter the battle frenzy and bloodthirsty state. In this case, a thorough fight to the death, holding the determination to die and the killing intent, and completely venting the emotions in your heart should be able to improve. Fortunately, she hasn't killed anyone, otherwise, she might become a bloodthirsty killer. She is a soul master. If she becomes abnormal, who knows how many ordinary people will suffer? Zhou Suifeng pondered. He didn't seem to do anything to her. Why did she accumulate so much pressure or negative emotions? Should we let her go out alone after the Soul Master competition is over? Give her a few blue-silver grass seeds, so there is no need to worry about her getting lost or having an accident. Forget it, I'll just take some time to hypnotize her and let her have a few dreams. The world is so big, what if something unexpected happens? No one can say for sure. Although Zhou Suifeng said not to worry, she is his sister. Zhu Ziyun was still a little worried and observed Zhu Ziyu's condition. Zhu Zuqing didn't care so much and attacked Lan Yi. She was thrown around by Lan Yi for several rounds and dragged to Tang San's side. If Zhu Zuqing was alone, he could still use the ghost shadow to delay time, waiting for Lan Yi to decide the winner with the opponent and come to share the pressure, but Zhu Ziyun got involved. Within 3 rounds, he was kicked out of the ring. Standing on the edge of the ring, Tang San clenched his fists with a gloomy face. There were only 2 opponents left, and Duguyan led people to surround them, wanting to make a concerted effort. Wait a minute. Zhu Ziyun stretched out his hand to stop him, "Let my sister do it." Duguyan looked strangely, with a question mark on his face. Why? Looking at the posture of the other woman, she is not an easy opponent to deal with. We have won all the way here, and it will not look good if we lose. It doesn't matter, we lose. Ning Yulan did not go on the court, and the sound became a line and entered Duguyan's ears. She scratched her hair, a little annoyed, but did not move forward. As the deputy captain, no one had any objection, and the 2 brothers of the Shi family naturally had no objection. Ning Rongrong ran over. "6th sister-in-law, what's wrong? Who knows what your brother is going to do?" He said that Zhu Ziyu should go alone. Ning Rongrong knew the true identities of the 3 Shrek girls, but why did she let Zhu Ziyu go alone? Ya Lingling kept silent, her veil fluttering slightly, and she also looked at the 2 people fighting in confusion. Although some viewers were also wondering why the people from the royal fighting team did not pursue the victory, but instead watched their teammates fight there, it was rare for 2 girls, each with their own strengths, to fight so majestically and beautifully. Each time Zhu Ziyu attacked, there was a dark blue airflow, and the breath of death was strong. Against her background, the little blue soul power between Lan Yi's falling swords also became very obvious, looking violent and fierce. Lan Yi avoided acting too much and pretended to cover her own people, which naturally attracted the targeting of Zhu Ziyun and others and eliminated them. The 2 fought more and more vigorously, and Zhu Ziyu was a little crazy. Lan Yi was the command set by Zhou Suifeng in advance, and she passively counterattacked. As the fight went on, a black soul ring suddenly appeared on Zhu Ziyu's body. Freedom, victory, etc., were completely unimportant. She wanted to tear apart the thing blocking her way. 4th soul skill, Nether Shadow Attack. Strength and attack increased by 60%, the body turned into a dark light and shadow, the speed increased to the current limit, condensed the power of the netherworld at the claws, and launched a swift attack on the target, causing physical damage of 200% of the attack power, and adding the soul-tearing effect. Before the effect disappears, it will receive continuous damage, and the soul power recovery speed will be reduced by 50%. Single attack skill. 10,000 Years Soul Ring. Yu Xiaogang suddenly looked up at the referee. According to the agreement, the referee immediately announced that Shrek won. But the battle on the field, the fight was not over yet. Flanders rushed to the stage with the staff of the Fighting Soul Arena. Ning Yulan appeared. The fight continues. I guarantee in the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect that there will be no problems with the contestants on the stage. The people in the Fighting Soul arena stopped. Flanders hesitated for a while, but still rushed up. Ning Yulin released a stream of water in his hand, entangled Flanders, and dragged him back. Dean Shrek, please be patient. Flanders was shocked. He couldn't get rid of this soul skill. Is his level higher than mine? Xiao Wu. 196 Chapter 195 The End of the Fighting Soul. 196. If she could release a few more seeds, Lanny would not take this soul skill seriously at all. But according to Zhou Suifeng's order, the situation at this time was not yet the time to release other soul rings. She could only deal with it with the ability of more than 30 levels. By the way, after Tang San was rescued by Meng Yuran, Zhao Wuji accompanied him back to hunt the soul ring, a burrow spider that was more than 1,000 years old. The three women naturally made an excuse that they broke through level 30 when they were escaping in the forest. At that time, Flanders was so happy that he didn't know what to do. Except for Ma Hongjun, who was not in good condition, everyone was already a soul master at a young age. It was the grandest event in the history of Shrek. The battle in the arena continued. When the staff of the Fighting Soul Arena and Flanders rushed to the stage, it was just a matter of a moment. Zhu Zuyu pulled out a black meteor, and the tail flame dragged into a brilliant blue. Before the audience could react, her attack had already fallen on Lan Yi. To be precise, it fell on the blue-silver sword. After a few breaths of stalemate, it seemed that Lan Yi's soul power could not continue, and the black meteor shattered the structure of the blue-silver sword. The blue-silver sword was scattered into soft grass leaves on the ground. However, this short delay also gave Lan Yi space to dodge, leaning back, an iron bridge. Zhu Zuyu's move was fast, fierce and accurate, and most people couldn't dodge it, but Lan Yi was not an ordinary person. It was a straight burst attack, and it was difficult to turn. Zhu Zuyu had no obstacles in front of him, so he rushed forward. Seeing that he was about to rush down the ring, he dispersed his soul skills, and inserted his sharp finger rings into the ground, leaving a long mark, stopping his momentum, and rushed back. Lan Yi raised her fingers, and the grass leaves scattered on the ground instantly tightened and jumped up, entangled Zhu Zuyu's feet and waist, and clenched her right fist and hit Zhu Zuyu's chest and abdomen. Zhu Zuyu was not willing to be outdone. Her buffer layer was thicker, and she was not worried at all. Instead, she took this opportunity to poke Lan Yi's carotid artery with her fingers. Both sides looked like they were going to die together. Zhu Zuyun bent slightly. With her speed, she still had time to stop the two. The next moment, Lan Yi lifted Zhu Zuyu's elbow with her left hand, and Zhu Zuyu's right hand blocked Lan Yi's right fist. Both sides fought in close combat again and started a contest. The audience was not satisfied. Although it was nice to see two beautiful girls moving around, it was not as cool as the various colored soul skills just now. But in essence, this soul fight was over. No matter how dissatisfied they were, it had nothing to do with the soul fight. Close combat saves soul power. The two fought for more than 10 minutes. Finally, it ended in a draw. Although Lan Yi's base template was a puppet created by Zhou Suifeng based on himself, it could only exert a strength of more than 30 levels. Zhu Zuyu was able to draw after multiple enhancements, which was not easy. After a hearty fight, the physical strength was almost exhausted, and his hands and feet were sore. Zhu Zuyu half leaned on Zhu Zuyun, feeling happy, half closed his eyes and felt drowsy. Ning Yulin waved and called people over. This loss was because of him and Zhou Suifeng, and they made up for it outside the arena. Flanders and Yu Xiaogang looked at Lan Yi, who slowly walked down the ring, their eyes shining. The former was excited that the academy had such an outstanding student, while the latter, who saw with his own eyes that Lan Yi could compete head-on with a beast spirit master, wanted to know the other party's cultivation secrets and contribute to his own theoretical research. How could a blue-silver grass spirit master, who was also a girl, have such strong strength and physique? Unfortunately, the other party was not very close to him, and was vaguely a little distant. I don't know if Xiao San has observed any useful information. Off-site compensation, Ning Yulin gave each of them 10,000 gold soul coins, which they could spend as they wish. The Shi brothers immediately bowed down. Although their family had a little strength, it was not enough in front of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. These 10,000 gold coins were very fragrant. What's wrong with her? What are you doing? Duguyan was full of complaints. The team had won all the way until now, but lost a game in this small Soto city. How ugly. Okay, don't be angry. Old Joe said that something was wrong with Zhu's second sister, so we took the opportunity to let her vent. It should be about time now. Let's go. I asked Kai Balo to prepare some snacks and dishes that you like. That's it. Sixth brother, you are too careless and insincere. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned and she shouted, sister-in-law, ignore him. Let's go out and play. Ning Rongrong. Hee, yes, ignore him, let's go. Lingling, let's go together. Ning Yulin. Zhu Zuyun waved her hand. She had to send her second sister back first, so she wouldn't go together. Back in the room, Zhou Suifeng appeared quietly, releasing pollen to hypnotize Zhu Zuyu, allowing her to vent more thoroughly in her dream. Is the second sister okay? Nothing. Zhou Suifeng pinched her face, it will be fine when she wakes up. Let's go out to eat first, let's have dinner. Ning Yulin did not chase Ning Rongrong and Dugayan to go shopping, to avoid carrying bags. Although he had a storage soul guide, it seemed insincere not to carry a bag, so it was better not to go. From a distance, he saw Qin Ming walking back. This expression, he should have seen Shrek Academy. I don't know if he has revealed too much information about us. Thinking of Qin Ming's character, it is unlikely that he would do so. Teacher Qin Ming, come up and talk. Ning Yulin shouted when he approached. Qin Ming was a little surprised, but he had nothing to do at the moment, so he went upstairs. Ning Yulin got straight to the point. Teacher Qin Ming, did you invite everyone from Shrek to join Tiandu Academy? Qin Ming's movements froze, and his eyes were complicated. Could Ning Yulin be able to read minds? Since it was revealed, he did not hide it. Yes, I was from Shrek Academy. So, should we stop this? Silently, Ning Yulin considered the difference between Shrek and others joining the Tiandu Royal Academy or not. Joining considering their age, they are indeed young geniuses, but except for Oscar, there is still a possibility of some training, and the others are basically useless unless they are thoroughly brainwashed. In addition, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang are not the kind of people who would be inferior to others. One or two of them want to make a living by borrowing chickens. However, Daimyo Bai seems to have some room for manipulation. As the third prince of Xingluo Empire, Zhong'er was born outside, and if Swaluoquan and he were to unite, the problems of the two empires would be much easier. With our strength, as long as we stay a little bit weak for a while, it seems to be easier than any strategy. In the face of absolute strength, conspiracy is meaningless. If Shrek and others don't join, it doesn't seem to be a big loss. Excuse me, Teacher Qin Ming, I'm afraid that the people of Shrek are not suitable for Tiandu Royal Academy. How could it be? I know that Shrek Academy is located in a remote area and cannot be compared with the real high-level Soul Master Academy, but with the age of my juniors, it should be okay to call them geniuses, although they may have some minor shortcomings, but... Ning Rongrong. 197 Chapter 196 No. 197. That's the but. Teacher Qin Ming, I'm afraid you don't know enough. What your juniors did is rare even in the Royal Academy. To be honest, I had some knowledge of Shrek before. My sister went there once by chance. In order to ensure her safety, the sect conducted a detailed study of Shrek. Indeed, according to the judgment standards of the Soul Master world, they can be regarded as geniuses, but whether the juniors are suitable for joining Tiandu Academy, I think it is more appropriate for the teaching committee to judge. Qin Ming was no longer gentle after noticing Ning Yulin's hostility towards Shrek, and his tone was sharp. Yes. Ning Yulin also reacted. He seemed to have blurred his position. He was the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, not the dean of the Tiandu Royal Academy, and he did not have much say in the matter of enrollment. Although as long as he said it, the 3 teaching committee members would definitely consider it. Whether the Shrek people entered Tiandu Academy or not, for him and the 5 people, there was not much interest at all. Teacher Qin Ming is right. I think too much. Smiling, Ning Yulin raised his glass. Don't worry, I won't interfere with the opinions of the education committee. Whether they can enter Tiandu College depends on themselves. In Shrek, the atmosphere was very depressed because of Qin Ming's request. The young people wanted to move up. Flanders and others were a little afraid of the prosperity of Tiandu city. If there were too many people, it would inevitably cause strife. What if but Yu Xiaogang convinced him? The next day, Zhu Zuyu woke up refreshed. She looked much different to the naked eye. She no longer had the shy look of a quail before. Compared with Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing, she had another temperament. Zhou Suifeng muttered. What a pity. He quite liked the fighting maniac look in the fighting arena before. Blood rose. If he didn't suspect that she might have schizophrenia, it wouldn't be a problem to keep it up. Wuhan City. A battle is about to begin. Battlefield, the plain outside Jialing Pass. Referee, Jian Daoliu. Audience, Bibi Dong, Gui Mei, Jian Rongxiu. Qingluan, Guangling, Jian Jun, Zhang Mo. Hua doesn't have much ability, but isn't that kid a bit exaggerated? Qingluan looked at the two people who were brewing their feelings in the open space in the distance and shook her head. How old are you, and you can go head on with a level 94 title? Lao Lu Lao Chi, you have taken care of that kid for a while, tell me, what's wrong with that kid? Jian Jun, I don't know. Zhang Mo, not sure. Guangling. The weather is good today, the sun is shining, the wind is not noisy, the breeze is refreshing and natural. The clouds of different sizes are leisurely and comfortable. A few blades of grass, because of the increasingly obvious soul power fluctuations, follow the instinct to lie on the ground, hoping to survive. Elder Zhu, it's almost done, I'm ready. After getting those rare herbs, Zhu Douluo was in a good mood, and he still felt the afterglow. He smiled when he heard it. Your Highness, you might as well make more preparations. At this time, he didn't know what he was going to encounter. Thank you, Elder Zhu, but it's still not necessary. The chief priest and the Pope have a lot of things to do. Let's finish it this morning and don't delay their time. Lan cupped his hands. In that case, it's fine. This kid is really comforting. Now it seems that maybe he has some kind of bet with the chief priest. Well, I'll let him go for a while, so it looks better. Thinking like this, he saw Lan's soul ring slowly appearing, and his smile slowly froze and he fell silent. Golden red, black, black, black red black red black red black red black red. How old is this golden red soul ring? 100,000 years? No, how can this be a soul Douluo? He should be only 20 years old now? A 20-year-old soul Douluo. Not only him, the audience was also shocked. Qian Rongxiu curled her lips. Although she had hunted these soul rings together, this was the first time she saw Lan like this. Release all of them, it is quite impactful. Bibi Dong broke the female wall of her subordinates with one hand. There are only two possibilities for this soul ring ratio. One is the God test, and the other is that one of the twin martial souls has been cultivated to the extreme. Bibi Dong. However, Lan's main practice was the bird martial soul at the beginning, and he never used the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. So, it can only be the God test? Where did this guy find the inheritance of the godly position? Qian Daoliu thought the same as Bibi Dong. The four people of Qingluan Guangling Qianjun Jiangmo were all dumbfounded. Qingluan couldn't help but say. If this kid is allowed to break through the title, in time, won't he be able to reach the level of the boss? Zhu Douluo was shocked and was awakened by Lan. Elder Zhu, don't be distracted. With the spirit possessed, Lan spread out a pair of golden red wings behind him. Behind the wings, there was a halo composed entirely of flame attribute energy that changed direction automatically within Lan's position. With his current ability, he could fly without releasing the flying spirit skill. His feet left the ground and slowly rose into the air. Zhu Douluo put away his relaxed attitude and looked solemn. It seemed that the other party had one less spirit ring than him, and was only at the soul Douluo level. He should not be his opponent, but with this spirit ring ratio, is the difference of just one spirit ring really important? Although the title is different from the title. His soul ring is not the rare 100,000 year soul ring. The first soul skill, blooming alone in the cold autumn. Self-amplification soul skill. The martial soul releases a golden light, and the basic strength, speed, defense, and recovery are increased by 25%. This soul skill was also an accident at the beginning. It was a plant-type martial soul. At first, he was planning to go the auxiliary or control route, but the first soul skill produced such an effect, so he changed his mind and switched to the strong attack route. Fortunately, he did not go wrong. If it is fully activated, maybe it can defeat Zhu Douluo in a few rounds. However, in this match, Lan wants to fight for a longer time and show his strength to the audience not far away. It's a good opportunity to master the connection of various soul skills. 5th soul skill, Red Kite Spirit Eyes. Weakness detection, fighter capture, dynamic vision, ignore mental illusions, camouflage skills, release mental pressure. Then, the 1st soul skill, Sacred Fire. The ultimate control of the flame element, change the flame temperature, shape, and characteristics at will. The halo behind him glowed faintly, and Lan opened his right hand, and the flame outlined a magical spear with intricate patterns fell into his palm. At the same time, there was a red feather shield that appeared and disappeared flying around in Lan. This spear and shield are the result of years of practicing the 1st soul skill, Flame Energy Mimicry, but the strange thing is that although Tianrui's soul skill has the same effect, the things he condensed do not have the strange and mysterious spells on Lan's 2 things. They are different, I don't know why. But the strength and power of each are similar, there is no distinction between 2 strong and 2 weak. BB Dong. Chapter 7 Differences. 198. You don't know until you study it. After careful comparison, it is found that the weapons of the 5 people are all representative. The spear and shield condensed by Lan have unique patterns. The puppets and weapons condensed by Zhou Suifeng through the blue-silver grass also have some strange patterns. After confirmation, the 5 people think they are hieroglyphs from the ancient times. The fire feather blade used by Tianrui has dragon scale-like patterns on it. Tang Yin's Haoshan hammer has strange and twisted symbols on the hammer head and body. Ning Yulin's 9 treasures glazed pagoda is not so clean either, but the surface of the martial soul is usually bright and dazzling, and it is completely impossible to find it if you don't pay attention. These all seem to be changes that have appeared after entering the Qi method Yao Miao Ji Ju Xiu Xian Pian. These rune symbols cannot see any function for the time being. Apart from looking good, they seem to have no meaning. Pay attention to the battle. Seeing Lan so powerful, Zhu Douluo dared not be arrogant at all. Release 2 soul skills in succession. The 2nd soul skill, Self-Admiration, is also an amplification soul skill. The 3rd soul skill, Breath Barrier. The original effect was to suppress the target's actions and spirit so that his attack could hit. Now he used it on himself, intending to use it as a defense. Similar to Tang Yin's previous dung beetle soul skill, the method of using the aura restraint to assist the attack hits and stabilize one's position in turn is similar in nature. After releasing these, the whole person also flew up to the same height as Lan, but he did not rush to attack. Although he was serious, he still felt that he was a senior and had been famous for a long time. If he still rushed to attack, it would be a bit ugly. But he did not realize that compared with Lan's appearance of holding a gun and fighting God, his aura was 3 points weaker. Elder Zhu, I'm offended. As soon as the voice fell, Lan's wings vibrated, and he appeared in front of Zhu Douluo in an instant, thrusting his spear straight. Such speed? Zhu Douluo was shocked. He and Ghost Douluo were together day and night. The other party was famous for his speed and ghost power, but this kid's sudden burst speed was faster than his old friend. Somewhat surprised, but not panicked. Rich combat experience. 5th soul skill, Gathering of Cold Ying. The martial soul petals floated, forming a sharp blade tornado, blocking the fiery red gun tip. He used the petals of his martial soul as the vanguard, blocking the front, and the petals formed by soul power were placed behind to boost momentum. However, under the capture of the spirit eyes, the flaws of this move were everywhere. The spear tip accurately hit the vulnerable soul power node, and the flames rose, penetrating the entire soul power. The flower blades originally controlled by Zhu Douluo scattered into a rain of flowers. Lan continued to move forward and went straight to the middle door. This scene was put into slow motion, what a beautiful and solemn picture. But the person involved was only horrified. His soul skills couldn't even withstand a single blow? Hurry and retreat. Release the 4th soul skill, the strange flowers and flowers diverted Lan's firepower. This is a clone-like ability. Condensed by Zhu Douluo's soul power, it can specify special appearance features, female or male, white hair or red hair, etc. It can share the attack, or it can self-destruct an attack. However, Lan just swept the spearhead, and the clone turned into ashes. But this also successfully involved a moment of time. 6th soul skill, Golden Roots Floating Clouds. Chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul scattered a rain of meteors and flowers, surrounding Lan, but it was unable to break through the defense of the strange shield. The densely packed sharp flower blades were either burned into the air by the flames or smashed into pieces on the shield. Without any effect, Douluo was not discouraged. He cleaned it up again. The flower blades rotated, bringing up a lot of sharp airflow. The flower blades were faster and cut more strongly. Enlan's response was extremely simple. Waving the gun blade, sweeping a circle, drawing a wave of fire, and the rain of flowers in the sky was gone. Chrysanthemum Douluo. The expressions of the audience outside the venue were very subtle. This battle performance was too one-sided, wasn't it? You, Hohuguan, have been famous for a long time, with the title of level 94. Even if that kid's soul ring ratio is a little strange, you look so defeated. Are you really a titled Douluo? The person involved was a little hesitant about whether to use the 7, 8, 9, and 3 soul rings. Enlan took the initiative to invite him and said, Elder Ju, there is no need to give in. Please use all your strength. With the great priest and the Pope here, there will be no mistakes. Then, please be careful, little prince. 8th soul skill, flowing light. Directly bypassing the martial soul true body, using the skill with the highest explosive power of Qirong Tong Dianju. It is considered an upgraded version of the 6th soul skill, but the speed and damage are far greater than the 6th soul skill. It is like a real light speed attack. It's just that the number of petals is slightly less, at most 99. At least 1. The fewer the number, the greater the power. For the sake of caution, he used 9 flower blades in this shot. Not too many, not too few. This move is quite interesting. The spirit eye also had no time to accurately capture the flaws, and the speed was very fast. Either dodge or resist. But the flower blade is so fast that it may have the effect of automatic pursuit. The 3rd soul skill has an unlockable effect, but if it is used, I am afraid that Douluo will not be able to react at all, and it will not be able to show the excitement of this battle. Then, without using other soul skills, Enlan just raised the spear in his hand in a hurry, clenched it, and jumping flames burst out from the gaps between his fingers, and the whole spear instantly ignited with golden flames. Throw it at the attacking flower blade. Outside the field, Guangling couldn't help but nodded. This kid's reaction ability and fighter capture are really good. If he has the same martial spirit as me, maybe I can accept a disciple. Qianjun Jiangmo was a little itchy, and suddenly wanted to go up and get involved. Bibi Dong didn't change her expression from beginning to end, but no one knew what she was thinking. After the spear was thrown out, the flames jumped and formed a flame tornado that stretched for several meters in an instant. Collided with the flower blade, neither gave in, and neither could make an inch. One was shining with golden light, and the rainbow light was drawn. One of them was a flame that burned the world, and the red was steaming. This was not a fighting spirit, nor was it a turn-based game. Seeing that the stalemate was imminent, Douluo immediately changed his tactics. He used the strange flower clone again, transformed into his own appearance, jumped out of the storm, and pretended to launch an attack. The spirit eye could tell at a glance that this was a fake. The field was unfolded. The mental power radiated and directly locked the position of Douluo's body. Raised his right hand to the sky. The violent soul power storm suddenly subsided, and it was not whether it was Enlan's raging fire or Douluo's flower blade, it dissipated in the breeze. A ring of flames bloomed in the air, exactly the same as the halo behind Enlan. A spear that was exactly the same as the one thrown before, but it was bigger, thicker, harder, and stronger, slowly extended a section. Not good. Douluo's pupils shook, and he didn't have time to think about it. Increase the output of soul power. 7th soul skill martial soul true body. 9th soul skill chrysanthemums withered, wounded all over the ground, flowers falling and breaking people's hearts. Flowers rained all over the sky. If there was no sound of the sharp blade breaking through the air, this scene would be somewhat romantic, suitable for proposing. Bibi Dong. 199 Chapter 198 Victory. 199. The name is good, very nice, very brutal. But it's just more petals. Another upgrade of the 6th soul skill. In Enlan's opinion, it's not as good as the 8th soul skill. However, with the increase of the martial soul true body, the effect is already quite strong. A sharp blade tornado of more than 10 meters is not something that everyone can deal with. That is, Enlan is too arrogant. After all, this is the 9th soul skill of a level 94 title Douluo, but he actually doesn't think highly of it. Although he doesn't think highly of it, he actually doesn't relax. On the surface, Enlan is just maintaining the fall of the Skyflame giant gun. In fact, he has prepared other soul skills. If the 9th soul skill of Douluo has some effects beyond calculation, it will not go out of control. In fact, it seems that there is no other effect. The flame giant gun took shape and fell, smashing the flower blade tornado inch by inch. Seeing this, Douluo thought for a moment and took the initiative to disperse the martial soul true body, which means to admit defeat. But his soul power is actually more than 60%, which is not that he can't fight again. But there is no point in continuing to fight. It's even more embarrassing to say that it's over after being defeated and unable to rise again. It's better to end it decisively now. The two sides just exchanged some soul skills. If they were serious, they didn't seem to be serious. Lan didn't get entangled. Thank you, Elder Ju. Douluo sighed with a sigh, and felt a little sad. After practicing for many years, he didn't expect to be beaten to a pulp by a 20-year-old young man today. You are really young. Your Highness, you are really amazing. The black ghost gradually solidified beside Douluo, saying nothing, but saying something at the same time. Douluo seemed to have been comforted and waved goodbye. Your Highness, I won't get involved in the next thing. The petals drifted away and flew back to Wuhan City. Qianrongxue fell and walked around Lan. Hiss, pervert. The two returned to Qiandaoliu together and looked up at him. Qiandaoliu's expression twisted for a moment, but no one saw it. Let's talk about it after the Soul Master competition. As the group was about to return, Qianjun suddenly said. Boy, it seems that you didn't use your full strength just now? Why don't you play with me again? Glancing at Qiandaoliu didn't react. Lan thought for a moment and bowed. Then I'll be honored. Please, Senior. The result doesn't need to be described in detail. The process was very explosive. After the fight, Qianjun never mentioned it and didn't show up for several months. After the battle, Qianrongxue was very happy, and she couldn't explain why she was happy. She was just very happy. Every strand of her hair jumped with relief while she spoke. Don't be complacent, I will beat you again sooner or later. I believe it. At least in the matter of becoming a god, Qianrongxue's speed is far ahead. Although the tokens of the Sea God and the Azura God are in our hands now, they can only ensure that 2 people become gods. The other 3 people don't know where to find the inheritance of the godhood. Although everyone is ready to collect beliefs and make gods, no one knows whether it will work. You are smart. Sundara snorted coldly. Qianrongxue's eyes turned, and suddenly said, It's still early today, let's go to the beach to play. No problem, my lady. Please. The battle this month has not started yet, let's see who flies faster. Qianrongxue rushed to fly away first, but found that Lan not only came from behind, but also got faster and faster. Dear Zioxue, is this not enough? Not good enough, you still want to beat me like this. Circling around her in a mean way, Qianrongxue held her face and tried her best to fly hard at first, but then she got angry and competed. The two crossed the coast and rushed into the sea. Maybe it was because the distance was not enough, or maybe it was because the direction was wrong. No trace of the Sea God Island was found, nor the location of the Sun and Moon continent. Rushing to an island, Qianrongxue's soul power was almost exhausted, and she took a short break, but she was still stubborn and refused to admit defeat. Lan did not give in, strolled around the island, turned around, and caught some seafood. Roasting it with the sacred fire, it tastes different. Come and eat some, it tastes pretty good. There was no one around, blowing the sea breeze, listening to the surging waves of the sea, but there was another strange tranquility. Unconvinced, Qianrongxue did not act willfully, and the two of them enjoyed a meal every time. Qianrongxue. Only the next day did they return to Wuhan City. Having not felt the breath of his granddaughter all night, Qiandaoliu was a little nervous and wanted to ask where the two had gone, but his granddaughter had grown up and had to have her own space. If he chased her and asked, it would seem like the feudal patriarch of other people's families who didn't understand the customs. Maybe I have to find something for that kid to do. Thinking this way, he avoided everyone and appeared in front of Lan. Perhaps Lan's strength has reached his requirements. This time, he no longer has his back to everyone. His attitude when facing each other is very peaceful. With your strength, it's no problem for you to take charge of a branch hall. However, what he wants to say is not to let Lan go to other places to be the master of a branch hall. If he goes far away, who knows what Qianrongxue will do? What he means is, Which hall do you want to serve in? The Pope's Hall, the Elders' Hall, the Judgment Hall. They don't need the Worship Hall. The Pope's Hall. This is Enlan's choice. After the Soul Master competition, he decided to represent the Pope's Hall to inspect the branch halls in various places, and use the aftermath of the Soul Master competition to become famous again, deepen the impression of all parties on himself, and prepare for the seizure of power later. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly. The Pope's Hall? What if Xiaoxiu goes there, won't there be another conflict? It seems that Qian Rongxiu's heart has been placed on Enlan now. Perhaps, Qian Rongxiu will never need to know the truth of her birth again in her life. If possible, Qian Daoliu also wanted to take the secret of that evil son into the coffin. Palace of the Pope. Grandpa, don't worry. I will keep a good distance and won't let Xiaoxiu get into trouble. Enlan changed his words and reached Qian Daoliu's previous conditions. In other words, the engagement with Qian Rongxiu was established, and it was no longer appropriate to call the senior. Having said that, Qian Daoliu no longer struggled. What's the matter with your spirit ring? When the time is right, Grandpa will naturally know. You don't have to worry. These spirit rings were hunted by Xiaoxiu with me. Forget it, the young couple probably have so many secrets. As an old man, I shouldn't pursue it too much. But I still subconsciously said a few words. What's the current strength is not weak, but we also need to be careful. And the two are still young, don't be busy with something. As he was talking, he heard that Enlan was still planning to participate in the Spirit Master competition. Even though he had seen ups and downs, he was a little speechless for a while. With such strength, the Soul Master competition is just a game. Why go? Is it fun to bully the weak? This kid is not that kind of person. Does he want to be in the limelight, or what purpose does he want to achieve through the Soul Master competition? After thinking about it, he was too lazy to delve into it. It's just a competition, and generally no one will die. 200 Chapter 199 On the Road. 200. The cave where the Blue Silver Emperor once lived. Yin. Tang Hao didn't have the courage to go back to Haoshan sect now, and returned here to seek comfort. But I don't know if it's an illusion, the mental fluctuations transmitted from Yin seem a little strange. But it should be an illusion, isn't it growing well? Just like before. Xiao San should be a soul master now, and he will break through to soul sect in a few years. I plan to let him go. Mumbling, rambling. Also, crazy. Completely immersed in his own world, he could not see through the thin mist that was so close. No, maybe Tang Hao had seen something, but he just didn't want to believe it. This new Blue-Silver Emperor had nothing to do with the previous Yin. Yin. Shrek was on his way to Tiandu City. It was destined to pass through Sylve City. After Yu Xiaogang discussed with Flanders, they decided to let the children see blood. You rest first, let's go to the fighting spirit field. Daimyo Bai and others breathed a sigh of relief. Flanders was stingy and only hired 2 carriages, which were of the lowest quality and the smallest space. One for the teachers and one for them, it was so crowded. Now they can finally rest. Okay, you little bastards, old Zhao, didn't say anything, you still can't stand it. The voice was like a loud bell. They were already dizzy in the narrow space of the carriage, and now they were even more pierced by the sound. Teacher Zhao, stop talking. Oscar covered his head and looked at the 3 girls and Tang San strangely. The 4 people seemed to be unaffected. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, then whispered. While Flanders is not here, let's do something good and relax. Li Yuzong and others who were walking in front shook their heads, but didn't say anything. They also wanted to relax. Ma Hongjun thought of the past and recalled those scenes. But no matter how he recalled it, his body didn't have any reaction. With a gloomy look in his eyes, he clenched his fists. Soto Dahunarina finally found Ning Rongrong and wanted to take revenge, but was knocked off the ring and fainted. When we get to Tiandu City, we must practice well. I'll teach that stinky bitch a lesson next time we meet. Tang San seemed to be practicing along the way, but he was actually observing the 3 girls in secret. There was no trace of their active practice at all, and the inexplicable sense of closeness before also disappeared, which made him think it was an illusion. After entering the hotel, the group ordered a table of luxurious dishes and enjoyed it very much. In the evening, Yu Xiaogang and Flanders came back. After a simple meal, Yu Xiaogang called Tang San out alone. How is it, after so long, Have you seen anything? He asked about observing the three girls in private. After he learned about the abilities of the three girls from Flanders, he arranged for Tang San to observe them secretly. Tang San frowned. Useful information? There is not much information, they are very normal, the only strange thing is that it seems that they are rarely seen practicing. It is said that he is observing secretly, but he is a man, and it is impossible for him to follow them all the time. He can only spend about 1/3 of the day with the three women, and he has to take care of his own practice and hidden weapons. Teacher, I have 2 guesses. Their martial spirits may not be simple blue-silver grass, but mutations. Another one is that they may have taken some treasures that change martial spirits. Otherwise, even if the blue-silver grass mutates, it is unlikely to develop into a strong attack system. No, it's not all like this. As far as I know, there is a person whose plant martial spirit also practices the strong attack route, and he has become a strong title Douluo. Yu Xiaogang is naturally talking about Chrysanthemum Pass. He has been in the spirit hall and knows a lot of news. That is, Bibi Dong doesn't know how Yuegwen is practiced, otherwise, he may make another practice plan and direction for Tang San. Teacher also has some speculations. The blue-silver grass extended from Lan Yi's martial soul is very strong. The soul rings she added are likely to be tough plant soul beasts, such as the 100-year-old bamboo or the diamond vine. At least one soul ring is like this. Her control range is very large, so she should have added some spider or silkworm soul beasts. There is no need to say much about Lan Shan's healing ability. There are many soul beasts in this area. It is hard to say which soul rings she added. As for Lan Yi's strong attack ability, I think the focus may not be her martial soul, but herself. Just like your self-created soul skills, her soul skill forms may also be self-created. Tang San nodded. He had thought about the possibility, but he still didn't want to admit it. He could actually create such a powerful attack form from the weak blue-silver grass. In comparison, he was a waste. He didn't accept it, but the fact was right in front of him, and he had to admit it. If a person with Lan Yi's talent was placed in the era of the Tang sect in the previous life, she might be a founder of a section. Unfortunately, she is just a spirit master here. The blue-silver grass spirit has its limits. Yu Xiaogang and Tang Hao have always told him to add spirit rings to the blue-silver grass first, and the focus in the later stage is another spirit. The blue-silver grass spirit alone is just a useless spirit. Even if the 3 of them mutated a little by chance, what's the use? Didn't Ma Hongjun also mutate an ordinary spirit into a top-level attribute, but there are still serious side effects, and now. Holding on to the fluke, Tang San comforted himself. Of course, he didn't think so at all. The master and apprentice speculated on the abilities of the 3 girls in the corner, and returned to the room contentedly to rest. In the evening, the nightlife begins. The program that Flanders and Yu Xiaogang carefully prepared for the Shrek 7 monsters is about to be performed. Before leaving, Tang San distributed hidden weapons to everyone. Originally, with Xiao Wu, he quickly got closer to the other 2 girls, and the other 3 boys also got along very well. He prepared a set for each of them. But now, the atmosphere in Shrek is inexplicably weird. At this moment, he gave everyone a Zudge God crossbow because they were going to kill on the stage. Others also saw it for the first time. Xiao Saner, you are not kind. You have such a good thing, but you only took it out now. Are you still good brothers? After listening to Tang San's explanation and watching the demonstration, Dai Muabai's eyes flashed, and he hammered Tang San's shoulder and said unhappy. Tell me, are there any other fun things? Yes, Xiao Saner, this is a good thing for us auxiliary spirit masters to protect ourselves. Oscar was a little excited, and he wanted to turn into a beautiful woman and stick to her directly. When my brother becomes rich in the future, I will definitely repay you well. Ma Hongjun looked drowsy and held the things with a dispensable expression. Tang San frowned slightly and spoke softly. Not yet, maybe we can make better ones in the future. He glanced at the 3 women, but found that they were still the same expressionless faces, and stuffed the things into the Storage Spirit Guide. Storage Spirit Guide. 201 Chapter 200 Something is not right. 201. They actually have a Storage Soul Guide? On the way to the fighting arena, Tang San was in a heavy mood. Perhaps, the identities of these 3 girls were not simple. After leaving the fighting arena, Tang San was more certain of his guess. During the process of dealing with the Fierce God team, Even Daimyo Bai looked at the blood holes on the other side, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. But these three girls didn't even blink. Seeing people die in front of them, their reaction was so normal. If they hadn't killed many people, they must be born cold-blooded. Although Flanders also saw seeing these, but not taking it seriously. This is nothing. After resting, everyone continued on the road. After making money in the Sylvie Soul fighting arena, Flanders waved his hand and changed to a new carriage. Once in the carriage, the three women occupied a corner and closed their eyes to rest. To be honest, if it was to better control the Shrek people, they should be asked to try to attract Daimyo Bai and others, but Zhou Suifeng thought about it and felt disgusting even if it was a puppet emulated by himself, not to mention that there was no need to do this. Although he looked like a teacher, he was not a casual person. After a long journey, he arrived at Tiandu City. However, they were not know the location of Tiandu Royal Academy. Let's go into the city and rest for a day first, and then ask around. Yu Xiaogang gave a suggestion, and the group walked towards the city gate. Flanders caught a glimpse of several notices at the city gate. Due to personnel adjustments, the Blue Tyrant High-Level Soul Master Academy is recruiting Blue Tyrant Academy? Isn't that Erlong Mei? After glancing at Yu Xiaogang, Flanders had many thoughts in his mind. Entering the city, Daimyo Bai looked around. It seemed very similar to Xingluo City, but the various subtle details were completely opposite. The people here seem more free? Tiandu City is really worthy of its reputation. It is worthy of being the capital of the empire, so prosperous. Oscar praised. Ma Hongjun glanced at the passing women from time to time, looking them up and down. The passers-by here feel better than those in Soto City, and the quality of the brothels must be stronger. Damn bitch! Ning Rongrong went to Shrek without revealing her name from beginning to end, and she also acted under a code name in the fighting arena. Ma Hongjun hated her, but he didn't know her name, so he could only use a code name. After finding a place to stay, Tang San went out and wanted to find a blacksmith shop. Perhaps the blacksmith level in the capital of the empire was different from that in a small place like Soto City. Although Ma Hongjun wanted to go out for a walk, he felt a little tired, so he went straight into the room to sleep. Daimyo Bai and Oscar went out to play. The blacksmith shop is not difficult to find. It's more like an attic than a shop. The front hall receives guests and discusses business, and the backyard is the real forging place. Tang San saw a special emblem on the plaque, which he didn't recognize, but it should be the mark of a soul master family or sect. If he asked Yu Xiaogang or Flanders in advance, he should be able to recognize it. It is still the emblem of the slave clan, no, the power clan. They contracted half of the blacksmith business in Tiandu City. Strong. The rest are family blacksmiths who existed before the power clan settled in Tiandu City. There are also some individual traders who can't get any business in front of the powerful Soul Master clan. They either give up their blacksmith career or join the power clan. Or go far away. Kai Bao has some blacksmiths, but Ning Fengzi has always been kind to others and has never had any conflicts with the power clan. Tang San placed some orders tentatively. If the product quality is good, he will come to order in large quantities. Over there, the two people who went to inquire about the news of Tiandu Royal Academy, Flanders wanted to lead Yu Xiaogang to Lanba Academy. But Yu Xiaogang got the information he wanted first and immediately returned to his place of residence. Flanders could only sigh. The group only rested for half a day, and at Yu Xiaogang's urging, they went to Tiandu Academy. Xuebeng was dead, and they didn't meet him, but they met Ning Rongrong who had just returned. Ma Hongjun was instantly jealous. When he saw her, Ma Hongjun's hatreds, both old and new, burst out. Teacher, she is her, I. Feeling someone pointing fingers at her, Ning Rongrong turned her head. She saw the dusty group and her face changed. Why are they here? He turned around and ran away immediately. No matter what the other party's purpose was, it was better to ensure his own safety first. Flanders was secretly happy. If someone made trouble, maybe the matter of joining Tiandu Academy would be over. Then, Erlong Mei he. Of course, he looked worried on the surface. Xiaogang. Don't worry. Yu Xiaogang waved his hand, very confidently, it's just a student. I believe that the dignified Tiandu Royal Academy Education Committee will be able to recognize the pearls. The talents of these Shrek children will be treated with courtesy wherever they go. Walking into the academy, he grabbed a passing student and reported the name of Qin Ming. Soon, a teacher named Sun led the group into the reception area. Ning Rongrong rushed into the dormitory area. Sixth brother, something bad has happened. She shouted loudly, but Ning Yulan didn't respond at all. Strange, just as she was about to go upstairs to investigate. Duguyan appeared yawning and said lazily. You are so old, but you are still so irritable. Your brother is not here. Ning Yulan had already taken people to replenish the soul ring after covering it, and Duguyan was just taking a nap. The training in the morning exhausted her soul power, and she had to rest well in the afternoon. Sister Yan, you are pregnant. Picked up the teacup to moisten her throat, Duguyan didn't come back to the taste for a while. What's the matter? Xiao Bao. Ning Rongrong's eyes rolled around, very excited. The tone of your words just now is like some of the concubines I have seen before, and they are also very similar to the concubines in the palace. Cough cough cough. Duguyan coughed repeatedly. What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? Your brother and I. Seeing Ning Rongrong's bright eyes, Duguyan suddenly reacted and almost fell into the trap of this little girl. Good little girl. How dare you tease me? After playing for a while, Duguyan brought up the topic just now. Your brother went out and said he was hunting for spirit rings and would be back in a while. Why were you shouting just now? This and that. People from Shrek? By the way, your brother told me before he left. As she said, he poked Ning Rongrong's forehead. You little girl, how can you be so ignorant? Ning Rongrong puffed up her face and pouted. Since you've done it, do it cleanly and root it out. Look at you, why did you keep him alive? Do you think he's a nobody? There are many examples of little people doing bad things in this world. In the past, Ning Rongrong was arrogant and domineering in the sect, but so far, she has never killed anyone. When she taught the chicken a lesson, she didn't have any life-threatening thoughts in her mind. Oh, Sister Yan, don't say it, what should I do now? I feel sick just thinking about being in the same academy with them in the future. Rubbing her arms tremblingly, Ning Rongrong felt as if there were fleas running around on her arms. Ning Rongrong. 202.